Hi-Tec Oil Super Series here. We're in day 2 of competition here at Mallala Motorsport Park. The sun is out because this morning it was raining and we had a very wet track.
Yeah, I mean, we came out of Gawler this morning, out of the accommodation, and I was thinking, this is going to be fantastic. A wet race. We get here to Mallala Motorsport Park, and it's gorgeous. It's brilliant. It's going to be a fantastic day. A little bit of breeze and some patchy cloud cover.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting day for competition, of course. We welcome back Formula Ford, and it was Kobe Williams and Lachlan Evanet that took a win each yesterday. That was exciting to watch.
Yeah, there were some problems up and down the field. A lot of pressure on the braking packages of the Formula Fords this weekend.
It's a new day for them, though. They've qualified this morning. Of course, we've got the Formula Vs here this week as well. The Innovation Race Cars, Lee Stibbs really had a great debut. Well, didn't go all his way in race number 1, but race number 2, he got the win.
Yeah, he was able to grab a bit of redemption, find himself out at the front of the pack, bring it home with a safe lead. But let's see how he stacks up on day 2.
And of course, the Legend Cars Australia were out on track, and as usual, they went 4 wide in what is a skinny track here at Mallala Motorsport Park. But they were exciting to watch. Ruben Dan is the young kid who's really surprised in his first time in Legend Cars.
Yeah, we saw them out this morning. They have done a reverse top 10 grid. Ruben Dan able to get up to P6, going to have a bit of work to do throughout the rest of the day.
TO2 muscle cars, though, that are about to come out on track for their qualifying session today. They reset. Yesterday was super exciting. Blake Tracy, who's joined the TO2 series after those 3 wins from 3 in the Trans Am series, he's taken 2 wins.
Yeah, he's had a fantastic start here to the TA2 event this weekend. But there has been a lot of work in the pits. Jared Hughes bowing out of race 1. They were working hard late last night. Also, Joel Heinrich in the Ash Jarvis Motorsport car. They have changed just about everything to try and solve an electrical issue.
Well, let's get qualifying underway. It's not too far. Let's head over to Mel.
We'll get to Mel Price very, very soon as we look at turn 6, and that is where the weather will come from if it does today. It's quite a fair bit of wind out there. There was very wet if you've come in from the west or northwest this morning here. But we look at the temperature, 15 degrees today, quite mild out there. Humidity 73%. Dan McCarthy alongside me. Matt Nolte in the commentary box for this. This is a classic Mallala weather. Looking out towards that direction right now is what we'll keep an eye on for this next 20 minutes as Diesel Thomas just quickly has a look at the track map here, or checking the weather more so we can see on the right-hand side here. Great performance by him yesterday to finish in the top 5 in a race that had a bit of everything in race 2. Good morning.
Morning, yes, it certainly did have a bit of everything, didn't it? There was great racing, good action, bit of drama, bits of controversy as well. So looking forward to seeing how this day shakes out. But starting off with the qualifying session, which will set the grid for race number 1 later on today. We're looking forward to this one. Going to be a fascinating situation to see just who is going to end up where on the grid. Joel Heinrich, the local South Aussie, really took it to the irregulars yesterday.
Yeah, most of the race on 7 cylinders during race number 1 and 2. This is the highlights of the second one of the weekend. The Hyundai highlights capturing the field here into turn number 1. Can't say enough about the efforts of Blake Tracy here, jumping into Lee Stibbs' usual mount, the 66 Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro. And that's where the feeling started between the 67 and the 42. Of Morris and Tom Davies. They would get a lot hotter later in the race. Heinrich really took it to Blake Tracy early, and Paul Morris was playing a bit of Morse code on the Ash Jarvis prepared car. This was Davies at the top of turn 6, making the move, albeit just getting the Ariat Chevy Camaro pulled up in time. This was a big engine detonation for Paul Hadley in the 50 IES Motorsports Camaro. They would drop a lot of oil down here in turn 2, and a couple of laps later the safety car would slow down the field. That would be a lengthy safety car period. We went back to Green Flag Racing out in front. This was Robbie Farr using the high line, going back to his old Speedway days. And unfortunately parking the number 7 Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro in the very thick dirt traps. But out at front, Blake Tracy held off a man who was only on 7 cylinders who just glued himself to the back, and it was back-to-back victories for the young teenage star from Albury in New South Wales, and he'll be in the box seat today. Looked after those tyres, and that is going to be key with just the 6 Hoosier tyres available for the weekend. A lot of teams talking about using a lot of the left rear on these cars during the races yesterday, but who's got the best set of tyres? Well, at the moment, it's going to be Jared Hughes, isn't it? Not making it out for that second race yesterday afternoon. He is back here this morning in the IES Motorsports prepared road active suspensions entry. Diesel Thomas waiting to come out onto pit lane. So, same as what we saw yesterday here at Mallala Motorsport Park. We qualify for 20 minutes. That'll set the grid for the first race of the weekend. Results of that race just after 1 o'clock Eastern will set the grid for the final race before we hand out the overall round points. And that leaves us, Matt Kavanagh, who's sprinted from the host set up into the commentary box. That'll leave us with just 4 races remaining in this year's TFH TA2 Muscle Car Series. I'll come back to you because Mel Price, good morning to you. You're with Paul Morris.
Yes, down here with the dude. Interesting day yesterday, Paul. Ups and downs, highs and lows, some good racing. Fresh start this morning. What's the plan for qualifying?
Yeah, I've just got the old tyres on. I'm going to go warm the car up. Then come in at the end and put 2 down the left and see what we can do. So probably be a bit slow to start with, but just set for the end of the session.
Well, you always play the long game, don't you? And you're always there at the end. You were up on the podium yesterday. I presume a couple more spots today is the goal? Yeah, if I can. I think I've got good race pace. When you get old, it's a bit hard to qualify, you know. So, the young guys always seem to get me in qualifying, but yeah, in the race, I seem to, some of those old skills sort of still work. Well, they worked well at Queensland, didn't they? We'll be watching. Have a good day.
There's probably more Brody than me. I was just along for the ride.
Thanks. Over to you, J-Mac.
Jared Hughes down the back of the field here for this qualifying session. Nothing in particular to really be concerned about. The crew were up until about 7:30 last night, so a comparatively early finish. Bolted a new motor into the front of this machine and looking to try and go out for a second Road Active Suspension Pole Award. Hopefully feeling a little bit better after an unfortunate DNF in race 1 and a DNS in race 2. Let's see how he goes.
And there he is, strapping the belts tight aboard his IES Motorsports prepared car. In fact, only arrived at the track just 30 minutes ago. He's still incredibly unwell down there. But the championship at the moment with well over 260 points. Also keep in mind, too, there will be a drop your worst round rule before we head to Winton. This may be that weekend as he prepares. Let's go back down to pit lane, Mel.
So we saw the Heinrich car yesterday had a few dramas. I was just asking you, Paul, what you've done overnight, and the list was long. Tell us about it.
We've changed everything on the car except for the driver, and we're just hoping that somewhere along the line we've got the right fitting that's making the car do the silly things it's doing. So
a huge list of spare parts.
We've used a lot of new parts to get it all back on track. So
well, we're about to find out, aren't we?
We are.
Thanks, Mel. Shane Mann's tribute sticker across the visor. We lost the great man a couple of weeks ago. In fact, there will be a funeral and a memorial service held here later in the week. The Heinrich family very close to Shane Mann in the Aussie racing car team as the thumbs are given up to Joel Heinrich. And those mechanical gremlins, Matt Kavanagh, so I finally welcome you back into the box. It's always a stressful time for a team, isn't it? When you think about you can chase, you can change everything, you can get back to the workshop, and it could be something simple as a wire could have been crimped somewhere in the door, or something could just be missing in there they haven't picked up. But that car was phenomenal just on 7 cylinders yesterday.
Yeah, it's amazing really what you can go through the car and find, especially for a little misfire like that. And they did say when the car cooled down, the problem would start to go away as well. So it only comes when it generates heat, and there is no other opportunity apart from the qualifying sessions or the races to actually go and test what they've done overnight. So they're going to be very eager, I think, to see if what they found. The question is going to be there when you get back to the workshop is, what is the faulty piece we pulled out when you've changed so much in the car? Getting on board with Diesel Thomas, leading our rookie points in the championship when it comes to the TA2 Muscle Car Series, and great to see him back out there. And it's been an up and down weekend for Diesel Thomas. We know how fast he potentially can be out there, but got caught in a little bit of traffic here this weekend, but we'll wait and see. It's a new day as the steering wheel comes off. We'll reset that while we're driving out. Why wouldn't you? Why would you do that while you're sitting in pre-grid?
I just hope Greg Rust is not watching our coverage on the live stream this morning. So a little stressful moment there for Diesel Thomas as he leaves the lane. We look at Graham Cheney Blake Tracy, though, what a day he had out yesterday. This car, both these Hi-Tec Oils cars were nowhere on Friday. Their words, not mine. But they found something yesterday and put them up to the pointy end. In fact, yesterday, Brad Gartner, with that penalty that was handed to Paul Morris, if you didn't hear the news overnight, Paul Morris finished third on the track but was then penalised 15 seconds for the contact with Tom Davies down at turn 3. The officials deliberated for several hours after the event, but in the end, the dude was dropped down to 11th position, promoting Brad Gartner up into third. That's his third place finish of the season. At a track he debuted on his 18th birthday in a Hyundai XL a few years back, but really loving his time being back at Mallala Motorsport Park with a lot more horsepower under his right foot, I might add.
Tom Davies in the area at number 42 as well, part of the Nathan Hearn Racing crew here this weekend. He was sliding the car everywhere, and that really worries me about the tyres. Like they said, this track has been pretty rough on the tyres when it comes to the Hoosies we've gone back to, especially with all the braking we've got. It's a short track, but a lot of times here, we'll have a quick look at the replay. And this is Diesel Thomas in the TFH higher entry. He goes down. Oh, no, he's not happy with he's done that himself. What a place to do it.
Better to find out there than a high speed going into turn number 1, perhaps. So the young teenager gets himself into concentration mode. And I think we'll see a couple of laps here just to get these cars warmed up, A. But B, we have had some rain overnight too, so the track has been cleaned up quite considerably. I wouldn't rule out at the moment potentially some squalls. So if they do come through, they'll be very quick with that west-northwesterly we have here today. But let's hope it doesn't affect qualifying. If it does, let's do it now so we can get onto the wet tyre, not in the last couple of minutes, because that is always the happy hour of qualifying here. The second one of the weekend to set the grid for race number 1, or race 3 of the weekend this afternoon. The Mallala Masters, the return of national level competition to this iconic track that opened well over 60 years ago. It's back alive here, and of course later in the year, the homecoming event that will feature the Trico Trans Am Series. At this racetrack, it'll be an afternoon twilight event, which is going to be exciting in the lead up to the BP Adelaide Grand Final the following week. So a few of these drivers taking the advantage of getting some laps here. This guy doesn't need any extra laps. You can almost see his shadow carved around Mallala Motorsport Park, whether it's the BMW that he drove with Tony Longhurst years ago, or the Diet Coke Commodore he ran in '94, or those back-to-back wins in the Super Touring days. Paul Morris knows this track like the back of his hand. And he talked about Brody. Well, yep, that's Brody Kostecki. He's here working on this car along with Ben Grice for this weekend's event. And it's just so good to have a happy dude back racing in the Super Utes as well as the TA2 Muscle Car Series. He loved his time in the tag team enduro event, and he loves this racetrack here in South Australia.
Yeah, we'll wait and see what they do. It's great to bring a bit of flair, I think, into the series when it comes to Paul Morris, and didn't he have some real flair to show us yesterday? A lot of personality when he gets out on the track as well, but he was not shabby behind the times either. He was very, very smooth yesterday, like you say, with the experience of this track. And probably in the qualifying and as well as race 1, we didn't really pick up because he just slowly chipped away, didn't he? And he was in that top 5. Take nothing away from the possibilities that Paul Morris could get back on the podium here once again. You know, without that penalty, we would have seen him 2 podiums yesterday. But it resets today. Of course, the qualifying session this morning, they won't have as good a tyres, though, knowing they've got 6 tyres coming into qualifying yesterday. 4 of them are going to be looking pretty second-hand by now.
Got the Bathurst Triple Crown a few years back, 10 years back now, when he won with Chaz Mostert. Before that, he won the 6-hour and the 12-hour with Gary Holt. Robbie Farstein in pit lane in the 3rd Hi-Tec Oils Chevy Camaro. And it doesn't look like there's too much activity. I wonder if they're playing that same game as yesterday to let the field get out there and do some laps and put some rubber down, as Morris goes 1:11.05 to be the quickest in the early stages of this qualifying session. Just over 15 minutes remaining. Here's Brad Gartner around to finish a lap. His teammate's gone 1:08.89 straight away. Gartner goes the 4th of that lap with a 1:13, so he's building up to one here. Tom Davies jumps ahead of Paul Morris. Get the feeling we're going to have a bit more between those two here on day number 2. But that time is blistering for Blake Tracy, and that's back-to-back laps now as well. He's chasing a 1:08.89. It's only 0.013 of a second between he and Joel Heinrich.
And they're not going to want to do too many laps, I think, on those tyres. Like yesterday, we only saw our front runners do 5 laps out there in qualifying. They didn't muck around. They got it run and done really, really quickly. I think for some of those young guns like Tracy and Heinrich who have got those tyres, they are going to want to try and get this done very early. Now, here's our man, Jared Hughes, who probably has the best tyre bank coming into day 2 of competition at the moment, because yesterday with that unfortunate mechanical issue. We saw him not make it out into the second race. So Jared Hughes will be one to watch to light up those timing screens very shortly. Already a 1:08.98, which is it's less than a tenth behind Tracy, who's up in first position. So he's got Heinrich between him as well. And if they've got that car sorted today, imagine the possibilities that we're going to see between these three, knowing Jared Hughes back out. There was a 2-horse race for most yesterday. We could turn that into a 3-horse race today.
Exactly. Extremely good tyres for the Road Active Suspensions team as well. So 0.085 covering top 3 at the moment. Very early stages of qualifying. Brock Payne has dropped into 4th spot now with a 1:09.112 for him. Josh Webster has dropped into 6th with Diesel Thomas. Brad Gartner now is 8th, but on a good lap. Then Josh Thomas, Paul Morris. I just blinked. He was 3rd, now 10th. And quickly it changes. You're watching Joel Heinrich in the CR International Osborne's Transport entry, coming up towards turn 6 for Ash Jarvis Racing.
So we look purple sector up there for Hughes now. Sector number 3, but he'll come around. There, Hughes goes to number 1, a 1:08.74, so 0.15 of a second in front of Blake Tracy.
Remember, 1:08.2 yesterday was the pole time, so expect that later on in this session as he goes for another lap down towards turn 3, past the pit lane. And a pit paddock area it's gone wide, pitch the right front. And that might be enough to wipe the lap. In fact, he's back right out of it. So Paul Morris doing as he predicted at the start of the session, bolting on 2 new tyres on the left side of the car. Bringing his old set of tyres just to get the car nice and warm. They go through a warm-up procedure in the garages around 30 minutes before the practice session, but nothing beats getting out there in real time and stretching the legs of these TA2 muscle cars. As Josh Webster comes through, stays in 7th on that lap. Actually not too far away from his best one. 8/10 covering the top 7. 1 second covers 8 cars. And the margin first to second, 0.095, with 12.5 minutes remaining.
Josh Thomas didn't have a fantastic day yesterday either when it came to the TFH crew. Obviously, race number 1 didn't really go his way. He didn't end up finishing that lap, so he got a DNF in race number 1. Race number 2, had a bit of a fight back yesterday, Josh Thomas, so he's trying to qualify a lot better today, I would say, after finishing 8th yesterday. They're normally in the top 10 there. We know he's challenging for second position in the championship with Ben Gomosol not here this weekend. Josh Thomas really looking to bring home some points, but that drop round you talk about in the championship, unfortunately, this might be the one for him that he has to let go.
You don't want to have a weekend of 250s all season long, do you? You have to drop one of them at some point. It's a rule that's used in the American series as well. It's a very much an American series that we run here, but that's looking likely to go away next year as Diesel Thomas finishes the lap and backs off and goes straight into pit lane. One of the unique parts about Mallala is you can finish a lap and go straight into pit lane. Normally you'd have to do a full cool-down lap, but with the unique setup that we have here, the actual pit lane is on the exit of turn 2. So that's his run done. At the moment, 1:09.5, his best qualifying coming in the second session at Winton earlier this year. Brad Gartner qualified 3rd at Winton. Yesterday was 9th. He's been the hard charger and just steps out. Someone that would have been praying for rain would have been this guy earlier today. Using all those speedway skills. Of course, he started off in junior sedans on the dirt track. The Gartner family from the southeast of South Australia, well known for super sedan racing. Uncle Greg Gartner was a champion off-road racing and in stadium super trucks for a few years too. Old Smiley, as we used to call him, but a great family, the Gartners, and young Brad calling this lap down here now as Mick Harders talks to Diesel Thomas. There's a guy who's probably had the workload lightened a little bit. It's the lightest amount of TFH cars we've seen in the paddock for a while.
Yeah, only 2 down there. Normally we've got at least 4 here, don't we? And when you go to Trans Am, sometimes more, they've got 5 or 6. So, yeah, this is a pretty light weekend for them down in the pit. But they're looking very relaxed, I must admit that. If you go down there to the TFH guys, compared to what we're normally seeing down there now, it looks like we're moving to the second phase of qualifying there as we're about the halfway point. Robbie Farr still hasn't made out to get a time. So whether he's going to wait till there's a fairly clear track and just get some fresh air out there, I suppose, and go around potentially looking after some tyres. Well, there we go. He's actually out on track now because he did have that lock-up yesterday where he had that off, so he could have a couple of slightly injured tyres.
He's got Kiwi star Eddon Hodson helping him out this weekend, who's flown over from New Zealand to be here. He's warming up for his next stint in the Super 2 Series with Anderson Motorsport in a couple of weeks at Mount Panorama. He's also got a South Aussie Speedway identity, Paul Blenkiron, who's come along to help him out for the weekend. Here's Blake Tracy on the exit of turn 6. So Hughes, Heinrich, Tracy, 1.5 tenths of a second covering the top 3. Then Brock Payne, Tom Davies in 5th. Diesel Thomas is 6th with Webster, Gartner, Thomas of the Josh variety in 9th, and Graham Cheney completes the 10. Paul Morris, remember, has just bolted on those new tyres, is in 11th position right now with Cruncher and Danny Reedy of the cars that have set a time. Just waiting for Robbie Farr to post the time, which he's about to do. I think he's about to start a flying lap in fact, in a number 7 car, while the sister Hi-Tec car was building up but then aborted that lap.
Yeah, Blake Tracy, I'm sure he doesn't want to start on the second row. He'll just be trying to get past Henry. Even if he can't catch Hughes, he'll want to try and be on that front row. He's had a fantastic start to the TA2 Muscle Car Series, and he just, like you say, maybe he'll move here. He's had such great success here in South Australia, hasn't he?
He speaks very well. He's a likeable character down there in the pits. In fact, the whole Tracy family live and breathe motorsport. Or Farr again wide on his first flying lap here. And he'll slow that one down. Best to abort if you can make a mistake there. Try and preserve the tyres and try and go again. So TFH TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. It's entering the last 8.5 minutes of this session. It's quiet, so let's head down to pit lane. Here's Mel.
Alan, Brock Payne currently in P4. You haven't changed anything on the car. What's the plan for the next few minutes?
We're just going to sit here, see what the times do, and see if we go back out or not.
He's looking pretty relaxed in there. They're only a couple of tenths away.
Yeah, he's just gotten better and better every session. We made a few changes to the car last night, and it seems to have responded well, and he's learning the track, so he's getting quicker and quicker.
Good to see you back up the pointy end.
Yeah, thank you.
The good old waiting game.
Well, it has been a bit of a difference this weekend, hasn't it, between the drivers who have done a number of laps and who haven't. It's Brad Gartner out of the car, which tells us he's probably not going to go and turn any more laps. Sitting down in position number 8, which is one up from where he started yesterday's qualifying session. Josh Thomas, though, looks like he's going to try and do a lap here at the moment. Will he improve? Thomas down in 9th position. That time round, he gets very close to his best time, but unfortunately misses that by a couple of tenths of a second there in the number 69. Now, Paul Morris out. He's put those 2 green tyres on the left-hand side of the Mustang. Let's see what's going to happen to the Flair Dancewear, number 67. Morris down in 11th position at the moment, but this could be the lap where we actually see him try and put a cracker in. Here we go.
This is those new tyres we talked about, so he's built up to this moment, and with a fairly quiet track as well. This looks like a high commitment lap from the Flair Dancewear, number 67 Ford Mustang. On the exit of turn 3 he goes. 11th position, 19.6 the first sector at the moment. Could get himself up to around the top 6. You can hear him really winding up this Mustang as he comes up this first gear, right-hand northern hairpin. Probably the sharpest corner in Aussie motorsport. Powers back through this long, sweeping left-hander and down to one of 3 passing opportunities. Big punch of flame from the right-hand side as he stands on the brakes and into the S's aboard this Ford Mustang. Right out the Norwell Motorplex factory out there at the Gold Coast on the outskirts of the old Performance Driving Centre. Through to another lap he goes, and that's 6th position, 109.43. So let's see, considerable movement. Will he go for back-to-back laps here?
Yeah, we'll wait and find. It's whether he's going to stick it through turn number 2 as well, up to 3. Sounds like he might get on there. Back on board with Tom Davies, though, and the Harriet entry. Oh, there's no surprise there. Every lap that car is sliding around. He is pushing the limits at the moment. Doesn't improve that time. Oh no, Josh Thomas.
That was a costly mistake then for Davies too, because that was looking likely to be an improvement. It cost him a couple of tenths, and now he's gone properly. In the Ariat Chevy Camaro for Nathan Hearn Racing. That's on the outside of turn 2. So a messy sector. What's happened to Josh Thomas here? Did he come in, look at the rears, chattering away, and ultimately the car decided, no, we're not turning, we're going to go straight on, and just eased it away from the dirt trap on the outside. This is the Tom Davies. Quite a lazy spin, wasn't it? But it wipes off that lap. I hope he hasn't hurt the Hoosier tyres too much. Time on his side with 5 minutes remaining. Here comes Morris back to the line, back-to-back flying laps at a 67, and puts him up another position, a 109.06, 3 tenths away from Jared Hughes' time. Speaking of Jared's, here's J-Mac in pit lane.
in the pit bay of Joel Heinrich, and he's .079 off the pace of our road active suspension pole sitter. The Ash Jarvis Motorsport car looking good. The big thing to remember here, guys, Heinrich has used so much more of the tyre bank when you compare him to Jared Hughes, who effectively sat out 2 whole races.
It's not bad. He can drive, this guy. He's done a couple of laps in his career. If they've cured those mechanical gremlins, and that's a big IF, this car and driver combination will be hard to look past. Here's Boris. Is he going for a third lap? Yes, but that's hot coming into turn 6. You can hear that wind really starting to intensify the northern heading. That's where it's coming from, the west-northwesterly here at Mallala Motorsport Park today. If you're in the South Australian region watching, come out and check it out. Mallala is alive and kicking again, which is great to see. The Peregrine Corporation have invested heavily into preserving this historical track that hosted the Australian Touring Car Championship for many years and hosted the Australian Grand Prix in only its second event back in the 60s. And Morris goes 109.30, and that'll be probably his session, I'd say. Matty Cav, 5th position, unless he can find something, a quick change to get back out there. Mel?
A pretty relaxed looking diesel, Thomas. You finished for this one?
Yeah, we've finished for this qualifying session. We've definitely got some more time in us sitting P7, but we thought we'd rather save some tyres for the races for this afternoon.
So how is your tyre bank?
Right now it's looking pretty good. We've only done 5 laps this qualifying session when everyone else has done 7 or 8. So we'll see how we go for the races.
So what's the goal for today?
Obviously the goal is to move forward, so hopefully we can pick a few off in the next race and then hopefully end up in the podium by the end of it.
Thank you.
He's done 5 laps. Jared Hughes, Brock Payne have all done 5, but Josh Thomas has done 10. He's really eaten a lot into his tyre bank today in a 69 TFH car. Brock Payne comes back to the finish line, 4th position as he starts a lap. We head to that busy sector with 2 minutes and 40 seconds remain. And qualifying for the TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. You're watching the reigning Formula RX8 champion in the Hutchinson Builders Chevy Camaro. As you pointed out yesterday, came out with a burst of speed at Sydney, but it's been out in the wilderness since. Not a bad performance yesterday, much better today in qualifying for the 33 car.
The car is looking much more settled today, so obviously there's been quite a few changes on that car. They were going on practice on Friday, they were changing gift ratios and lots of little things like that. They also found that after all that repair they'd done, they only had 66% throttle on Friday, so they've had to repair all that, some adjustments I suppose with rebuilding that car after the incidents that it had during our Enduro up in QR, and look, great to have them back out here. They've slowly been working through, and it just goes to show some of the teams that came down a couple of weeks ago and did some testing, they seem to be really pushing the limits a bit further up, and they're doing less laps in qualifying. Some of the other teams though, it's their first time here, they don't have any data, they're chewing up a lot of these Hoosiers when it comes to qualifying sessions.
And no improvement on that run. In fact, he wasn't too far away, in fact, from his best time. And that'll be just about the session for him in 4th place with Morris in 5th. Here's Crutch, Mark Crutcher, in that black and gold, black and yellow, number 4 Ford Mustang, the newest car in the fleet. As he powers out of turn 6, with Jordan Cox helping him out as ever with the 4 team. He's down in 12th position. And not a bad lap here at the moment, 29.2 to that middle sector of the lap. Might get him up a position or 2. We might be building with at least another lap remaining here with a minute up on the clock. If he gets to the line within 1 second, you can finish that lap when the clock stops. Through he comes to finish the lap then and proves on the time, but not the position, a 1:10.25 for Mark Crutcher, who won last year's Masters Class Championship in the TA2 Muscle Car Series, the series within the series. And going for it once again. Seems to be quite a quiet racetrack out there now. So in that final minute. Jared Hughes, though, looking in the box seat, and it's another very close margin at the top. 0.079 of a second, and there is Hughes.
No surprise they want to try and keep him off track as much as possible at the weekend that he's having. I mean, I think the less time he spends in that race suit at the moment, the more time he's got to recover from that illness as well. He's got a commanding lead at the moment in the championship. It's going to be hard for anyone to challenge that at all, even with the drop rounds. So this weekend, although it'll be great for him to come and do a bit of a clean sweep, he's had such a great record of podiums, really. He's only missed out on a couple throughout the entire season. It's sometimes just got to get through a weekend.
If you're going to be ill, it's probably the weekend to have it. Yeah. Defense of that crown. And particularly, remember, he's got his Bathurst Enduro to come up as well in a few weeks' time, on 2 weeks' time at Mount Panorama. As the session is finished, we're watching Graham Cheney, who's in 11th position. And this is an okay lap for him right now. That car at a gearbox drama yesterday afternoon. It was a tough day for IES Motorsports. All three cars in the wars. And Paul Hadley, who won't return today. That was a significant engine detonation for the 50 machine. And that's a 110.21 for Graham Cheney. Locks him into 11th position. So it didn't build up to be that banzai session we were going to see, but a lot of fast times set early in the session. In fact, Jared Hughes' pole time set on his third flying lap and a 108.74. Back-to-back pole positions for the man in the box seat to wrap up the TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo in 2025. Heinrich was second, Blake Tracy third, Brock Payne was fourth with Paul Morris, Tom Davies, Diesel Thomas, Josh Webster and Josh Thomas all inside that top 10 with Brad Gartner just 1 second away. But remember, he called that session pretty early with just 6 laps next to the Hi-Tec oil Chevy Camaro. Behind them was Cheney, Crutcher and Reedy, with Robbie Farr just getting 2 flying laps out there and actually not posting a significant time out there with a 126.3. So some soul searching to do for the third Hi-Tec oil Chevy Camaro, but no stopping this absolute star in the rise in 2025. Jared Hughes, who's been doing some great stuff in the Monochrome GT4 series as well, but back in his natural habitat, pole position for race number 1 of Sunday, race 3 for the weekend. That's a nice rig parked up on the hill there, Matty Cav. That's a bit of you.
I could get behind the wheel of that, I reckon. A couple of classic Holdens getting around. That's what I love about this place, where you can park up on the side. But let's have a look at some of the highlights here. Qualifying session could have gone right down to the wire, couldn't it? But I think we are managing tyres now at this point of the weekend.
And I also think, too, a lot of people looked to the skies and thought we needed to get a session in, get a lap in just in case. It's so unpredictable here at Mallala. You can watch the weather on a radar, but it suddenly could just be here. The squalls could just hit the track at any moment. It's been hitting the track. Jared Hughes did that very quickly while 2 new, fresh, lovely sticker tyres went on the Ford Mustang of Paul Morris. Diesel Thomas talking to Mick Harders down in the lane, trying to find some more pace. While Brad Gartner decided that was enough after just a handful of laps. He'll start from P10. Josh Thomas going hot here at turn 6 and had the rear end shattering and just cruised his way off to the outfield there. This was a messy end to a lap and a messy start to a lap for Tom Davies, who looped the Ariat Chevy Camaro around at turn 2. Jared Hughes sat there for a long time in the pits, waiting to see if it was worthwhile going out to defend that slender margin he had of 0.07 of a second. But he secures another pole position in the TFH TA2 Muscle Car Series. Race 1 to come up at 1:15 Eastern here today at the Mallala Masters.
Well, thanks, Matt Nolte, for joining us here in the commentary for the TA2 Muscle Cars. You'll be back just a little bit after lunch because, you got Formula. We will have Formula Ford and the TA2 Muscle Cars as well. Great to have him joining us again here for round number 5 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series, as Dan McCarthy will make his way back into the commentary box, and we'll get him suited up and ready for these innovation race cars that are about to make the track out there. Now, yesterday there was some pretty exciting times. Danny Studdard has that car all repaired after yesterday's little incident with Jeff Emery, where they had a couple of little arms bent there, but that's all ready to go again.
Certainly is. Yes, absolutely. Back out there and ready to go. It was all smiles down there in the lane. I saw the Jeff Emery and Studdard talking earlier on today, having a bit of a laugh. So it's all friendly back down there in the paddock, which is good to see. And we've seen that throughout the season in Innovation Race Cars. They might fight hard on it, but off track they are all friends, and they do have a good laugh together. So that's good to see. Looking forward to this one. We've really been spoilt with Innovation Race Cars in the last couple of rounds. There's been some really good, hard racing, and I'm sure that this will be no exception here today. Our pole sitter for this one will be Lee Stibbs, who were led early in race number 1. I'll come back on to that point in a moment, because Tammy, you're down there.
Steve, so yesterday race 1 DNF took out the race 2, and how are you feeling going into this morning's race?
Yeah, looking forward to it. Obviously had a little bit of rain overnight, so the track's going to be a little bit green. TA2's just been out, so hopefully cleaned it off. We'll get some temp in the tyres and hopefully carry on the pace from yesterday, so looking forward to it.
Great, thanks a lot.
John Goodacre, P3 today. Good to see the green machine up the front. What's the plan today? You just told me. I think it's a good one.
Yeah, I think we're going to go try and win today if we can. Might as well.
You got the pace to stick with these boys?
I'm not sure about Stibbs. He seems pretty quick out there. I reckon I can keep up with Emery and have a crack at him. And we'll see if Stibbs can get enough fuel this time, eh?
It's a good plan, isn't it? Good luck. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you very much.
Now,
well, you can see our Hyundai out on track, and Dwight, here we've got a couple of people in there. We've got Marcus Ambrose and Roland Dane, who's here this weekend, just doing a bit of a lap, having a little bit of a look. I suppose it's been a number of years since they, well, apart from this weekend, it's probably been a couple of years since they've actually had a chance to be here at Mallala Motorsport Park.
Interestingly, I heard that Roland Dane has never been to Mallala Motorsport Park. Of course, a POM, so he only came out here in the mid-2000s or early 2000s. So, of course, Mallala wasn't used in the Supercars Championship by then. So, yeah, very first time here at Mallala Motorsport Park. J-Mac, to you.
Down here with Danny Studdard and suffering some damage in the second race yesterday. The repair work didn't seem to take too long, but what I want you to tell me exactly what went into fixing this machine. What happened in there with the contact in race 2?
Just a little bit of contact with Jeff, and then wheel-to-wheel contact, the rear clevis broke, so it sort of spewed me into the wall, and then the boys, not a major fix, sort of fixed by last night, and we were sort of home early, so just a few little repairs this morning, and try to make it look as good as we can.
That's the beautiful thing about these IRCs, is the fact they are so modular. They're so easy to work on, provided you've got the inventory, and the factory seems to be pumping that out. There's a lot on the horizon with these cars, isn't there? There's some cool things coming.
Yeah, there's a fair bit happening. There's a fair bit happening in the next couple of months, to be honest, and you're right, they're the fixability back on the track and affordable too. So, it's all going well.
We're looking forward to it. Thanks, mate.
Pleasure, buddy. Stay well.
Never a dull moment, Jeff Emery. Let's start with the damage to the car after the contact with the very apologetic Danny yesterday.
Yeah, look, obviously Danny missed his brake marker there. He was a bit close to me there, and obviously I was the recipient of it. But I think our problem started in turn 1 when we got pushed wide across the curb there and we bottomed out and broke the front splitter. So the car didn't really have the normal pace that it should have. So obviously we fixed that now, so we should be a bit speedier hopefully this race and try and sneak away and try and give Lee a bit of a run for his money. That'd be the plan.
Oh, well, that'll be fantastic. It's always fun to watch you guys racing up the front, and it's been super, super close and just getting more and more competitive, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's really stepped up. I mean, we were a fair bit quicker in practice, and then everyone sort of started working it out real fast, and now they've all caught up, and it's become very competitive this weekend, so you've got to be on your game. So, eyes up, I guess.
2 out of 4 races to finishing a full round now.
Well, we're getting closer. We're not there yet, so don't jinx me, please. This isn't the commentator's curse, is it?
Oh, shut my mouth. Sorry. Have a good one.
Thank you. Cheers, guys.
Oh, they keep talking about Lee Stibbs, don't they, Dan? He has been the benchmark here this weekend. It didn't quite go for him, go his way in race number 1, but this was race number 2 where he ended up starting off rear of the grid after not finishing race number 1. It was a great start too from Danny Studdard and Jeff Emery too. They went side by side into turn number 1. There was a little bit of a bump there, but it was just racing as they go, as they turn in. Obviously Emery wanted to get on that line, and Studdard had nowhere to go at that point. They rejoined the race and they continued this on. I felt really sorry for the undercarriage of that car going over those big ripple strips.
Yeah, certainly, but he was able to claim the place as they headed on the back section of the course. There's plenty of highlights throughout. John Hollinger came together with Axel Donaldson, spinning the 111 machine around, and Axel was not too pleased about that. The racing up the front was fierce, as you can see. On many occasions, Emery was forced to defend the move, but then this happened. Bang! Into the tail, Studdard into the back of Emery, and there was the contact as he was driving around the outside that damaged the suspension, and there, snap, sends him backwards into the tyre wall in what was a very eventful sequence of events.
Well, at that stage, Lee Stibbs had already got up into 3rd position, so once they had their incident, he managed to get the lead. We did have the safety car for a few laps out there while we recovered. Danny started from that corner, and from then on, the Hi-Tec Oils Innovation Race car led the way to the finish. Now, they had both their qualifying sessions on Friday afternoon. Lee Stibbs, he started on the front run race yesterday. Today, he starts in position number 1. He was very, very quick, 0.6 of a second faster than anyone else in that second qualifying session. So he's coming to terms with the change coming out of a TO2 muscle car where you can't brake as late. These things have bigger tyres, ABS modules, they've got traction control. It is a very different beast to try and get around here, although talking to a lot of the drivers, and we had a bit of a chat with Danny Studdard this morning, he said we're having to turn a lot of the traction control down because there's just these little bumps in the track and it cuts the power out of the car. So they are fine-tuning the cars this weekend as they go, but they're loving coming to this track. First time we've seen the Innovation race cars actually grace the circuit here at Mallala Motorsport Park.
Not just Mallala Motorsport Park, but also South Australia full stop. Of course, a new category to the Hi-Tec All Super Series in season 2025. And what a fine addition they have been. And as we say, round upon round, the grids have been growing and the racing has got better and better and better. Their season finale will be with the Super Series at Winton Motor Raceway in just over a month's time. Cannot wait for that. It'll be interesting to see how much the times have moved on. Of course, round one was at Winton Motor Race. So it'll be fascinating to see how much faster they're going when they return, having had pretty much a full year under their belts. But really looking forward to season 2026 with these machines. I'm hearing that we're expecting around 15, 16, maybe even a little bit more than that for the opening round next year. So cannot wait to see that many of these cars out there. We've got not just the Innovation race cars, but a few older spec cars, including this, the Mark I Ford Focus, driven by John Crossing. Great to have him in the series this weekend after a couple of rounds away in the Vortex Focus. As we look at the grid for race number 3, it will be Lee Stibbs starting from pole position.
Yeah, Jeff Emery, well, he's going to be keen to get to the front there, starting alongside her. He's on the inside line, but it's not the line you want into turn number 2. So we'll wait and see who's going to be brave enough, I suppose, to go around. Then John Goodacre and Axel Donaldson. Danny Studdard back in 5th with John Hollinger alongside. Then it's Brian Finn and John Crossing rolling out, rounding out our 4 grid race number 3 here for the Australian Innovation race cars. Well, it's been very interesting, and although it's a bit of a gentleman's category, we know that they like to block where they can. They definitely take the racing very seriously on the track, but off the track it's a bit more light-hearted. But we'll wait and see how they go. John Goodacre they're trying to get a little bit of temperature into these tyres. There's some big brakes too to warm up as well in these cars. You can see Donaldson just behind there. Yeah, and that's going to be a great little stoush that they potentially will have as well.
It's a real quality field, isn't it? You know, Lee Stibbs, a TA2 race winner. Jeff Emery, an Australian GT champion. Behind that, John Goodacre. He's fast in everything he drives, whether it's improved production cars. He's fast in absolutely anything. Axel Donaldson is a current driver in Australian GT, as well as competing in this. Danny Studdard also races a Porsche Cup car as well. So the field at the pointy end is very, very high quality. So looking forward to seeing how this one is going to shake out. The question is, can Lee Stibbs convert pole to victory after dominating race 1 until he ran out of fuel? He surged through the field from the very back to take the victory in race number 2. I spoke to Lee earlier. He did say, I had a little bit of luck on my side with the 2 coming together ahead of me, but even still it was a fantastic drive, and he was there in the right position when the 2 did come together.
Well, it could have been very, very different if they'd got to the end of that first race, hadn't it? And look, I don't think it's a mistake the team will be making again. Great to see Hi-Tec Oils having a bit of success this weekend, because it's been a bit up and down for them when it comes to the TA2 racing. We only saw Brad in a 3rd place at round number 1 back at Winton, so they haven't really had any podium success since then. So this weekend they've had Blake Tracy in the number 1 podium. Now they've had Lee Stibbs in the number 1 position on the podium, and even after those penalties yesterday, Brad Gartner ended up with a 3rd in yesterday's 2nd race in TA2. So good weekend from the Hi-Tec Oils Motorsports crew, who are here again this weekend. 4 cars they're running this weekend, so it's a big crew to get around. But let's focus now as we go on board there just for a moment with Goodacre. Race about to get underway here. Race number 3. It's really like having a second round in the weekend, isn't it? Because they've got a second qualifying session on Friday to set the grid for today. Lee Stibbs is going to be in position number 1. Emery on the inside. Who's going to try and make that dive into turn number 1? Will we see him go side by side like we saw Emery and Studdard? There was a little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact. Studdard goes around the outside of Goodacre. Oh, there might have been a slight bit of contact there. Turn 1 is tumultuous depending on what happens there. And it looks like the Hi-Tec Oils car, Lee Stibbs, may get in the lead here coming out of turn number 2. And we're in Singapore. Look at Donaldson now up into 3rd position, and Goodacre, he's back in 4th. That's not the start he would have wanted.
Oh, straight up the inside though, late on the brakes. Goodacre responds and reclaims 3rd position down at turn number 3. Very nicely done there He knew he needed to make that move quickly if he wanted to go with Jeff Emery and Lee Stibbs up in front, and that's exactly what he did. Big box ticked there for him. Championship leader John Hollinger got through on Danny Studdard as well. After Studdard was squeezed out wide, he tried that outside move, didn't he? Around the outside at turn 1 to give him the inside for 2. That backfired badly, so he's fallen down to 6th behind the former, championship leader in John Hollinger. He relinquished that championship lead yesterday to Jeff Emery with those 2 podium finishes for Emery yesterday. Hollinger has just lost that championship lead, but boy oh boy is it tight at the moment in innovation race cars.
Yeah, it definitely is. There was 3 people fighting, and a bit of a shout out to Jeff Taunton out of Queensland, who unfortunately didn't make it down to this round after a racing incident just a few weeks ago, but all our best wishes out to Jeff, and it's a bit of a shame not to have him here this weekend to continue that battle that those 3 had at the top. Emery still holding out Goodacre at the moment, but Goodacre is the local favourite here really when it comes to experience around this track. He's driven numerous different cars here, whether it be production style, even go-karting I believe back in the day around here as well. So the ULX 110 of Jeff Emery is just in 3rd position. He was really quick to dive up the inside of Donaldson after that start, wasn't he, and make sure that he could try and chase down Emery. We'll have a look at Lee Stibbs though to see how he looks after these tyres at the moment, knowing he's got a little bit of pace there. Potentially, if he is, we saw him a second faster than everybody else in lap times yesterday when he was coming off the back of the pack. That may have taken a little bit out of the tyre though over the weekend.
Yeah, that's a good point that you make there. Goodacre is looking fast at the moment, isn't he? We saw these 2 have a scrap for second early in race number 1 yesterday. Goodacre did eventually make the move with a sublime dive bomb up the inside. It was a great pass, caught Jeff Emery unawares, and he pulled away and was trying to catch up to Lee Stibbs when he spun around at turn number 3. So battle resumes with these 2. It's almost a replica of yesterday. Behind that, got Donaldson, Hollinger, Studdard, and Finn, and even John Crossing as well, all pretty much nose to tail further back down the field. And I think I saw 2 cars side by side.
Have a look at this. Emery's actually gone fastest lap of the race. It's a couple of tenths up on Stibbsy. So although that's out to nearly 1.5 seconds, I wonder whether Stibbs is going to have to get a little bit of a radio from his pit crew to say maybe just get the hot rod going a little bit faster at the moment out there in front. But it's all onto the back here. Have a look at Studdard. It's got Finn and Crossing right behind him, and he doesn't seem to be getting away because John Hollinger's now opened up a little bit of a gap. And despite all the electronics in these cars, it's those little bumps as they come into corners where really the ABS is working very hard to try and pull these cars up, and the faster they go into the corners and the less braking room they leave, all those electronics are working overtime to try and pull these cars up. So little mistakes have been happening there where you get just a pinch of brake for a second before the ABS module lets it go. But they're just coming to terms with a new track, and these cars have never been here before. They're very low, these cars. It's probably a little bit different. They're not going to like taking all the curb on because some of the curbs here are quite tall where they've redone them.
Yeah, it depends on the category. TA2 use the curbs quite a lot around the final sequence corners to help rotate the car. Other categories won't go near the curbs, and particularly these cars being so low to the ground. After the first couple of practice sessions on Friday, they were all saying, I think we need to raise the car up here. This is certainly a bit of a different circuit to what they've been at in recent times. It was Finn and Studdard that I saw side by side on the previous lap. That's why Hollinger has been able to scoot away a little bit in position number 5. But this is the battle to watch at the moment. The fight for second place between Jeff Emery in the IRC car and same behind, directly behind another IRC car. It's the Gap Solutions machine of John Goodacre as they come across the line to complete lap number 4. While these 2 scrap, Lee Stibbs has just set the fastest lap of the race, and he's pulled the margin out to 1.9 seconds. Bit of a twitch there mid-corner for Jeff Emery, I noted. Had to re-steer back into the corner midway through, but he didn't lose too much time there. John Goodacre remains directly on his rear bumper, but Goodacre really squaring the corner off. Very different lines through turns number 3 and 4 between those 2 drivers, and that's a couple of laps in a row I've seen that. So different approaches. Of course, John Goodacre is a South Aussie, the only South Aussie in the field, so he's certainly done probably more miles than these guys put together. Emery in a bit deep at the hairpin. and he's run wide as a result. So along comes Goodacre alongside, all contact rubbing. Emery's left him just about one Innovation Race Car's width, but John Goodacre decides, I think I'm going to come out of this one.
I think Emery escorted him a little bit wide. he made sure he pushed him right to the outside of the track. I'll take you back there for a second, because Lee Stibbs' home track it's not his home track, and he won't have the experience here that Goodacre has.
Correct, yes.
But yes, residing in South Australia, so I'm sure he's seen this track a few times, but have a look at the pace. Let's have a look at a replay of this one. This one's super exciting to watch. Emery, he's been very defensive, makes a little bit of a mistake there. Goodacre comes alongside. Now it's a drag race into the turn there, and they are side by side for a moment. So this is when we get on board with Goodacre, and he's going, well, you open the door, I'm going to take the opportunity. Now it's as they go around the left-hander here. He squeezed out. Oh, he was right on the edge of the track, too. He didn't want to go on the grass. No. In the end, he had to concede that he was going to have to let Emery go by.
Emery, same corner. Is he going to make the same mistake this time? No, absolutely not. The driver of the West Coast Windows Innovation Race Car is not going to make that same mistake twice. And he is holding on to second position. In fact, gapped him in the last lap. But Goodacre is pushing hard. That is for certain at the moment, trying to make hay early on in this race. As we can see in the top corner of the screen, also riding on board with the leader of the race in the Hi-Tec Oil sponsored Innovation Race Car. That is, of course, Lee Stibbs, who's continuing to extend that margin out at the front of the field, now out to 4.2 seconds. Another close battle at the moment is the one between Studded and Finn. But here into turn number 3, what can Goodacre do as he exits the hairpin? Power to the ground. This is where he got the great run yesterday. Through here, through the kink that is turn number 5, flat out in a large majority of the categories here this weekend. And this is where Goodacre made that dive bomb, and he had a good look there, didn't he? Not quite close enough on that occasion, but he showed the nose. He's applying the pressure to Jeff Emery.
I don't think Emery's got a very wide car. Yes, I don't think we've seen anyone in Innovation Race Cars make a car that wide so far. I know this isn't the widest of tracks that we've been on, but you can definitely fit the two Innovation Race Cars side by side around most of it. So Emery's being a little bit defensive there, and Goodacre looks like it's got some pace. So we'll see if he can try and just get a move done at some point with just under 12 minutes remaining in this race. Danny Studded. Well, he's still in front of Finn at the moment in that 6th position. Hollander's just opened up a small gap. In the meantime, we're seeing Stibbsy just go for a couple of fast laps out there. We get on board, and let's just have a listen to Lee Stibbs and the Hi-Tec Oils Innovation Race Car. We're on board with Danny Studded now. Just want to listen to the ABS as they pull up here. Oh, you can hear it fighting, can't you? Yeah, and he's pulling up at the 100-metre mark there too, and I think we've seen him go, I think it's just because of the bumps. Without that, I think you've probably seen him go 75 metres out and really push the ABS up on these cars.
Coming back to the point you made earlier, as you say, just because of the bumps around here, they can't run the traction control and the ABS as they normally would. The bumps unsettle it, and it doesn't work quite as effectively, so they're almost running with no traction control. It's on the lowest setting possible, just to help the back stay in line, basically, but they're very much having to manually use that throttle rather than just mashing the throttle on the exit of every hairpin. They're having to really smoothly apply that throttle pedal under their right foot, as we see the category owner leading just ahead of Finn. This is the fight for position number 6 between Danny Studded and Brian Finn. Brian Finn didn't do the first couple of rounds, joined mid-season, a graduate, I suppose you'd say, of Vic V8s, a multiple-time winner in Vic V8s in his iconic VS Commodore that he ran in HRT colours, and he really was the unstoppable force in the series for a good number of years. But he's made the step up this year into this series, and he's really enjoying himself out there. A bit different, of course, as we say, of course, his Vic V8 car would not have all of these electronic aids, so that's new for him. But certainly a capable driver that we've seen getting stronger and stronger with each round. But his PB results in the last round, finished in position number 4, and he replicated that as well yesterday, as I noted there on the drone cam. The fourth place driver of Donaldson ran really wide, got a kick of oversteer at turn 1 and had to take to that little escape road. So that gap between he and John Hollinger behind has really shrunk as a result, down to just 0.4 of a second. It was well over that at the start of the lap. So Donaldson's got to regroup in his Mark II Mustang. For those that are watching here for the very first time, Innovation Race Cars, you can see that a lot are running the IRC body shells. Those are the most modern machines, but there are Mark I and Mark II cars, which are basically the previous iteration of the Innovation Race Car. So great to have a couple of those out there, and all Mark I and Mark IIs are welcome to compete in this series.
Finn now has got past Danny Studdard in that last lap, so the 82 machine has managed to get the move done, moved up into 6th place there. So Brian Finn just really coming, getting in the groove, I suppose. The Innovation Race Car is where it is. It's a slightly different car there, and this is a replay of how it all happened under brakes. And Studdard goes wide. There you go. Finn just goes through it. And it's a bit of a game of patience, isn't it? 20-minute race out there. You don't need to really push the limits too much to start with sometimes. Just, you know, like anything, a bit of a cat and mouse game where you can get in the mirrors potentially. Now, this will be interesting too, because yesterday this came to a little bit of a slight touch, I suppose, as Donaldson got turned around in yesterday's race. So a bit of deja vu at the moment as John Hollinger comes on the back of Donaldson.
Yes, it's a bit of a case of it's going to be battle recommence right here, right now, isn't it, as you say. They were fighting for, I think it was, 4th position yesterday, and at that very corner, they two came together, Hollinger and Donaldson. The result was that the 111 machine was facing backwards. The Axel's earth-moving Mustang was facing backwards and fell to the very tail of the field. We had a chat with his engineer watching on the hill at turn number 1, and he reported that Donaldson was not too pleased with that particular manoeuvre.
Is that a nice way of saying it?
Yeah, I think so.
He was animated on the radio, is what I heard.
Yes, that's right.
Let's get back on this battle for second place, though. John Goodacre, have a look through the front windows. He clicks down through that paddle shift transaxle. How quick he did that yesterday. It was like 4 gear shifts in about, it's got to be under a second, yeah, for sure. I'm not over-exaggerating that, but yeah, very different with the transaxle in these cars. We did talk about the pneumatic shifter there that helps them out as part of that paddle shift system in the car. So although they're designed to do a lot of endurance racing as well, these cars, so we have seen them at the 6, 12 and 24-hour races around the world. We were speaking yesterday about some of the drivers having their cars overseas as well. We've got a couple of them over in America too, so they're getting built and distributed out of Australia all around the world. Is that there is quite a bit of technology in them, so when it all goes right, it's really great. And although there's a lot of spares and they're very easy to work on, there is some quite complicated bits of gear just happening in the background. So so far they've proven such a great car throughout this season, even in our endurance rounds there, which we'll have at our final round of racing when we go to a winter motor race. So they'll go back to their 50-minute races as well. So great to have the Innovation Race Cars as part of the 2025 season. As we get, that looks like Danny Studdard's car there, and Finn's holding him out now. So they are very evenly matched when it comes to pace. So we've got a battle going on for 2nd, a battle going on for 4th, and a battle going on for 6th. Now, Les Stibbs, well, he's 6 seconds out in the lead. Someone hook up the caravan and see if we can just bring him back into the pack.
I want to get your thoughts, because Danny Studdard yesterday was ultra fast. He was fighting Jeff Emery, of course, for that race victory. So I'm a bit perplexed as to where that pace has gone today.
Well, potentially the geometry in the rear of the car when they put the arms on. Maybe they've made a setting in the change of the camber or something like that. Maybe they're looking for something. We did have that rain overnight, so tyre pressures they went out on yesterday. It is very cool this morning. Yesterday we got away without a jacket. This morning it's with that cold breeze. It's pretty much, you want to have a jumper on out there. So we've got a cooler track. a cleaner track, really, because it's been washed off. So there might not be as much rubber on there as well. So if they've gone out with the same tyre pressures as yesterday, it might just be a little bit slippery for him.
Possibly. Donaldson is really fighting this car at the moment. The Axel's earth-moving machine is sliding around the racetrack, and it's allowing John Hollinger in the Hollinger engineering entry to really hone in on the back of him now. He actually set a PB sector in Sector 1 last lap, so John Hollinger is certainly getting stronger as this race goes on. He said to me yesterday, I've got good race pace this weekend, I just didn't deliver in qualifying, and he's really, as a result of that, been playing catch-up ever since. Of course, qualifying quite important in this series because there's 2 qualifyings and it sets the grid for that first race on each day. So if you don't qualify too well, that first race is all about getting back to where you should be, and that's what he's having problems with at the moment. He's clearly got more pace than Axel Donaldson, but he cannot find a way by at the moment as he goes down through the gearbox. Lots of heavy braking points here at this circuit. Turn 1, Turn 5 and Turn 7, all heavy braking points. And yeah, got to be hard on the gearing down through that gearbox. It's a paddle shift operated Albin 6-speed transaxle gearbox, and it's a pretty reliable thing, that is for sure. And you can, as we said, you can be pretty aggressive on it, that is for sure. Looking around, there are a few PB sectors, Finn and Studdard as well. Both of the cars on the screen set PB sectors on the last lap, and in fact Studdard set his best lap of the race. So despite Finn moving past him, Studdard is remaining on his tail.
Yeah, just having a look, you're speaking about the race pace when it comes to the cars, and from 3rd place down to 7th, last lap out, they were all within 0.2 of a second of each other. So they are very even out there now that they've got their tyres up to temperature and they've got their race pace. Lee Stibbs is a bit of a standout there at the moment, but he's slowing the car down. So they are racing to a time at the moment. I think they're just trying to match the guys in 2nd and 3rd. Like Emery and Goodacre, that's all they're doing at the moment.
That's what Lee Stibbs said to me prior to the race. Says, I'm just going to try and, effectively he said, I'll just try and pull away, and then it'll just be effectively keeping it on the road. Driving to a number is effectively what he said to me. So yeah, that is his plan. No point charging 12 seconds down the road and firing it off. Might as well just conserve that gap. Don't use up the tyres too much. Keep it on the black stuff. Just drive it at 95%. Although a lot of drivers say when you do drive at 95%, that's when the errors start to come in, because you're not subconsciously thinking about things. You have to rejudge your braking points and everything. So it is often harder to drive at 95% than it is at 100%, as weird as it sounds.
Yeah, they might be able to play just a little bit safer there, grab another 10 metres of braking area and things like that, just so they're not trying to lock those tyres up and conserve them a little bit. Obviously, they will start the race where they finish in this race. So at the moment, Lee Stibbs potentially start off number 1 again if he can continue on the way he is. There we go. We go back to Donaldson, the Axel's earth-moving entry, the 111. In 4th position with John Hollinger right on the back now. That is back down to less than 1 second between them. Studdard still chasing in the background to Finn as well, and that's down to less than 1 second as well. But Donaldson liking to slide the car just a little.
Yeah, he had a big twitch through Turn 9, and it meant that he couldn't get the car back towards the apex of Turn 10. He was sliding out sideways, so he's really, as I say, wrestling that machine at the moment. How good does the rear end of that Mustang look with the huge aerodynamic aid on the rear? Certainly looks good, doesn't it? Here it is. We're going to get a great shot, a nice zoomed-in shot of that rear end. Yeah, such downforce these cars produce.
Yeah, one of the Mark II cars, obviously they were the Mustangs. They came out quite a not that much fun, and even considering the development in the car, the new IRCs still aren't necessarily the dominant car at every track. So the Mark II car is very, very competitive out there as well. And I suppose the opportunity when it comes to our endurance rounds is to have 2 drivers and share some of the costs. So we will see that actually. With the Donaldsons and then a couple of other teams there where they'll have 2 drivers there, be able to share some of the driving and the costs of a weekend. When it comes to innovation race cars, obviously the different formats, trying to promote more people getting behind the wheel of these supreme vehicles. Donaldson still leading over Hollinger at the moment. I don't know if Hollinger's going to be as keen to have that little dive down the inside after yesterday's racing. But he'll want to try and get a position up, though, because Emery up in second position, although he's not running away with the points, it just gives him that slight little advantage at the moment. It's 9 points in the championship in favour of Jeff Emery over John Hollinger.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty tight, so every point is crucial here for Hollinger at the moment. He doesn't want cars between he and Jeff Emery as we ride on board with Danny Studdard. You can hear the LS3 6.2 litre V8 engine roaring down the back straight, and boy do they sound good, mate. 550 brake horsepower at just over 6,000 RPM. They are huge beasts of a machine, that is for sure. Even the Mark II car, we said, didn't we, how loud the Donaldson car was yesterday. It's actually louder than the IRC cars. That's a 5.2 litre quad cam V8. It actually produces 615 brake horsepower. So the Mark II car is actually a little bit more powerful, but it's not as good in a straight line, got a bit more aero on it. So it's not as efficient in a straight line. This Mark I machine, that's got a 5 litre V8 Coyote engine in it, 550 brake horsepower for this particular machine. The Mark Is, they were built in 3 different body shapes. This popular Ford Focus, also the Mazda 3 body shape, and the BMW M235i as well.
So we're on the final lap here of the Innovation Race Cars. Well, it's race number 1 for Sunday, race 3 of the weekend. And have a look at Donaldson. They'll be coming around. This is the battle you've got on your screen at the moment, and that's for 4th position as we go on board. This looks like our leader, Lee Stibbs, coming around the final couple of corners. Will he get his 2nd victory out of 3 races? Brand new to the Innovation Race Car Series, brand new car, and across the finish line to take the checkered flag and gets himself another win there. Emery just got across the line in 2nd position now. He opened up a little bit of a gap on Goodacre, so potentially something happened there.
There's been a change on the final lap further back. Donaldson is just going to hold on by half a car length, but behind, Studdard has made his way past Finn on the final lap and slid out the final corner. So he managed to get through, set his PB lap on the 2nd to last lap, and then managed to make his way through on the final tour. So nice job there for Danny Studdard. Good recovery in what was a challenging race for him. Lee Stibbs, the victor in that one by a comfortable 4.7 seconds. Margin came down a little bit towards the end, but I think he was just cruising to the flag. Jeff Emery came home in 2nd, as you say, really gapping Goodacre late on in that one. Axel Donaldson came home in 4th position, holding off John Hollinger in that race. Beyond that, Danny Studdard got past Brian Finn right at the death, and Joe Crossing in the Mark I Ford Focus came home in position at number 8.
Really starting to find their groove around this little 2.6 kilometre track here at Mallala Motorsport Park. It's got a whole heap of history, and I like to say it's got character. You walk in, you almost feel the personality of the track, don't you? For the first time you're driving the gates, you get to come here a little bit more often than the rest of us, but yeah, you really feel it as Lee Stibbs just giving a cool-down lap there, and I'm sure he'll be happy to get himself another race win. Emery, the only one to get on all 3 podiums at the moment. He's had a win, a 3rd and a 2nd, so he's been on every step of that podium so far this weekend. Jeff Emery, let's have a look at some of the race highlights, though. The start was always going to be interesting. Emery's been here before. Last time he was in pole position, he had started on the inside, but tell you what, Lee Stibbs, pedal to the metal, and he just got in front there. He's got the racing line into turn number 2, and he held on to that. In the Hi-Tec Oils entry, Emery, I think he just knew it was all about what's happening behind, but it was Donaldson who got an early start on Goodacre.
But not for long, straight away, just a couple of corners in, bang, back up the inside came John Goodacre to reclaim that 3rd position. And then he went on the attack on Jeff Emery, forced him into a mistake down at the northern hairpin, and then tried to go around the outside. But Emery squeezed him right to the white line, and Goodacre was forced to back out of that move.
Yeah, didn't he really make sure he was on the outside of that? Now, a little mistake from Danny Studdard. He couldn't get away from Brian Finn, so in the end, Finn just goes, you know what, if you're going to go wide, I'm happy to come down the inside. Now, this is the final moments of the race where Lee Stibbs had that lead, which he just let dwindle down a little bit, just running to a time at that point. If Jeff Emery there just opened up a little gap on Goodacre, so something happening in the background there, and Danny Studdard in the dying moments got Brian Finn on that last lap as well. And there's your race highlights. Race number 3 this weekend of the Innovation Race Cars. Chris Pither will be happy to get Lee Stibbs out of there. He's really enjoying
engineering on this car. It probably brings him back to a bit more of the dynamics, I suppose, which he would have seen in the touring car days and the supercar days. Not so much as agriculture, I suppose, as the TA2. Though there's a lot of electronics, a lot of things you can do to them. These things have a little bit more refinement in them, especially when they come out of the factory with some of that really tricky suspension there. And that's his family down there too. Great to, you know, it's the best thing about when you can race back at in your state is that you can actually have your family come down. Right. What a weekend for Lee Stibbs.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, he lives in South Australia, but he claims to still be from the New South Wales state. So, yeah, very... he's always travelling, is Lee Stibbs. But, yeah, great to see his friends and family down here. And, Mel, you're down there with our top three.
I am John Goodacre. We predicted a podium before the start of this race, and here you are.
Yeah, a bit disappointing couldn't get up to second, but we gave it a good crack.
He left the door open there at one point. I thought you had it.
Yeah, he left it open and closed it up fairly soon after Pacific Waste there.
Well, good result, P3, podium achieved.
Yeah, can't complain about that. Thanks very much.
Jeff Emery, you did look like you might have left the door open a few times there, but you were able to shut it.
Yeah, look, at the start I was struggling to pull it up into the hairpin there, so I was leaving myself a bit vulnerable to John, and obviously John was a bit stronger there, so obviously he got up beside me lap 5 or 6, but I just put my head down after that and started getting it right, started making less mistakes and pulled away, which was good. So obviously Johnny gave me a bit of room there as well, so got to thank you for that too. But that was good hard racing. I enjoyed every bit of it. I obviously didn't have the speed that Lee's got over there, but I'm happy with the result.
Great, and you're still on top of the championship, so second place will still give you more points.
Yeah, that's the plan this weekend, is to finish all the races, obviously. We haven't been able to do that this year. One more to go.
Fantastic.
Don't jinx me.
And another race victory for Lee Stibbs with the cutest pit crew there is. How good is it that Daddy won?
Good. Good.
You must love driving this car.
Yeah, blessed, very, very blessed. So just grateful for the opportunity George and the Hi-Tec guys have given us. So, thoroughly enjoying it.
Been great to watch, one more to go.
Yeah, looking forward to it. All the guys in the category have been great, embraced me really well. So all the best to Jeff and Goodacre for the next one. So looking forward to it.
Great stuff, thanks.
Well done.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, that's our sentiments exactly. Daddy, well done.
Indeed.
Well done, Lee Stibbs. Yes, a very happy weekend for him as we move on to our next category who have come out for their third race of the weekend as well. Of course, it's the Formula Vs who join us back here at the Hi-Tec Oz Super Series. A very short national series for them, but great to have them joining us once again. But it's all about Reynolds at the front and McDonald, because that was the fight that we saw yesterday. That's going to continue on. And in the first race, it was just 1/10 of a second between them. So we'll wait and see. And that went right down to the last couple of corners. But the race start is underway. And as they move down into turn number 1, it looks like McDonald's may have got the jump on Reynolds, and that checkmate chassis.
Yeah, certainly has. He got a great launch away from the line and comfortably led into that first corner. They're all making their way through turns 1 and 2 successfully. But despite getting the launch and leading away quite comfortably, Reynolds is sticking to the rear end of his machine, as we have come to expect in this series. Further back, 2x2, side by side, further down the field through the turn 3 hairpin, and then they hit the back stretch. And this is where Formula V racing really does come into its own. It's all about slipstreaming. It's like a high-speed game of chess, and we've seen the first move made by Daniel Reynolds on the back stretch, slipstreaming by later on the brakes on the racing line, and is able to take the lead. Now, yesterday we saw Heidman, didn't we? He tried to take the fight to the top 2. He's unable to do so in race 1. Race 2, he stayed with them for a large portion of the race, but in the end did drop back, as well as Clifton. Locks up there at turn number 8. He just about made the corner there, sitting in position number 6 at the moment. But yeah, coming on to those top 3 again, it really was the fight between the 2 for a majority of the day yesterday.
Yeah, that's the one we were watching for most of the race, and it did jostle, didn't it, those 2? They're going at it as well, and it's got some championship implications as well for those 2 that are here this weekend. So we'll probably see that continue on at the moment, and the slipstream taking effect at the level. Look at McDonald, just has a look, but he's not going to make it happen on this one. And he waited late in the race of race number 1. It was only in the last probably 3 or 4 laps we saw him start to take those position, I suppose, risks down the inside, take a risky manoeuvre down the inside, got it done. And he was almost experimenting with where the move needed to be done to ensure he stayed on the right side of the track to continue on and get the win. And it was, like we say, a tenth of a second. How close is that nose cone? It must look like you run it through a sanding belt, I reckon.
Looks like an anteater under brakes, doesn't it, as he slams on the anchors, but he's got a lovely run out of there. Forced Reynolds to go defensive into the northern hairpin. Got a great run out of the corner as a result of will take up the running at the front of the field down into turn number 8. Yesterday, as you say, race 1 went right down to the wire. McDonald went around the outside at turn 9 to sling it up the inside and snatch victory away from Reynolds at the very final corner. Race 2, though, McDonald was not able to stay with him. He made a couple of errors, and that just meant he fell out of that toe, out of the draft, and from that point, they were matching. They were so even on pace. Once he fell out of the slipstream, that was it then. He couldn't catch back up again. So this time McDonald will really try not to make those errors early in this race and remain in Reynolds' slipstream, potentially take the lead like he has now. Just remain with the number 51 machine, the checkmate chassis throughout the race, so he's in the fight come those closing laps. And that's what Hedderman will also try and do as well in position number 3, but he's already fallen over a second behind.
Well, this is the battle for 10th position at the moment. Newell in the 36 machine leading over Moran and Westerhout. As we head back to our leaders on track, McDonald, I don't think he's too worried about it at this point. There's still more than 16 minutes remaining in this race. And look at the nose cone right under the exhaust pipe, tucking in there. Whether he's going to try and work together potentially to try and get away from Hedderman.
Yeah, that's the question.
You know what I mean? Like, if they can get away, they don't have to worry. Because look how close he is at the moment, and that's still less than a second behind McDonald.
These two are the championship contenders, though, and I think both of them will probably think, you know, if Hedderman can get inside us, you know, get in between us, if I take the victory and he's in second, they'll probably want him to join the fight. Both of them will be thinking, if I can get him in between myself and my title rival, that would only be a good thing. So it's going to be interesting to see how they do play it, but the top 3 at the moment are very much pulling away. So Hedderman going with them at this point in time, which is good to see. Daniel Reynolds, fastest first sector of the race, but this is where the slipstream really does come into effect on the back straight. This is what these first few laps are about. It's trying to find out where your strengths are, where your weaknesses are, how strong the toe is this morning with the wind, of course. It was pretty still late yesterday, and it's pretty still again today, but you can see already they are testing each other, just finding out where each other's strengths and weaknesses are today. And this is definitely the closest we've seen Hedderman to the top 2 for quite some time this weekend.
Yeah, not letting him get away. It'll be a bit of a gamble, I think, on tyre pressures today. Like I said earlier, is that it was cool this morning. Slightly different track now. It's going to be different to yesterday as well with that rain we had overnight and in the late hours or the early hours of this morning as well. So it was still damp when we got here to the track this morning before 8 o'clock. Well, that dried out pretty quick with that wind that comes across here at Mallala. So McDonald back in the lead of this one with Reynolds in second position. We have a little bit of a battle going on further down. This is the battle for 4th. Harriet out there in the orange machine with Ogden behind, who yesterday had an issue with a spark plug being stripped out of the head, I believe. So they had some mechanical issues yesterday. Great to see them back out on track, and this should be a fresh day for them as they slide it out there. Ogden in the orange machine over Bean.
Correct. So that was a huge slide there for Ogden. He nearly looped it down there at turn number 2. You don't normally see Formula V cars get that sideways and stay facing in the right direction. Normally, if they go that sideways, you're on the lock stops and you lose the rear end as the fight up the front continues once more. So McDonald back up the inside, or in fact a defensive move that was down there into the northern hairpin. This is good quality racing already this morning in the Australian Formula V Championship. Their final round of the season, a season that started at Calder Park Raceway. They've then been with us ever since on the Hi-Tec All Super Series bill, competing at Sydney Motorsport Park at Queensland Raceway, and then here rounding out their 4-round season. Very much a national series this weekend and all season really. As you said yesterday, depending on what state we've been in, we've had a lot of locals, but we've had the usual Queenslanders, West Aussies, and of course Daniel Reynolds from Canberra, who's gone and done every round. So we've had that core group, haven't we, of about a dozen that have gone to every event and joined the local contingency.
Yeah, it definitely had. It's made for an interesting season, especially when we consider there are a couple of things there to do with the points that will adjust some things. And we'll let them sort that out with the Formula V category, because there's so many points up for grabs in each round. Like there's over 500 points available, which means if you have one bad weekend, you can fall right back in the numbers. Here we go, they're side by side once again. Reynolds around the outside, and McDonald, well, he can't hold on to it that time. The runner's on, but he goes wide, right up on the ripple strip there. And that really hurts the drive out of that corner. And have a look at McDonald now. He's got to go the long way around, but he's down the inside line. I don't think he's close enough. He's going to duck back in behind as well.
Yeah, despite that little error there from Reynolds, he was able to hold on that occasion. But notably, Hediman has fallen back off these top two. He's dropped back quite significantly, despite setting a PB sector at the start of this lap. He is 1.8 seconds. Make that 2 seconds behind now as he comes across the line. So the top two, because they're not fighting as much on the last couple of laps, they've been able to break away from Hediman, who was second in both races yesterday and is looking to finish in that position again, or potentially improve in his Rapier 09. A few people said to me coming into the weekend, it's a shorter wheelbase chassis which will work well around the tight corners around this venue, and I think it has. He has been pretty competitive this weekend. You'd say a bit closer to the front running two than he normally would be, but it's still, I don't think, quite enough to really take the fight to these guys here this weekend. They've been the class of the field. Oh, Daniel Reynolds chirping the front wheels there under brakes, run wide as a result. Effectively, that was locking up under brakes, so he forced into an error by McDonald, who slides up around the outside through the flat-out kink and will take the inside running into the final hairpin on this lap. So many great overtaking opportunities here at Mallala Motorsport Park in South Australia. For many young people, they've not only not been here before, but a lot of them have never seen the place on TV because, of course, particularly our Formula Ford stars, back when this track was last used in national Formula Ford competition, they were just babies.
Were they even born? Some of
them wouldn't have been born, exactly right.
Some of them would have been thought about.
A couple of them hadn't even heard of the track when it was announced on the calendar at the start of the year, which really does highlight just, how fresh it is back in the national spotlight. First national event here at Mallala Motorsport Park in nearly a decade, as side by side there is a fight further down the order.
Yeah, it looks like Reinstein and Bialik is out there taking on now. Bialik leading the 1200 class. So we haven't mentioned that today, have we? That there is a 1600cc engine, 1200cc. So Bialik is leading that one. Oh no, this is the leaders. Wow, they are really pushing their braking markers at the moment, aren't they? You can see that tyre lock up there, but Reynolds goes back around in the number 78 Checkmate chassis. McDonald relegated back to second position. Now they're going to keep jostling the entire time. They've got almost 10 minutes remaining, and depending on when they cross the finish line, we've got to complete that lap. So we could have a good 10 minutes of this battle still to remain.
Yeah, exactly. We're only just over the halfway stage, so let's not get too carried away with claiming the victory just yet. This is a marathon, not a sprint out there at the moment, as we look at one of my favourite liveries with the shark teeth. That is, of course, Newell, who is in position number 10, just ahead of Moran, who comes from Queensland, and going around the outside at the sweeper down towards turn number 8. Good battle between these two. They were fighting for much of yesterday as well, and they remain side by side. This is great stuff between the pair, and it's going to be the 36 that holds on of Newell. But look, Bezik's come into the fight as well. Another Queenslander joins the duel. Of course, the Queenslanders were at the Ben Motorsport Park last weekend. In fact, a large majority of the field were at the Ben Motorsport Park last weekend for their national challenge, and that went the way for a 5th time of Michael Kinsella. He pipped Daniel Reynolds right at the end of the race. Unfortunately, Kinsella, a regular in the National Series, has competed in it for many, many years. Because it was back-to-back weekends, he couldn't get the time off work and unfortunately had to skip this event. But of course, you do have the drop-around point system in the Australian Formula V Series. So although he's not here, it doesn't look as bad on paper as it does in front of us.
Yes, we're looking at the live scores at the moment here, and they'll travel down now. This could get interesting as they start to come and get a few back markers lapping a little bit of traffic at the moment.
Oh,
could play into someone's advantage. Oh, yeah, I know. That's the 39. That's Midwinter.
Baxter Midwinter, local South Australian. He knows this track like the back of his hand. Both the Midwinters here this weekend, both Baxter and Julian Midwinter, both competing in the 1200cc class, and they're actually now on the road to together in 21st and 22nd, but Julian Midwinter has already retired the car after just a lap in this race, so that's a shame that his race has come to an early end. But a good contingency of 1200cc cars. We've got a half dozen here this weekend, which is really, really good to see. Large bulk of them made up by the South Australians, but a great battle this. Up the front, McDonald certainly not made those midway race errors like he did yesterday. He is remaining in the wheel tracks of Daniel Reynolds. He's gone purple in Sector 1, a PB in Sector 2, so I think McDonald is really starting to push now.
He's going to have to. The time is ticking away. We're under 7 minutes remaining in this race, and with some lap traffic getting in the way, it can upset your race line. So Reynolds can pick it at the right moment. It could be an advantage. They just go past Butler, who's down in 17th position. Just running his own little race down there at the moment. He's between 16th and 18th, but they've got a little bit of a gap either side.
Absolutely. Through they go, through turn number 2. Tricky corner, that one. There's so many different ways you can approach it, depending on if you're on the attack, if you're defending, if you're on a quali lap, if you're by yourself in a race. There's multiple different lines that you can take, and it depends as well if you've got a rear-wheel drive car or front-wheel drive car and what category you're in. So it's a really unique corner, that one, because you go through turn 1. It's quite cambered turn 1, but if you get spat out too wide, you miss the apex, you end up compromising turn 2 quite badly. So it's very much a compromised section of road, a bit like the final sequence of corners as well. Oh, Reynolds again. Those front wheels really chirp when he's hard on the anchors, don't they?
Have a look at this. McDonald, he's just testing the waters again, I think, just trying to find out, because we know Reynolds said, you know what, I know how to cover him up now. I know his tricks of the trade, but you're going to have to come up with some new tricks at this point, I think, just to try and suss out where you're going to be, where you want to put the car at certain parts of the track so it opens Reynolds up at the opportunistic moment there in the final closing stages. There is nothing between the pace of these two at the moment. Like, I don't think it would matter. No one's going to get in front and run away. They can't break that toe that they've getting down these little straights here at Mallala. So you've got to find, sometimes it's an advantage to be in second coming into the final lap of the race. We see that in the legend cars as well. So if you're that close and that evenly matched, sometimes the waiting game's better. But potentially you get a little bit more temperature in those brakes, and being air-cooled engine at the rear, I don't think that's going to bother them too much, but potentially a little bit of aero wash as well.
Bilek, the 1200cc class leader, moving on through ahead of the 35, but with 400 extra cc's. Back will come Reichstein back up the inside into turn number 8. Going back to that lead battle, McDonald set purple sectors on the last couple of laps, but both times he's been close enough but hasn't lunged up the inside at turn number 8. I think he's keeping his powder dry. I don't think he wants to show his hand too early. So I think turn number 8, here we are, Reynolds this time defending turn 8. So I think these two are both keeping their cards close to their chest. The question is, when will they start to play those joker cards?
Yeah, Magician always keeps his best trick for last, Dan.
Indeed.
He's got to keep that up his sleeve. But look at him. He's pushing him, because those little mistakes that Reynolds is making, those little brake lock-ups and things like that, it's going to start hurting that tyre. And if he gets a vibration, like we do, you get a little flat spot on the tyre, creates a vibration with the car, it's harder to drive. And with the little bumps coming in there, there's more opportunity each time for it to lock up and lock up for a little bit longer as he's trying to modulate that brake pedal. So I think the pressure is what McDonald needs to do. It's not necessarily lead this race. We've still got a few minutes left, which means we've probably got 3 or 4 laps. Is just keep pushing. A mistake at this track will send you off. I know we don't have sand traps as such, so generally you can get out, but if you get in there, you're going to buy yourself 20 or 30 seconds.
Absolutely. Here they are side by side into that hairpin. And again, Reynolds, you can hear it through the audio, the sound of the car, the chirping of the tyres, and then the over-rotation as the rear comes out sliding on him. But he's able to save it each time, but it certainly looks a bit of a handful, the Checkmate chassis out there for him at the moment, as McDonald is really applying the pressure. Reynolds has taken 6 wins in the championship this season. McDonald has taken 4. They are the most winningest of the Formula V drivers this season. By far. So, of course, with Kinsella not here this weekend, he'd taken 3 coming into this round. Further back down the field, we look at Harriet and Ogden. Great performance from Ogden. We said he had problems yesterday, but he has been fantastic in this one, hasn't he? He's in an outright position number 4, made his way through the field with a relative ease, which is really, really good to see. And that is great news. Interesting to see if he can take the fight potentially to Hedeman later on this afternoon. I'm looking at their lap times. He's about half a second slower a lap than the man who's in position number 3, but we've not seen Ogden in the tow of Hedeman, which can make a huge difference in Formula V machinery. As they head on further back through the field, down towards turn number 3. Hugh East, the red machine, I believe, has just been lapped by car number 13, and he has. That's Bean, who's sitting comfortably inside the top 10. I tell you what, I wouldn't run with number 13. I'm quite superstitious with that number. You've got to, you can't be superstitious and run that number. That is for certain.
No, I don't think it's everyone's number.
No,
I don't think too many would take the risk on that one.
The last person in Formula 1 was Pastor Maldonado over a decade ago, so it shows that Formula 1 drivers are superstitious and want to stay away from the number.
Well, I think you do everything, don't you, to put luck on your side. You're not going to risk absolute anything when it comes to racing. The fight still continues on at the lead here at the moment. We are less than 1 minute remaining in race trim. I don't know whether they're going to get around and start another lap. That is going to be the question with 45 seconds remaining. They're doing about a 1:20 each time they go around. Midwinter, the number 39 in 19th position. That actually might have just got past East, actually.
Yeah, he did.
He'd just gone past East for 18th position. So that battle still continues on there. Is that Thompson behind in the yellow 17? Potentially that's going to be there as well. So Kathy Lisson up into 16th, Butler up into 17th. So there must have been a little bit of a moment there as our leaders still battling it out with just a few seconds remaining in this race. Where are they going to take the risk? Where will McDonald try and push the limits of the car? Can Reynolds hold on to those brakes? He's had those lockups. Looks like he might be up on him on the outside, but the inside line's going to be for Reynolds. Reynolds pulls the little chassis up. Bit of a zigzag through here as our time is done in the race. Well, they slide around just a little bit, don't they?
Last lap then. This is the final lap of the race. McDonald, fastest lap of the race on lap number 11. And he set a fastest first sector on the last lap as well. McDonald is attacking hard here in the late stages of this race. Oh, a spinner for car number 17 out there. That's Thompson, who was just coming into the battle with Midwinter and East, but he has looped it around on the final lap of this race. So a potential podium in the 1200cc class has gone begging. Look at this on the back straight. They are catching a whole group of back markers. Will these cars play a factor in the final half a lap of this race? They're side by side into the hairpin again. Reynolds chirping under brakes. Nice exit from McDonald, but are they going to be able to go too wide through the kink of turn number 7? No, not quite. This is going to be fascinating though. How are they going to judge the lap traffic down towards turn number 8? The answer, they'll both go to the inside. Oh, Reynolds placed that car perfectly. He forced McDonald to get balked behind the lap traffic, and that move might just seal the victory for him. He comes around the final corner. Nice exit from McDonald, but the straight is not long enough. Reynolds holds on, despite McDonald setting the fastest lap on the final lap of the race. He threw everything at it, but it wasn't quite enough. The margin in the end, just under 2/10.
Oh, no, close racing from those two at the front, hasn't it? Reynolds and McDonald's really putting the show on this weekend for the Formula Vs here at Mallala Motorsport Park. The 71 Ogden, great to see back on track in day number 2 of competition. It's always hard when you get some mechanical issues on day number 1, but finishes in 4th position with Harriet in 5th position in the number 16 machine.
We saw Harriet and Clifton having a great duel yesterday for 4th position. Clifton got pushed back a little bit early on in the race, but he did recover back to finish in 6th position. So the South Australian best of the locals there. And further down the field, we await our 1200cc class leader, who is Matthew Bialek at the moment. But the tail enders of the 1600s continue to come across the line, including that car, number 17, also the number 36 of Newell.
Yeah, holds out Beswick right down to the finish line. Just having a look to see him. Moran comes across the line as well. So it'll be Wester Howard. He's made the trip down from Queensland as well this weekend to be here. Spent a couple of weeks down in South Oz, and he ends up in 13th position with Bialek in 14th, just behind. So the leader in the 1200 class. And there's our race winner, though. Reynolds still leading this championship, we believe. We're putting the numbers together there as we speak. So another race win will just extend his lead in the championship in this final round for them in their Australian Championship. Race number 3, Daniel Reynolds, Alex McDonald in second by just 1800ths of a second. Hedeman will have to come in 3rd position for the 3rd time this weekend. Ogden, great to see him back there in the field as well. Rod Lisson, after some repairs yesterday, or on Friday there, in 9th position, so working his way back through what is a very busy mid-pack. Matthew Bialek in the number 64 in 14th position overall, but the leader in our 1200cc class once again. So he's been very dominant there, and in that bottom pack of the 1600, so he's been very fast. Let's have a look at some of the highlights of this race number 3, Dan. And McDonald took the lead going into turn number 1. Got a fantastic start, really, because Reynolds has been super quick. There was the 2 at the back there where we saw Hedeman really go at it for a second there, and the battle continued on.
This was the first of many overtakes that we saw throughout the race, but McDonald was leading for quite a portion, but around the outside went Reynolds on that opening lap to take the race lead. But McDonald wasn't having any of it, and a couple of laps later he responded back around the outside, almost replicating that move. Ogden, as we said, was the real hard charger. He had a huge slide through turn number 2, a good catch from him. That could have very much brought his race undone, but he caught it and ended up finishing in 4th place. Reynolds moved back through. He did run a little bit wide there, and that did allow McDonald back by a couple of laps later. He made that move, but there were so many overtakes for the race lead. It was absolutely scintillating stuff. That was the spin for number 17. We saw the recovery, but that was the moment. But Reynolds, despite all the lap traffic, was able to hold on, and he took the race win by just under 0.2 of a second. Mel, to you.
3 for 3, Alex Hedeman. Another lonely drive for you then.
Yeah, it was a little disappointing, but I've got one more chance, so I'll give it my best then.
Would you rather be out there having someone to race with, or is it quite unstressful being by yourself?
It is unstressful, but it's not nearly as fun, so.
Oh well, there's one to go.
Yep, thank you.
Alex McDonald, you did not give up even towards the end. You posted your fastest lap on lap 11.
Okay, nice. Yeah, it was close racing. I was throwing everything at it, but yeah, couldn't quite get there in the end. So.
Great racing. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Daniel Reynolds, you were ahead for most of that race. Not as many lead changes. Looked like you had that one.
Well, I mean, he certainly made me work for it. I had to defend a lot longer than I would have liked, but and yeah, obviously couldn't pull away this time. So yeah, it was a very close race and really made me earn it.
And what were you thinking as you just came up to that lap car with a couple of corners to go?
Yeah, well, I mean, anything can happen. So, I mean, you can just catch them at the wrong time or right time. I don't know if it really affected either of us too much, but yeah, they can always play a part, and luckily it turned out okay for me.
Well, you guys are brilliant to watch. You're still in the championship. You're first and second in the round. We can't wait for the last race.
Yeah, look forward to another one. Thank you.
Yeah, Daniel Reynolds, very smart racer in the end. I think the lap traffic may have helped out a little bit because it made the track very skinny.
Yeah, correct.
He has only one way to get through, so we'll wait and see how that goes. But he's definitely got an advantage in the championship running at the moment. But CFH Hire Legend Cars Australia up next, and let's have a look at some of the race highlights from yesterday. Ruben Dan in the 111 machine, the CXC car, that's been the one we've been talking about, the young gun who's just come into the series and been absolutely dominant at the start. Aidan Williams is now leading the championship over Dylan Thomas, who didn't finish race number 1, so he's got a big 0 next to that one. Shane Tate, well, he had an unfortunate race number 1 and had to start from down the back of the field as well, and he worked his way through in the budget car rentals entry with some great onboard footage there as he just went past Benny Goodrich in this fight. Scotty Morgan just in front. There was plenty going on. Now Maverick got in the fight here between Williams and Benno, and he just couldn't get the move done. He was just outside the podium in both those races yesterday in 4th position, but Comenaberry, he's doing a fantastic job this weekend, stepping up from the Excels in 2025. But Aidan Williams from the New South Wales coast, well, leading the championship. This was unfortunate as well with Holder coming off the track there, just coming out of turn number 1 where he had to jump out of the car. Benno in the project300.com.au entry, well, he's been very quick this weekend, but it was a restart after a safety car there, obviously with Holder coming off the track, and Ruben Dan managed to hold on, and the CXC crew very happy this weekend, especially with the fight back coming from Dylan Thomas.
Absolutely, it's been a great performance from Dan so far. We did have a reverse grid race earlier on today, top 10 inverted, and these were the results from that one. Williams taking the win from Tate, and there are a few notable names towards the tail of the field, including Goodrich and also Benno, who finished on the podium in the first 2 races, so look out for the number 300 car from the very tail of the field. But we are underway. The launch towards turn number 1 is very even. They're spreading 3 wide, nearly 4 wide in the mid-pack. They've just about, I think, all got away with that one. But our race 3 winner, Aidan Williams, is out in front ahead of Tate with the 2 CXC machines directly behind Thomas in 3rd. And from well down the order, really nice start from Dan from 6th up to 4th. So he's made up 2 places at the start of this one. Great start from the youngster.
Great for Ruben Dan to come alongside him as well. So will the teammates work together at the start of this race? Potentially. Shane Tate has been fast all weekend. Ryan Pring, our national champion, actually struggling with some gearbox issues, which has caused him to cook the brakes as well, and they got stuck on. So he's battling a plague of issues with the car, which has taken a lot of confidence out of his driving as Aidan Williams just loses a spot there as Dylan Thomas and Shane Tate go through. Now, Ruben Dan's so young when we talk about him competing overseas in the Ginetta Series over there in Europe. He's been in the Toyota 86 Development Series here in Australia as well. He's super fast. He didn't get a chance to get through the traffic last time, and I'm sure he's had some coaching from Dylan Thomas, who has a wealth of experience in so many different forms of motor racing, and now they're up into 2nd and 3rd.
Certainly are, as they come across the line to complete lap 1. I noted how strong the slipstream was on that back straight. Williams led going on to the back stretch, made a nice exit out of the hairpin, but by the time they got to turn 5, he was in position number 3 and just trying to hold on even to that position. He's now been shuffled back since to 4th position, so it looks to me like there's a bit of a headwind on the back straight compared to yesterday. We're seeing a lot more slipstreaming as there's a bit of a lock-up with one of our top 2 contenders. Does anybody run wide? No, that's one of the things of legend cars, because they're so light, you can lock up and still make the apex of the corner. But look at the toe. Look at Dylan Thomas hone in on the rear of Shane Tate on the back straight. That is visible down there. You could see how much he closed in, but Tate placed the car in the right place through the kink. It meant that Thomas could not continue that run. And in fact, Thomas might get his pocket picked by his teammate. Will he? No, not quite. Dan forced to roll out of that one, and now he is under attack from Aidan Williams. This is great Legend Cars racing. This is what we expected here at Mallala, and they are showing us just how good this racing is around here. Yesterday, Dan broke away early and was able to pull away into the distance. He is not able to do that today with the reverse grid earlier on, and now he's right in the fight in this one as well, defending down in towards turn number 1. He might be young, but I tell you what, he's done a lot more racing than his fellow competitors in recent times, racing overseas in England last year in Ginetta Juniors, and then racing 86 Scholarship Series for much of this year as well. So he has been a very busy man behind the wheel, but he said to me, this is something completely different.
And it might be about the team as well this weekend, despite he's on track probably for a round win. Dylan Thomas had 0 points in race number 1 with that DNF, but Dylan Thomas has a championship on the line over Aidan Williams, so they need to keep the green and gold machine out of that top 3 if they possibly can. Shane Tate under all sorts of pressure as both the CXC machines go too wide, and Ruben Dan, he's not giving the boss, he's not letting him go, is he? Really pushing him to the outside, gets up on the curb. They managed to keep Aidan Williams out of this little fight, because we see that happen a lot of times. You lose a little bit of drive. They're not overpowered, these machines. Dylan Thomas under brakes, dives down the inside. Ruben Dan will go past Tate as well. And is that... Oh no, that's still the CXC machines on the right-hand side. Ruben Dan will try and cover that overtaking manoeuvre now in the 111 as they head down to complete another lap. And Tate, though, gets a little bit of extra drive. Ruben on the inside. Tate can hang on to the outside, which he just can't get up there. Now Aidan Williams fires down the inside. Ryan Pring looks like he's a lot more comfortable in the car this time. The pace seems to be back, but we know those issues that he's having come and go throughout the race.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. He is right in the fight here. Top 5, he's not run top 5 all weekend long. It's been a very challenging weekend, as you say. We've lost a couple of cars that didn't take the start of this one. I saw the number 100 of Hament on the truck last night, so that car's gone home and not returned here today. And then Benno and Love have not made the start of this race. Benno ended up in the gravel trap with some sort of issue at turn number 3 earlier on, and Love came back to the pits on 3 wheels at one stage with very significant damage. So yeah, that car will be repaired for the race later on, hopefully, but done and dusted for this one. Dylan Thomas waving his teammate by up the inside. I think he's just going to try and slot in behind and try and go with his young teammate who's been the fast man this weekend. So good thinking there by Dylan Thomas. Exactly what you said. Are they going to work together? The answer is obviously yes. I'll get behind my young teammate, follow him, use his toe to try and pull away from the rest of the field. Aidan Williams now back up into position number 3. Tate's been shuffled back to 4th ahead of Pring, Tippett and Maverick. So really tight in the top 7.
Well, the beat papaya rules at the end. That's what in the final lap. We'll have to wait and see.
Maybe blue and yellow rules.
Yeah. 9 minutes still remaining in this race number 4 here. 5 races this weekend here for the TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia. You can see just on board with Tate now, bottom right. He's in 4th position behind our top 3. And he's been very fast this weekend. We said race 1, unfortunately, got into a little bit of a incident there where he spun the car around. He went off track and went down the field. So he started further way down the pack in race number 2, worked his way back through, managed to get himself on the podium in the race this morning in 2nd position, though. So that reverse top 10 really didn't hurt him too much at all. Got himself in a good position to start this race. And he did lead for the first couple of laps. They're not really breaking away from Aidan Williams. They need to try and work that together. Now, I don't know whether you say about the body shape. Some people say that wagon style doesn't really help with the aero compared to the sedan style, but it hasn't really hurt Dylan Thomas. As well as Maverick a bit further down, they're still very, very fast with that body shape. So I'm not quite sure if it has as much implication here with the short straights, maybe down at Sydney Motorsport Park or at the Bend and places like that where they've got a long way to go. Potentially down the end, it could affect the top speed of the vehicle. But yeah, it's not playing a factor here this weekend as the Legend cars get around, and Dylan Thomas just goes a little bit wide, and I think that's just going to be because there is 3 or 4 different ways you can choose to go through turn number 3. It's really about the run you want to get down the main straight. Now they're going to want to try and get a little bit of toe together here, whether they can work a bit of Morse code, or is Dylan going to try and take that position back? Because he's looking like he's going to have to make Ruben Dan work for this position number 1 at the moment. I don't think there'll be any team orders. Dylan will be enjoying this.
Great shot down at the hairpin from the drone cam. That is a great angle to show you just how sharp that corner is. When we say hairpin, we are not beating about the bush. It is a real tight corner. Formula Ford and TA2, they're having to go down to first gear around both that corner and this one here. Williams has got a nice run out there. He's used the undercut. Oh, lock up. Big lock up there for Dylan Thomas. Just couldn't get it rotated. With Aiden Williams on the inside, he tried to carry more speed to hold it around the outside, but he locked up. He ran wide, and all of this jostling in the final sequence of corners has allowed Dan to pull a small margin, but that might just be enough to pull out of the draft effect and break away from these two behind. But that was great racecraft from Williams to set that move up. We haven't seen too many moves there in Legend Cars this weekend.
Shane Tate needs to watch out though, because he has got Tippett down the inside. And Maverick now starting to fire up in 6th position, the 255 machine. Tate, we might see something coming. Oh no. Maverick's now coming down the inside. Ryan Pring's gone back to 7th position, so those troubles still, those mechanical issues, still plaguing his car this weekend. It's not taking the car out of racing, it's just taking the confidence out of the driver, and meaning he can't brake as late. So you see, he just can't be on that race pace. We're seeing the top 6 drivers who are super fast out there. Oh, now here we go. Good battle for 2nd position, and this is championship right here. Aiden Williams, Dylan Thomas, who's dropped back a little bit. Ryan Pring's still in the top 3, despite not having a fantastic weekend. He's still accumulating those points, so he's up there. And Shane Tate is an outside chance as well. There's only a few points between him and Dylan Thomas at the moment. So this top 5. I know we've got one more round to go, but very important. The closer we can get them together, the more exciting Winton's going to be in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, absolutely. The nation's action track, Winton, for the Winton Wrap. Looking forward to that one as we wrap up season 2025. There's going to be so many championships to be decided there. No less than 8 categories on the bill. Cannot wait to get there in just a few weeks' time. But of course we're here for Mallala Masters, and at the moment the master of Mallala is Ruben Danny's trying to break away from these two on the screen at the moment, who are thinking hard about the championship. They don't want to give each other any points advantage, and they're side by side through the long sweeper turn number 7. Thomas on the inside. He's going to go defensive. Is the former TA2 muscle car champion, and he does just about hold on to the position, but he is fighting tooth and nail. Every possible opportunity. He's just having to go defensive to stop Williams from attacking hard. Williams has had a fantastic year in the series. He's been very, very consistent throughout the year, and that always pays dividends come the end of the Legend Cars series. Over the course of the year, he's won just a solitary race compared to Thomas, who has won 3. But really, the outstanding performer has been Hogan this year, who, of course, is over in the States competing in the World Series along with Asker Sendel and Prito this weekend. It is the World Championships over in Virginia in America, so we have a slightly smaller grid as a result of that this weekend, but they are representing Australia well, I'm sure, over there, as we see the fight for a just off the podium positions. Position number 4, huge lock up ahead for Dylan Thomas, and I think he's gone off the road, you know. I think he has, yes, lots of dust off the track. It is Dylan Thomas that has gone off. He tried to defend the move down the inside, and a huge plume does. Oh, he's not happy. He's slamming on the steering wheel. Not happy with that mistake at all. Down at the hairpin, you could visibly see him slamming, smashing his hand on the steering wheel. He'll be feeling those bruises later on today.
Yeah, no, we didn't have the camera on there, so it'll be interesting to see whether it's anger at himself or frustration with the other driver out there as well. Aiden Williams, obviously, with a stellar karting career down there on the South Coast. Plenty of podiums as well. 185 wins in karting there for Aiden Williams and his full career there. It was great to see him step up in the Legend Cars in 2024. Let's have a look at a replay here. That's Ruben Dan going, oh, it's on his own. He is going to be so upset with himself, just locking that wheel up. And we saw moments of it
Didn't look like anyone followed him either, and Tate now is in third position, so back in a podium once again for Shane Tate as we get on board now with the Budget Car Rentals entry, number 147. Have a look at Tippett down the inside, and Maverick, who has been flirting with a podium all weekend. Can he do it?
Exactly, yet to get one in Legend Cars Australia. He's been so close on so many occasions. Is this going to be the day he does it? He's in fifth at the moment, though, trying to take position number 4 around the outside of the sweeper. He's just fallen back behind, unfortunately, as they get towards the braking zone. Here comes Tate, late on the brakes, up the inside. 71 there of Tippett trying to close the door on him as best he can, but he's not able to do so. Around the outside at turn 9 and back up the inside at turn 10 goes Tate. So Tate back up into position number 3. Side by side at turn 1. We've seen that end in disaster already this weekend, and look at them both sliding their way through there. That was actually the reason for the retirement of Holder. I had to catch up with John earlier on today, former production car racer. We had a really long chat, and he was saying that, yeah, turn 1, he had a collision. I think he said he thinks it was the number 94 of Rory Skinner that was up the inside of him, and the two came together. Unfortunately, when the car went backwards for quite some time, it did damage to the gearing, and that's why he couldn't find the gear and restart. That was the cause of yesterday's safety car. So turn 1, even in these cars, not really an overtaking opportunity.
Listen to the tyres protesting under brakes there. Really trying to pull them up into that hairpin turn number 5. Now Dylan Thomas and Ryan Pring are going at it back for 6th position, but I think Dylan Thomas has got the manoeuvre done on Ryan Pring, and we know Pring's struggling with some mechanical wear and tear on the vehicle this weekend. That's just keeping out of that pace that he's going to need to stay in that top 5. Tippett, well, he's got the move back on Maverick at the moment, and that's probably given a bit of a reprieve for Tate, who's in third position. Ruben Dan stretching the legs out, 3.6 seconds out in the lead over Aidan Williams, who's leading the championship now, coming to this 4th race of the weekend. Still 1 round to go at Winter Motor Raceway in about 4 weeks' time. Tate, he'll be pretty happy if Tippett and Maverick can stay in this little stoush, because that's just give him a little bit of advantage out of some of those corners.
Dylan Thomas was absolutely flying on the last lap. He's not too far behind these guys either, only a 1.5 seconds behind. So if these guys continue to fight the way they are, there he is, lurking in the back of the camera shot, and he's towing the reigning champ along with him as well, but time is certainly not on his side. Of course, shorter 15-minute races in the Legend cars. They have 5 races. Whoa, big mistake. Off goes the 255 machine, locked up the rears, and that sent him well off the road. We spoke about him fighting for his first podium, and now he's looped it in the gravel trap. He's going to struggle to get it out of there now. You can hear him flat out on the throttle trying to get it out of there, but he has plummeted down the order as a result, well outside of the top 10. Heartbreak late on.
Well, you do know you can race Legends on dirt and bitumen, but normally not at the same racetrack. Normally we do it at separate races. Of course, we obviously the bitumen side of the series is part of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series in 2025, and they were great last year as well. They always put on entertaining racing, big numbers. We see him get 3 and 4 wide into a lot of corners as Ruben Dan looks like final lap of the race up here, and he's stretched that out to 4.7 seconds now over Aidan Williams. He can drive this car home, or maybe he's going to push for a lap record. I don't know. It's a 117. I think it was down to 117.7 or something, the lap record yesterday. But he's got some clean air at the moment. He would have really been pushing hard at the start to work his way through.
He's done really well, though, hasn't he, Ruben Dan? He made a few positions up in the inverted grid race earlier on today, but in this one, he made hay very early, made up 2 positions right at the start of the race, and now looking set for his 3rd win of the weekend.
Just needs to make the final few corners in the 111 CXC machine. It's not the right CXC machine that wanted to be on the top step of the podium, but Ruben Dan now takes 3 race wins from 4 race starts here in Legend Cars Australia. Who's going to be on the 3rd step of the podium, though? Williams is 2nd. Tippett right down to the line. Tate, does he get there? No, he doesn't. Tippett
takes third position. Tate in fourth. Dylan Thomas back up into fifth now with Maverick going off the track. Pring in sixth position. Scotty Morgan in the red machine goes into seventh. Riley Skinner in eighth. Brett and Spicer is. This is Spicer in the 33. Looks like he'll end up rounding out our top 10. And what a race it was. Is that Maverick in the background, unfortunately.
P14 in the end. He didn't just fall outside the top 10. He kept on going nearly towards the tail end of the top 15. So, yeah, it was a real shame.
So the only one missing out of that is Benno. And I'll need to check where he ended up in the last race, actually, because I think
he was a DNF.
Yeah, and he hasn't come back. So Josh Benno, who did fantastic in the first two races, notably not there on the podium this time. Here's your race 4 results. Ruben Dan with the win by almost 5 seconds over Aidan Williams. Chase Tippett on the podium for the first time this weekend. And then we go back to Dylan Thomas, who had that big brake lock-up and went off. Ryan Pring, well, he's fighting this weekend to stay in the championship, really, isn't it? I mean, championship, we keep talking about it. Obviously, our next round, the Australian title as well. So we want to get that car fixed before then. Maverick Kimanaveri, unfortunately, with that big off, pushed him back into 14th position. Good to see Seth Morgan, the young kid, obviously Scotty's son there, just in 15th position as well. Let's check out some of the race highlights, though, because we'd have to watch it for another 15 minutes to see all of them at the moment. Have a look at the start. See Maverick shoots down the inside. Ruben Dan got a great start, though, after just one corner. 2 positions already. Went past Tippett and Pring there. Scotty Morgan just in the background there in the red machine. But Williams and Tate went for it at the start, and Dylan Thomas said, let's make this a 3-way battle if we can. This was the championship, really. Dylan Thomas and Aidan Williams. Now, Ruben Dan followed him through as well, and we thought, well, will the CXC machines try and work together? And they did for a couple of laps until they both got into the lead. Shane Tate wasn't going to give it up without putting the elbows out for as many corners as he possibly could hold on to, but it just looked like they got the setup of these machines right.
Certainly did. They did come through at a fast rate to knots in the end. That was the first mistake by Dylan Thomas, and then this was the big one, though. A huge lock-up down at the northern hairpin, ran off the road. He recovered to finish in 6th, and then this as well from a potential top 3 finish. He was inside the top 5, but Kemi Naveri threw it off the road, unfortunately, and finished down the order in 14th. Out in front, though, Ruben Dan from 6th on the grid in that race, moved forward to take his 3rd race victory of the weekend in his maiden Legend Cars Australia round.
Well, Aidan Williams will just extend that slight lead that he's got in the championship now after race number 4. Still one race to go this afternoon for the TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia. But I tell you what, the youth and enthusiasm of this young man, he is very, very young and doing a fantastic job showing that he's going to have a long future, I think, in motorsport as well. Great to see Tippett up there on the podium as well. So 3rd position for Chase Tippett. What a fantastic result for him, because he's just been outside there. He was 4th in the last race in that reverse grid. He was a little bit further. He's been in the top 10 all weekend. There's great scenes here at Mallala Motorsport Park. Have a look at the greenery. That rain overnight hasn't hurt that either. It's they've really done some fantastic work here at the track to make it look spectacular for this weekend as we return to some national racing here. As we've got some of the Ford fans out there in the crowd, but let's head down to Victory Lane now with Mel Price.
Well, Chase Tippett, welcome to the podium for the first time this week, MP3. Talk us through that last lap.
Yeah, it was pretty hectic battling with Maverick and that for the last couple of laps. Side by side all the way up until the last section of the track. It was unreal, so much fun. Car was dialed in. It's just amazing here.
You're just never going to know what's going to happen in a Legends race, do you?
Oh, you start 4th, you go down to 7th on the start, and then somehow you end up 3rd. So not sure what happened between Dylan and Aidan there, but oh well, it's racing.
Take it. Well done.
No worries. Thank you.
And 2nd place, Aidan Williams. That's always elbows out racing in Legends, isn't it? How important is that slipstream down the back straight?
Oh, it's very important. You can pick up you a couple Ks down there, especially double toe. You can probably pick up an extra 6 Ks, but just near the end there, got 2nd, just keeping it consistent and keeping that championship alive.
Great. Congratulations.
And another race victory, Ruben Dan. The reverse top 10 has given you some people to pass and stuff today, but you've made your way back out to the front.
Yeah, I mean, what a day so far. Hopefully we can keep it up in the last race. Can't thank everyone enough for supporting me, Travis for always being there for me all the time, through the lows and the highs. So I'm really happy, yeah.
Fantastic effort. Great to see you here. You're doing such a good job.
Thank you.
Always putting on exciting racing, the Legend Cars Australia. Love having him here as part of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Mallala Motorsports Park. Mallala Motorsports Park has really turned it on this weekend for round 5. And, of course, we've got plenty more action coming your way this afternoon. Don't go anywhere. We'll join you in about an hour's time on KO and SBS to continue the racing this afternoon with the TFH Hire TA2 muscle cars supported by Maritimo. It's going to be some fantastic racing this afternoon. Join us from 1 p.m. on the East Coast and 12:30 here in South Australia. We'll see you then. Well, welcome to sunny South Australia. We're here for round 5 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series at Mallala Motorsport Complex. It's fantastic to be here. Jared McLean, we've seen some incredible racing on day number 1, but we're here for the afternoon. This is where it counts.
Yeah, 2.6 Ks will be the arena for some incredible motorsport combat. It's a beautiful day, patchy cloud, but awesome conditions.
It was a little bit wet this morning, but it's warmed up to 19 degrees at the moment, and we're going to see it rise a couple of degrees in temperature here this afternoon. The sun is out. The track's looking absolutely amazing. Our Formula Vs have been out on track. Well, it's David Reynolds at the moment who's dominating that.
Yeah, it's been really wild to watch him, and especially how hard he had to fight in the race we saw earlier today. Go back and check that one out. It is well worth the watch.
Innovation race cars. Well, Lee Stibbs has taken like a duck to water in that one, hasn't he? After the first race didn't quite go his way, he's dominated the next 2 races.
Yeah, after fumbling race 1, running out of fuel, redemption in the following 2 races with a great qualifying result late yesterday and getting him into the top spot, bringing it home on top.
Formula Ford, they've been a staple diet throughout our season this year, and they've done fantastic. Kobe Williams, of course, really in the struggle in race number 1. Went down the pack, but he fought back in race number 2, and this is going to get down to the wire in the championship.
Lachlan Evanet just looks so in control, doesn't he? Yeah. These things, even though they're a handful out here at Mallala, he's just able to bring it home and just look so good while he's doing it.
The Legend Cars Australia, well, they went 4 cars wide into turn number 1. That reverse top 10 this morning was incredible to watch, but Dylan Thomas, who's fighting for a championship coming into this round, hasn't been lucky.
No, suffering an off-track incident, but the redeeming factor here was the CXC machine of Ruben Dan has been just about unstoppable.
And the Australian number 1, Ryan Pring, obviously with some mechanical issues this weekend, so he is struggling to get control of that car. But they're putting on some entertaining racing, of course, the TA2 muscle cars that are right behind us. They're about to get out for their first race of the day.
Yeah, it was an interesting day yesterday with a couple of big mechanicals, mainly centred around the driveline transmissions. Jared Hughes had to replace a motor after a race 1 incident, which basically saw that car sit sidelined for the entire race, recording a DNF in that first one, not starting the second one, but able to come out and take our pole award today.
Well, this afternoon, of course, the TA2 muscle car race will kick us off, followed by the Formula Fords. We've also got the Formula Vs that are going to show up in our action. We've got plenty of other things going on, the Innovation race cars and, of course, the Legend Cars Australia. It's all happening here this afternoon at Mallala Motorsports Park as part of round 5 of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. I'll tell you what, Jared, I'm looking forward to some of this racing that's going to happen out there as well. It's very, very warm at the moment, which is different to what we had this morning. When we arrived at the track at 7:45, the ground was wet.
Yeah.
It was well below 10 degrees.
Yeah, I was honestly looking for a rained-out racetrack. I was really hoping that we'd get it, but I'll take this any day. The grip level's going to be fantastic, but still, these cars have got a lot of horsepower. They need to be driven smart.
Well, the sun is out. We're not too far away from going racing. In the meantime, let's head over to Melinda Price with our pole award.
Well, P1 here. Even the man flu can't hold this guy down. We have Brett Thomas from TFH to present the Road Active Suspension Pole Award to Jared.
Good on you.
Thank you, mate. So, how are you feeling today?
Heaps better. It's been a linear line of getting better, which has been good over the weekend. So looking forward to starting back a pole again like we did yesterday and hopefully being able to convert that to a race win.
And not just your health, it's been an interesting weekend so far overall.
Interesting's an understatement. Unfortunately, it hasn't been the greatest weekend for the IES Motorsport cars, but the crew's done an awesome job. They worked really hard last night and this morning to get the car back operational. Unfortunately, Paulie isn't running today because he had another motor go. But, yeah, we'll get Graham and myself, hopefully get some good results today to make up for it.
You've got some good tyres in the bank.
Yeah, we do. We've learned a lot about these things. They sort of send a plateau after you get that start anyway. So I think we'll be on an even playing field with everyone else. But, yeah, we'll see what happens. I think we do have a bit of an entire advantage, so let's try and use it.
Good stuff. And a shout out while we're Team Chevrolet to Alice Buckley, who unfortunately isn't here this weekend with a freak accident in a Trans Am race. So speedy recovery, Alice, and we can't wait to see you back at Winton. Over to you, J-Mac.
Here with Brock Payne, who has charged to a Road 2 start, the best qualifying performance yet, coming through for P4 with the backing from Brisbane Builders in this machine. You must be feeling so happy to be on Road 2.
Yeah, it's definitely a big improvement for us. We've been struggling a little bit in the last 2 rounds, so to come here, we had a little bit more pace, but we still, weren't quite there. All my team and that put a massive effort in last night, and, the car's quicker today. So, yeah, massive thanks to all my team for all the work they put in. We got speed, we're where we want to be, so we'll see what we can do in the race.
I'm looking forward to it. Let's get ready to get belted up.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
So Tom Davies, P6 today, but firstly let's talk about race 2 yesterday and this guy you're starting next to.
Yeah, it wasn't really ideal. I mean, we had the pace up from race 1. Like, we're having a decent race at the front, and then last lap, turn 3, got spun, unfortunately. That's racing, but today I think we'll keep our head down, stick our elbows out and try and move back to the front. But yeah, it'll be an interesting start starting next to him again, so we'll see how we go.
We'll be watching.
Yeah, should be good. Thank you.
Here with Paul Morris, you received a 15-second penalty after contact with Tom Davies yesterday, but a great recovery coming into P5. Tell me, are you worried at all that the mid-pack is going to try and rush you on the run into turn 1, thinking that there's maybe some weakness at all?
No, I think they know not to mess with me. So, mess with the bull, you get the horn.
Has there been much of a setup development on this car over the course of the last 2 days, or have you come here with a pretty clearly defined set of parameters?
No, pretty much clean sheet of paper. I really haven't done much in the car, and we've just been improving it. I think we closed the gap in qualifying there by about 6/10 from yesterday, so I think we've made some more improvements. Just the race yesterday showed me where our weakness was, which is just a bit of front-end grip in the tight corners. Our good long-run pace was good, but I think we've got to fire off early and get after it.
We're looking forward to it. Thank you.
No worries.
Josh Webster starting from P8 today. I was just asking you about your tyres and you didn't look very confident.
Yeah, we've got 4 black round ones. Depending on condition, that's an unknown. We did use all 6 tyres yesterday, so may have shot ourselves in the foot, but we know we've got a good race car. Marcus has tuned it up overnight, so let's go.
Absolutely. What's your expectations for this race?
Just move forward, keep the nose clean, and we've got an excellent race car on the long run, so hopefully no safety cars, and we'll just keep on chipping away.
Good stuff.
Here with Blake Tracy, starting out of a fantastic position. It's been an awesome weekend with 2 wins, great qualifying, but not without its own gremlins today. Tell me, what has the team been working on after qualifying today?
Yeah, we had a bit of an electrical issue, actually. It's found a bit of a miss, so we've got a little spot in the wiring loom there which is not really liking it, so if it plays up, we've got to grab it down the straight to try and bring it together, and the miss comes back to life. So should start well. We've got a pretty fast Jared Hughes. He had good tyres, but obviously not racing yesterday, so I think we're just going to have to let him go and fight Hendrick, and hopefully I don't get the horn at the start.
Let's talk about Heinrich super quickly. He is going to apply the pressure. What is your game plan there?
Yeah, well, he's on the front row, so I need to try and get up beside him at the start, and I just don't want to burn my tyres out. We've got to play the long game, so I've won 2 races yesterday, just got to make sure I don't burn it all away. So if I can get up on him, I'll stay up, and if I'm behind, just force him into a mistake.
Well, we are racked and stacked down here in the pre-grid, ready for race 1 of the day here at Mallala Motorsport Park for the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Back in South Australia and back at the iconic Mallala Motorsport Park. What a day we had here yesterday in round 5 of the Super Series. The Mallala Masters. As the cars roll out for race 1 of the week. Race 1 of Sunday. Race 3 of the weekend. And the field of 14. We jump in car with Diesel Thomas, who's been a standout performer, not just in the TA2 muscle cars, but across the whole discipline of Aussie Motorsport in 2025. Pole position going to Jared Hughes this morning, and it'll be hard to look past here after what we thought yesterday was a gearbox issue. It turned out to be a lot more to that story. So much so the IES team changed an engine overnight, and he's good to go here for today. At least the car is. He feels still off the pace a bit, but with that 270-point plus lead in this year's series, he's got wouldn't say a cushion, probably a lounge suite, Matt Kavanagh, between he and Ben Gomersall that's not here for this weekend's event, with 1 round remaining at Winton Motor Raceway. Great job by Joel Heinrich yesterday, who talked in the pits. They've changed absolutely everything on this car. He goes, if we can't fix it, he goes, maybe we need to change the driver for this one later today. But he was outstanding yesterday in his first run for the Ash Jarvis Racing team. Robbie Farr only got a handful of laps in this morning. It was a fuel pickup issue found with the number 7 Chevy Camaro, so hopefully they've cured that and he'll be good to go from the 7th row today as the cars make their way around for this formation lap. Next time by, we'll be racing for 20 minutes around this 2.6 kilometre 8/9/10 turn course, depending on what map you look at. Good afternoon to you, mate.
Oh, it's great to be here, isn't it, Noel? So we've got a fantastic day of racing still to come. Yesterday really turned on some entertainment for the crowd that came in. I know it was a hard day, obviously the AFL Grand Final on yesterday, but today they're starting to come through that gate in big numbers, and it's great to have motorsport back here at Mallala Motorsport Park. Jared Hughes, yeah, he's going to have the freshest tyres. That was the talk down there in the pits, wasn't it, between the rest of it? It'd be the fight between who is left, but he is struggling with that illness, so can he last the 20 minutes out there in this race is going to be the question, or will we see something happen at the back half where maybe he runs out of a little bit of energy? Tom Davies, well, he's right in the mix with his mate Paul Morris as well, so that could continue from yesterday.
Will we see part 2 to that one from yesterday? 15-second penalty added to Paul Morris, dropped him from 3rd to 11th. Today, Jared Hughes will start from pole. Chevy and a Ford Mustang on the front row with Joel Heinrich. Blake Tracy and Brock Payne, his best qualifying result in his short career in TA2. Morris and Davies, Diesel Thomas and Josh Webster staying on the 4th row. Josh Thomas and Brad Gartner, keep an eye on him from the 5th row today. Graham Cheney in the IES Motorsports entry. Mark Crutcher is pumped up today. Hey, when isn't he pumped up aboard that number 4 car? Danny Reedy and Robbie Farr staying off the 7th row. The sprint car stars tailing the field. No Paul Hadley today, a severe engine detonation aboard the number 50 car. They've decided to park it up for the balance of the weekend. Diesel Thomas will take you from your lounge suite into the passenger seat of the number 18 TFH Hire Ford Mustang as they get into the rows of 2. The Hyundai safety car starting to leave the field away. And a rolling start for the TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. Our first time at Mallala, and I dare say it won't be the last. As Hughes, with one hand and 4 fingers on this year's trophy, leads us to the green flag, and the charge down this very short straight into turn number 1 is on, with Tracy on the outside, which turns into the inside. Paul Morris hung out to dry in the Flair Dancewear entry. Car 67 on the outside is also Heinrich. He's lost a position already. Might lose a second here because here's the similar liveried car of Brock Payne as they make their way down to turn 3 for the first time. Hughes has a good margin back to Tracy, Heinrich, and they're back together already in the first lap of the race.
Tom Davies with that front left fender already starting to flap around in the breeze. Let's see if that can hold on at the moment, but he's got Paul Morris right behind him, and that'll be don't know if that's going to bring up any bad memories after yesterday. We'll wait and find out. But Jared Hughes, no surprise there that he's going to take away just a little bit with those slightly fresher tyres. Blake Tracy did a great job at the start of that race to go past Joel Heinrich and just jump into that second position. It's going to be hard to overtake, I think, in the second half of this race when the tyres are really starting to struggle. Now, Diesel Thomas in the number 18 machine in 6th position at the moment. Now that fender is completely peeled off there, and hopefully that will drop off somewhere safely so we can continue on with this race.
Hughes past the Kateri Capital wall cam for the first time. Leads lap number 1 of this 20-minute time race into the side-by-side action here. It's put Tracy on the outside through 1, but gives him the inside line on Joel Heinrich as they go around this never-ending left-hand turn and back past the pits. Brock Payne, this car looks a lot happier than it did yesterday. The Hutchinson Builders, Brisbane Builders, number 33 car, the reigning Formula RX8 champion, As Tracy locks up, opens the door for everybody else to catch up, and that will hurt his top-end speed as we jump back in car with Diesel Thomas.
Yeah, right behind Davies at the moment, but watch out for that guard. You don't want it to fly off, potentially just put you off for a moment as Thomas moves up. Morris has dropped back into 7th position. Now Davies covers down the inside, has a look at Brock Payne. Diesel Thomas sticks it on the outside, tries to go around. This is going to bring 4 of them together. Brock Payne just stays in front at the moment, and have a look at the wheel work there from Diesel Thomas as he grabs a gear.
Old school curbs, aren't they? Really rattled the steering wheel out of the hands of the teenager. As down the inside he goes on Paul Morris at the second last turn. Josh Webster and the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport car in tow. The battle to watch is Tracy and Joel Heinrich with Jared Hughes, 109.16. This was to be expected with that fresher tyre advantage in race 3 at TFA Tyre. TA2 muscle cars by Maritimo.
And how is Robbie Farr? Up to 10th position from 14th already. So he is having a little run at the back of the pack right behind his teammate Brad Gartner in 9th. This is the battle though. It was on yesterday, wasn't it? But Joel Heinrich, well, he brought a knife to a gunfight with that little misfire they were having in the engine. Today though, he's right behind Blake Tracy. They're going to have a fair bit of tyre wear between two of them. Joel Heinrich, you think, would have an advantage being from South Australia, but Blake Tracy has had the wins at the moment. That's what he's just cranking up the W's.
He's really got to terms with this track quite quickly. Heinrich behind. Look how Ash Jarvis is finishing right now. He owns the car that Heinrich's driving, but the car in front is the one he won the series in back in 2018. It's a car with a lot of history and a lot of new cars starting to flood into TA2 muscle cars in 2026. Some of these have raced as far back as 2017, so they've had a fair career in the TA2 series. It's down into the S as we go to complete another lap. This will be end of lap number 3 as Cruncher chasing Robbie Farr with Danny Riddy behind. Here they come back through the S. It's a really great spot to watch the cars if you're a spectator here. Into 1.
I'd like to get the stats on when's the last time a driver won a round in a Mustang and a Camaro back-to-back.
Give me some homework. Thank you. I needed more.
After that Trans Am race where he raced his Mustang, obviously, in the Hi-Tec Camaro this weekend, taking a least tips car. But a brake lock up there. Oh, no, the front right. That's got a little bit of a mark there on the Hoosier now. As we know, they're just starting to wear down a little bit, and they are trying to put the better tyres on the left-hand side of the vehicle. So those inside tyres will not like that.
Funny you bring up the Mustang comparison before as Heinrich pulls out. Let's see. Foreshortening shot from the camera at turn number 6. He's thrown the setup in this car after qualifying. He said it was nowhere on Friday. So he put his Mustang setup that he'd run in Trans Am, and all of a sudden it just clicked. He can't work it out. He goes, it works, let's run with it. As now he tries to cover off Heinrich, who's forced to the outside here. It's a long way around to stay there. But he's done this all before us. He just gives the Hi-Tec Chevy Camaro a little kiss through the right-hander and back into the S's. Margin out in front, 3.6 seconds. We expect Hughes just to do that, to put a cushion and look after those tyres.
It's a little bit bigger than the Aussie racing car for Heinrich, isn't it?
Just a bit.
But it's good. Those front bars and rear bars have got a little bit of movement when they just touch as they go by. Brock Payne just holding on in the background here as Tracy takes a slightly different line. You can really see it from this drone shot as they go around turn number 2. Paul Morris just settled back there now in position number 6. He's managed to get past Diesel Thomas, who's just dropped off. And it's that same turn 3 where he's made the mistake. Heinrich ready for it this time. Will he get the run out of this corner? It looks like he'll be alongside in the Mustang. Will he get back up into second position?
You don't want to stay on the outside, and smart. He's just trying to hang on to the racing line. It's so narrow from a racing line perspective, but now Heinrich waited for the moment, pounced down at turn 3 and completes it at the turn 6 northern hairpin here at Mallala Motorsport Park.
Wait and see if he can hold on to this. Blake Tracy may just need to just back off for a moment, let the Hoosiers have a second to breathe. Have a look at Brock Payne though in the background. He has got Tom Davies closing that gap now down to under 1 second. So this could be a 4-car fight. Paul Morris not too far behind that. Diesel Thomas locks up a wheel in the TFA Tyre 18 as well. Best performer for that team here this weekend. Only 2 cars, which is surprising. Normally we're seeing 4 cars at the track from TFH crew.
And they spread the love across so many categories in season 2025. Todd Hazelwood flying the flag in the Trico Trans Am Series, and you'll see that here at the Homecoming in November. That's going to be a spectacular single-day event that will go into the early evening on the Saturday night before the Adelaide Grand Final in November. Down into turn 3. So the race is settled with Hughes 4.6 seconds ahead of Heinrich, Tracy, Brock Payne, Tom Davies. Back to Paul Morris. Diesel Thomas that you're riding car with is in 7th place. Josh Webster, Brad Gartner has cut up 1 position into 9th. Robbie Farr's dropped a couple now back into 11th with Josh Thomas, Danny Reedy and Graham Cheney, the 14 cars. And somehow that guard is holding on the Ariat Chevy Camaro for Nathan Hearn Racing. We talk of Tom Davies, who's about half a second clear of Paul Morris.
Yeah, and Morris closing that gap down slowly. Very slowly. This could bring an exciting race. We've still got 13 minutes remaining in this opener for today. One race this afternoon. Let's save the fireworks potentially for the final race. Brad Gartner up on our screens at the moment. He's still in ninth position. I know he was just trying to conserve tyres in qualifying. We saw a lot of that where we only maybe saw 7 laps maximum for some of the drivers. Josh Thomas, he did 10 in qualifying, so he was out there quite a long time in the 69 and struggling back in 12th position, which is unfamiliar for him because he's been third in the championship.
I wonder if that's a tyre-related issue for using so much up during the qualifying session early this morning. Gartner seems to be Hi-Tec Oil's craze down there. He's done almost what Blake Tracy's done on several occasions in the number 22 car in 9th position ahead of Crutcher. Here's Morris, the most experienced guy, not just in this series, but probably in the entire field across all our categories in Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. At the Mallala Masters, raced back. Oh, there was a moment coming out. I'm not sure if there was contact or it was just a lose for the Chevy Camaro, but either way, the Flair Dancewear number 67 car for the Norwell factory team has got ahead of Davies, and they pick up where they left off yesterday.
Well, will it be a return serve potentially? Let's leave that. Let's not light it right now.
Well, you're halfway there.
Yeah, we're halfway there. Yeah. There's definitely some naked flame near that wick, but we'll try and keep it away at the moment. They're still bunched up though, aren't they, really? And we're talking from 4th position back to 9th. There's not too much between them as they go side by side again. And he's around the outside, Davies. It's loose out there as well now. Diesel Thomas is going to come into the fight. The Ariat number 42, can he hold on that guard? There's only a few fibres of fiberglass keeping that from flying off as they head into turn number 3, and he's going to have to be a little bit defensive here. Thomas feeds it back a gear. Cuts down the inside. Davies covers him off though. It'll hurt his run though down this back straight.
You know, that all started when Morris went wide going into turn number 1, which made Davies check up. He then went wide, allowing Diesel Thomas to buy, and somehow Morris has pulled away from these two. Loving these in-car shots from the number 18 car. So this is what happened down at the final turn. So it's coming out of the northern hairpin. So yeah, a little bump evident there on the replay, the Hi-Tec Oils replay. So it was on the exit of turn 6. And then part 2 of that would happen through the turn 1 section. So is it 15 all or 15-30?
I don't know. It's not game, set, match yet.
No, it's not.
It's not over. Here's your leader at the moment, Jared Hughes, fighting off a illness here this weekend. Didn't finish race number 1, missed race number 2 completely while they tried to repair the mechanical issues on this car. But the Chevy Camaro is back out there and he's on the best tyres out of everybody, 4.2 seconds. And I'm going to say he is now managing that lead.
Yeah, it was dropping down to at least the 110s. After setting the benchmark time on lap number 2 as the gap sits at 4.3 seconds. 2-time round winner this year and 6 race wins on his target for his 7th of the season. Joined us a couple of years back in a couple of single car appearances, the 2-driver event at the Bend last year. It's happening here on the Hi-Tec Oils replay. So we believe Race Control want to have another look at this incident at turn 6 between the Ariat Chevy Camaro and the Paul Morris 67 Ford Mustang. So we'll wait to see what happens and what they determine out of that. Stephen White, who's the DSO for the TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. It's been a classic action down there at turn 6.
It's hard because he's a little bit sideways going to that corner at the same time. So I'm glad we're not up there.
We're safe here.
We can throw a couple of speculators at it.
We are very safe in here, especially since we put that padlock on the inside at the last round. Somehow that guard is hanging on. It's not going to hurt. It's going to stay on there for the balance of this race, you'd think, but aero-wise, it'll be making it a little bit messy and unpredictable through that sweeper, that right-hand sweeper here at Mallala Motorsport Park. So, Davies in 6th position, 1.1 seconds behind Paul Morris, but he's got Diesel Thomas shadowing him back in 7th spot with Webster 8th, Gartner 9th, and Mark Crutcher having a strong showing. He did tempt us in the pits, and he was on for a strong performance today for the number 4 car, the Crutcher Developments Ford Mustang. Up towards turn number 6 and a fair time to play out. We're working lap number 10 with 8.5 minutes and change remaining in race 3 of the weekend at Mallala Motorsport Park. The result of this race will set the grid for the final race later today.
Yeah, I don't think we could ask for much more if we stuck Morris and Davies on the third row of the grid as well for the final race. It's, we talk it up a little bit, but it's going to be exciting to continue on with that. I don't know, though, in position number 7 there with Diesel Thomas, I think the TFH young gun, he's been ultra smooth throughout the season. A bit of frustration. It's almost like the team have just missed the setup this weekend. They haven't come to grips with I suppose, the slight bounces going into the corners, which we've seen the brake lock-ups and slight errors there. It's a real, I suppose, testament to the teams that have found that setup early, considering these cars haven't been there. We know a few of the teams came a couple of weeks ago and did some testing.
Wasn't much you could really take away from that day, though, because the track was incredibly dirty that day, and the Peregrine Corporation that now own the track spent a lot of time getting it all cleaned up and tidy for this. So really, J-Mac, it's an unknown surface for everybody here on an old track that's been around for 6 decades.
Yeah, it hasn't delivered the action here today. Having a quick chat with Ash Jarvis, crew chief for Heinrich, and he was saying, sounds like the car's doing well, no sign of a misfire, but I have told Joel, don't tell me if it rears its head again. He's also told Joel, drive the car as straight as you can. We need tyres for the final race today.
And that's going to be the key. We won't see the Hollywood times late in this race, and certainly later today. This guy's managing it, albeit with that great tyre bank from missing that race yesterday. Jared Hughes, who has over 270 points. Back to Ben Gomersall, that's not racing here this weekend. Meantime, Davies, Thomas and Josh Webster down through that very exciting right-hand sweeper with a little dip in the middle of the turn. Started its life as a World War II Air Force base. In fact, some of the remnants are still here at Mallala, and when the takeover happened from the Peregrine Corporation, that's why you see a lot of blue around there as a tip of the hat to the Royal Australian Air Force. We're about 55 k's north of Adelaide at this historical track, and a lot of fans have come out here just to relive the glory days of one of the great bull rings of Aussie motorsport.
Tracy just fallen off the pace there from Heinrich, now back in third position. The Hi-Tec Girls entry, which has brought Brock Payne, potentially hasn't been on the podium for a number of rounds. He started off in Sydney at round number 3 of the series, got himself a third and a second there in the final 2 races, but since then he's sort of been missing those top 5 finishes. But the 33 looking a lot happier out there on track compared to yesterday. You can see the attitude of the car. It looks much more gripped up, very calm through all those bumps, which was not what we saw yesterday. The car sliding around, really making the driver work for it. Brock Payne's got a bigger smile on his face today.
Yeah, it looks straight up, looks comfortable. The Hutchinson Builders car, the Sky Blue Chevy Camaro, this team running as a family team and learning as they go along here. As he said, joined us in Sydney. He's been a regular in the top 10, but today back in some top 5 air, if you like. We go back to Graham Cheney and Robbie Farr, back in 12th and 13th position for the number 7 car. They worked pretty late last night trying to chase this fuel pickup issue. Could have been fuel pressure, could have been a fuel pump. And then he rediscovered the issue, and again he pinches that front right brake down at the southern hairpin, or turn 3 on his complex. And as we pointed out over the weekend here, a lock-up down there or missing the apex can really cost you some top-end speed through this right-hander. It just seems to go on and on and on. And then a hard brake back to first gear in one of these TA2 muscle cars. Slowest point of the track, maybe the slowest point in the country.
Graham Cheney leading the Masters category too when it comes to the TA2 muscle cars. With Robbie Farr, one of the contenders in there. He's up in the top 3 as well. So with Farr in front, I'll help him out with a couple of little points over Graham Cheney, who didn't finish that first race, which was a tail shaft issue for the car, unfortunately. As Webster's been a little bit quiet this weekend in the 200 car, the Mustang out of Marcus Ambrose Motorsport, but they've made a couple of wholesale changes overnight. They did say they've chewed up a little bit of tyre, but they were hoping for some great race pace. Now, just lurking at the back of Diesel Thomas.
Another great Tasmanian driver that has been taken in by Marcus Ambrose Motorsport. He stepped up into the National Trans Am Series a couple of years back with Dream Racing Australia, and now being supported by our 2-time Supercars champion Marcus Ambrose. This is the car, in fact, Owen Kelly drove in the Trans Am Series in the Fujitsu colours a few years back, so it's had success. Now the young Tasmanian, who's secured multiple championships in XL racing, is really starting to apply the pressure to Diesel Thomas in the battle for 7th position. With 3.5 minutes remaining, we're working lap 15 in race 3 of TA2 muscle cars by Maritimo.
Jared Hughes just slowing down a little bit at the front as that drops down to 3.7 seconds. It was about 4.5 a number of laps ago. Tracy is backed right off. So obviously struggling a little bit potentially with that tyre. But mind you, Joel Heinrich showed that pace yesterday on 7 cylinders to manage to stay with Tracy. So I'm going to suggest he's upper cylinder today.
It almost felt like it was traction control coming out of the turns. And if he had that sorted out, was that a moment for Tracy? It looked slow coming out of turn 6. Could have spent a visual maybe. But it felt like it had traction control. It would just labour out of the turn and all of a sudden it would come back up. By the time he caught Tracy ahead, he couldn't do anything about it. So it was the cat chasing the mouse, pretty much the balance of that race yesterday. Just not managing to catch him. Through the turn 6 northern hairpin. The green pastures of the Adelaide Plains in the distance. There was something happening in the background.
It might have been Webster. Yeah, I think it might have been Webster and Thomas. We'll wait and get a bit of a visual on that in a second. Paul Morris now is caught up in this little freight train, isn't it? Now he's going to put himself in a battle for third position once again. We saw him on the podium at the end of both races last time. This is a replay of what happened. Diesel Thomas on the inside, yes, and Webster goes around. Now, was there contact made on the inside? It looked a little bit like that.
Thomas was right up on that curve, which suggests there might have been a little bit of contact between the two. However, they continue on. You're right, Morris just disappeared away from Davies. And it's on the back of the Brock Payne-Blake Tracy battle. This will be a 3-car scrap, 2 minutes remaining. And Hughes just controlling this race now. He's backed it right off. The gap is sitting at 3.8 seconds for the Road Active Suspensions car. They won't catch him today. But this battle from Tracy onwards is far from done in the battle for the final top 3 position. Really is a great spot up there to watch on that hill. How quick they approach it and how fast they stop to turn right.
It'd be very interesting to know if Blake Tracy is nursing some tyres to get this car home. It looks like he's a very controlled end to this race, isn't he? Brock Payne not really firing any shots down the inside, but I know we're only going to have a couple of laps left in this race. Paul Morris won't hold back. He'll be happy to get another position. So Brock Payne's going to have to be careful of that. He's not going to let him hold up. He's not going to settle for 5th position. He is going to push on.
Exactly right. So into another lap. Less than a minute remaining to look down from the drone shots and give us some really cool angles of what this place looks like out at Mallala Motorsport Park. And down towards turn 3, we roll again with Tracy. He's thinking about the weekend overall. And his first solo run, the car that Lee Stibbs would normally drive. Stibbs, of course, in the Innovation Race Cars category. You'll see that a part of our coverage here this afternoon at the Mallala Masters. Through that right-hander we go. Closing stages. Remember, the result of this sets the grid for the final race. As Morris pulls up for a move on Payne. He parks it there, up on the curb. And the RX-8 champion gives him enough room. And Morris leaving half a donut ring on the way through. That car's had a battle over the last 2 days. And he's coming to life in the closing minutes of this race. Door was left open. He'll have the better line. The change of direction. Sweeps across and moves up into 4th position.
And that's that aggression. We saw Blake Tracy with a little bit of an error at the start of this lap where he pinched that brake once again on the front right, and that might be what he's trying to nurse home at the moment. Brock Payne not showing that aggression there and giving Morris the opportunity to put the flare dance where 67 up another position and just outside of a podium at the moment. So we just go past our 20-minute race time. There's a car very slowly in the background. Was that Danny Reedy potentially?
Makes sense because he's a lap down. And speaking of laps, we're on the final lap for Jared Hughes. Hasn't won a race since race 2 at the first Queensland Raceway round earlier this year, back in June. And was predictably going to be at the pointy end with pole position. Another 250 large going into his pocket earlier today in qualifying. He might be a little bit ill, but certainly driving like a champion in 2025. We believe he's going to get a bonus lap here, which is great. So he gets to do another 2.6 kilometres and start our 19th lap.
Not good news for Blake Tracy, though. He has got Paul Morris breathing all over the back of his neck. Jared Hughes, what a fight back from illness, from yesterday's mechanical disaster there. The team has been very busy, although it was an early night, only finishing around 8 p.m. last night. They worked on that car all afternoon. It was a solid 5 or 6 hours of repairs to be made on the Chevy Camaro to get it back out today, and he is rewarding the team with this dominant victory at the moment, with that tyre advantage coming into day number 2 of competition. Heinrich not too far behind. He'll be trying to keep some tyres. No, he's got a 10-second advantage over Tracy, and Morris now half a second.
He might get to Blake Tracy at that last set of turns here. So down he comes for the final time and into the S's. What a dominant display. You can talk about the tyre bank, but regardless, this guy's been sensational in 2025 and comes up to greet the checkered flag and wins his 7th race of 2025 in the TA2 muscle cars by Maritimo. Morris on the back of Tracy here in the battle for the final podium position, and it will go to the young teenager, and his streak of wins in South Australia comes to a temporary halt. But what a month it's been for Tracy. Here comes Webster on the back of Diesel Thomas. They'll be 7th and 8th at the end of race number 3. Brad Gartner should come home for 9th spot, and Mark Crutcher scoring a top 10 here today, with Hughes winning by 2.6 seconds after missing the race yesterday. It's one way to get rid of, if you call it man flu or whatever he's got in his system right now, is to get out there and sweat it out. And he did that today, winning today's 19-lap race by 2.6 seconds, but 10 seconds back to Blake Tracy, Paul Morris, Brock Payne, Tom Davies all inside the top 6, with Diesel Thomas, Josh Webster, Brad Gartner, and Mark Crutcher, the top 10, with Josh Thomas falling down to 11th. Robbie Farr was in the top 10 briefly, finished in 12th with Graham Cheney. Danny Reedy, the last car finishing today's race, albeit 1 lap down.
Jared Hughes, he'll have a bit to celebrate with the team, I think, at the moment. I know he's not going to want to really do too much. He's going to be resting up between races so he can make it back out this afternoon. Will mean he'll start off the front row of the grid, though. Let's have a look, though, at the race highlights. This is how it all started. Joel Heinrich couldn't get the manoeuvre done on Jared Hughes. Have a look at Brock Payne down the inside. Blake Tracy shot around the outside. There's plenty of tyre smoke going everywhere, rubbing tyres, grabbing brakes. And have a look at Tom Davies. He was already had a guard hanging off him. That might have been Morris that might have helped that for just a second.
He was off the track. He was bush bashing there for a little bit. So tightened up down here at turn 3 on the first lap. Davies and Morris picking up they left off in the second one. Yesterday afternoon, this was the moment for Tracy. He pinched that brake several times. And one time too many, as he let Heinrich go by. In the end, he tried to stay with him, but we know how narrow and dusty that racing line can be on the outside. Heinrich getting the job done at turn 6, and he went up down the road some 10 seconds away. And race control wanted to see this on more than one occasion, the contact between these two. I don't think there'll be too much to talk about, to be honest. And then further down at the end of that lap, Morris went wide into one, which forced the Chevy Camaro high. And then Diesel Thomas suddenly arrived on the scene in the TFH Higher Mustang. That was Thomas climbing up on the curb and forcing Webster off the track. Not any contact by any stretch, but the 200 car would drop down to 8th position as Morris cleanly got the job done on Brock Payne and went after Blake Tracy. But out in front with a bonus lap, his 7th win of season 2025, and all but wrapping up the TFH TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. It's Jared Hughes picking up the win in race number 3. And unlike our other tracks that we go to, it's the uniqueness of the Mallala Motorsport Park where we drive back into the pit paddock area, and our victory lane is in fact where the cars used to come off the track back in the day. And our top 3 pulling into position here. Good job for the Ash Jarvis team. I wonder if they have cured those gremlins as he arrives on the scene. That's him with the black hat, about to lean into talk to Joel Heinrich, former series champion in his own right. But this is the guy that's dominated for the IES Motorsports team in race number 3 and puts himself in pole position for the final race later today. They'll complete our coverage. And Jared Hughes steps out, albeit a little bit ginger. He was incredibly ill yesterday. He only got to the track about 30 minutes before qualifying this morning and just trying to sweat out the issues that he's had. That's one way to do it, 2.6 seconds. In fact, that margin was out to over 4 seconds early in the race. So build the margin, controlled the race. As Blake Tracy finds his way back into Parc Fermé, victory lane. And we'll head down there very soon to hear from the top three. Just a short amount of time as well to turn these cars around to be ready for race number 4. But a fairly clean affair from the entire field, minus Paul Hadley, who was withdrawn from today's action. Blake Tracy with those 3 wins at the Bend, 2 wins yesterday, and a top 3 result. There's a solid day out for the man driving the Hi-Tec Oils machine. Let's go down the victory lane. Here's Jared McLean.
Blake Tracy bringing it home in 3rd place. The tyres betraying you on the run into turn 3. Hard fought, and you had some tough competition right behind you.
Yeah, it was Heinrich was bloody fast at the start. I got in front and I'm like, it's not worth fighting. It was, I think we over-pressured a bit and swinging off the bias too much. We swapped it around. I only had half a turn forward, so we turned it around so I could get a turn and a half forward, and I swung it the wrong way a few times. But no, it's all good. Just got to get on top of this problem for the next one so I can give it to the front boys.
Time to get back to the garage.
Thanks, guys.
Rick, what a difference an extra cylinder makes, but not quite enough to stay with Jared.
Nah, so yesterday we didn't have Hughes to contend with, but yeah, he drove mega that race and drove away. Well, Blake and I were having a bit of a tussle, so that was good fun. He made me work for it. Car was great over the long run, so huge thanks to the Ashley Jarvis Racing crew. They worked tirelessly over the last 2 days to get the thing running right, and yep, it's back on song.
Great stuff.
Congratulations to our race winner. Having a bit of a word with George Gambino from Hi-Tec Oils. It's been a long time between drinks, but it must feel good.
Yeah, it has been a while. You're standing a bit further back there. What are you doing that for? If you're thinking I'm going to give you some sickness. But, no, it's been a while. Unfortunately, yesterday obviously didn't go away, but the boys done an awesome job to get the car ready to go for the race today and qualifying. But I've had a few brake issues then. We're going to try and have a look at before the next one. But overall, considering what we went through yesterday, we're going all right.
Great to see a bit of spark back in the eyes and out there on track as well. Thank you.
Thanks, mate. Thanks for social distance.
Nicely done. Jared Hughes under the weather, but on top of the world here in race number 3 of the weekend. The TA2 muscle cars by Maritimo. They'll be back later this afternoon. Time for a commercial break. It's great to be back at Mallala. When we come back, the open wheel stars and the Formula Ford stars and Renegade Series hit the track for round 8 and race number 1. We'll be back. back at Mallala Motorsport Park, and the racing action continues. Great to have Formula Ford and open wheelers back at Mallala for the Mallala Masters. And Lockie Evanet with Joe Fawcett on the pole, Dan McCarthy alongside me. Can we live up to the hype of that second race yesterday with a new round in round 8 of this year's Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series? They play nicely through turn number 1. They've been so good with their starts this weekend.
Certainly have through the first couple of corners, and straight away a change for the leader. Great start from Joe Fawcett, and he moves through on Lachlan Evanet, our pole sitter. Also a change in Williams and Demelweek as well. Lowing throws it up the inside at the turn 3 hairpin as well, and he's got a nice run out of the corner on Demelweek as they go down the back straight, Smithy Straight as it's known here at Mallala Motorsport Park. Nice move from Lowing, and here comes Evanet on the fight back down into the northern hairpin, straight back past. There's quite a few overtakes, in fact, further back through the field, including the bright green machine of Ethan Fitzgerald, the local South Australian.
Cool shot watching the cars at that really hard braking point. So Evanet, who's got back-to-back poles this weekend at Mallala, goes back into the lead from Fawcett, and Kobe Williams, the ACM Finance Spectrum chassis, running back in third position. But this Townsville teenager, ever since he cracked that first win, the confidence is beaming aboard that 88.
Yes, and he's so red hot in terms of race mileage at the moment, whether it's 86s, whether it's TA2, whether it's Trans Am or Formula Ford. No matter what he's in, he is at the pointy end fighting for race victories, and it's really showing at the moment. So yes, took one of the race wins yesterday, took pole again today, and he's leading the way early on in this one. Kobe Williams, the championship leader, had an issue in practice, like many people, been suffering with gearbox problems. And he suffered in practice. They just got him out towards the end of qualifying, but his tyres weren't really up to the right pressures. The best he could do was 4th on the grid, but I spoke to Kobe and he said, to be honest, I'll take that considering the work and the effort that the team had to go through to quickly turn that around between the back-to-back practice and qualifying session.
Yeah, great point you raised too. This is a separate round. Yesterday was round 7 of the series. We're qualifying in 2 races, a sprint and feature race. This is our sprint one for round number 8 of this year's series. Dominated by Kobe Williams, but certainly from 2nd, 3rd and 4th onwards, it's far from done.
Oh, very much so, very much so. Wasn't the best day for Joe Fawcett yesterday. He was another one that suffered with gearbox dramas yesterday, and that put him back through the field in the opening race, and it was all about coming back through the field in the second encounter. He did so, he moved through a few places, but certainly lost points to his title rival for second, with Lachlan Evanet taking a victory and a second place. So Evanet has just pulled slightly clear in that championship, but that is, or the fight for second, but that's certainly going down to the nation's action track, Winton Motor Raceway, where we'll wrap things up at the Winton Wrap later on in the year. Just a few weeks away, really, next month. But out in front, Lachlan Evanet's put the hammer down a little bit, and he's pulled a half a second buffer. But it really has been these 3 that have fought for all of the race victories this season, and they have collectively taken all of the race victories. It's been absolutely an absolutely brilliant series, so tight. You know, you said that Kobe Williams has won a lot of races this year, and he has won the bulk of them, but it's been half a tenth here, half a tenth there that's made the difference. He's just been on the right end of it more often than not.
Yeah, that's Formula Ford to a T, isn't it? We don't see big margins of victory as they power past the Katheri Capital wall cam at the end of the second lap of today's race and into the right-hander. I thought yesterday's race too was just classic Mallala when it came to Formula Ford. You look back to the 80s, 90s and early 2000s, we had some of the big powerhouse names in the category. But this new breed of stars coming through, and we've got more cars and drivers coming online, maybe for Winton, but certainly into 2026.
Yeah, absolutely. Promising to be a really big year in the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. And I'm hearing a couple of people for Winton might get the old Keg class cars out, so we might have a few Renegades out there as well for the final round, which I'm very much looking forward to. But as you say, looking for a bigger and better season in 2026. Expanded season, a couple more rounds as Marcus Ambrose revealed to us yesterday. And Marcus Ambrose, not only a former competitor in the series, of course he's gone on to do things not only here in Australia but internationally, but he is an integral part of the behind the scenes running of the series, along with old Holden Racing team boss Jeff Gretsch.
Done a great job so far in 2025 with this category. You're watching Jamie Rowe right back in 4th position. Will Loewen, great to see Isaac Damelweek back out the field. A lot of damage to that 36 car yesterday. I think it was like diagonal corners after that incident coming out of turn number 6. They missed the second one to repair that car, but he's back today.
They missed by just a couple of minutes. If they had a couple of minutes longer, that would have been out there in time. They were so narrowly missed getting that car back out there, which is a real shame for him. But he is back out there and qualified really well in his first round in the Super Series Formula Ford Championship. And also, I think it's just his 4th overall. To put it 3rd on the grid was a remarkable achievement earlier on today. I spoke to him after qualifying. I said, great. Oh, a bit of a lock-up there for Evanet. He's made the corner, though, but he did lose potentially a little fraction of time. We saw a lot of lock-ups from him yesterday in race number 2, which cost him dearly. But just going back on to Demelweek, I said to him after qualifying, must be absolutely delighted with 3rd. Sadly, though, they had an issue with the driveline late in the session. The transmission wasn't quite playing the game, so he wasn't all smiles. He was a bit frustrated because I think he could have potentially gone faster in those dying minutes. But Lachlan Evanet out in front. He's flying out there. He's pushing hard, as we saw with that lockup. Suffered a lot yesterday with brake locking up. He had a 2-second margin midway through the final race, which was eaten into by Kobe Williams, and eventually the number 94 ACM Finance sponsored driver was able to make his way by and take another race victory. He said to me last night, Evanet, we're going to have to tune that up for tomorrow. I just can't push hard on the brakes and keep it at that level. I'm having to really modulate the brakes and try not to lock up, and that's not what you want around here.
No, he's done it a couple of times now. On the way up to turn number 6, here comes Loewen with a big move. Up the inside, should get it done. And does cleanly execute that at turn 6. Some drivers electing to go back to first gear after practice on Friday. Some were trying to use it with second, but really having to pull that first gear to get the launch out as Williams making the move, is staying there side by side, is Fawcett. And that went on from turn 6 all the way down to the final set of turns. And they're letting Lockie Evanet go away. That's another fastest lap. In fact, the fastest lap of the day, a 1:11.07 to make the gap 2.1 seconds.
Yeah, Kobe slid it in on the rears at the turn 8 hairpin, and that's what allowed Fawcett just about a little bit of a cutback at turn 9. But of course, then you're on the wrong side of the circuit. You're on the outside line, and he was nowhere near close enough to think about any sort of a move into the final corner. Look at this train developing behind. You got Jamie Rowe, you've got Demelweek. Will Loewen has dropped back actually in the last half a lap, because I believe he was just got to the head of the queue, so he's fallen back just ahead of Hunter Salvatore, who broke through for his first podium finish in the series yesterday. Here comes young Demelweek, the 17-year-old, having a look at Jamie Rowe himself, locked up there in the Fabcon entry, and they're going to be side by side nearly on the exit. Demelweek, I think, didn't quite get the drive because Loewen is honing in on the tail of him now in the McGale chassis. Up the inside, nope, not close enough there. Had a big look though, certainly had a big look up the inside. Through they go, they remain as they were at the end of the back straight. So it is still Rowe from Demelweek, Loewen and Salvatore. I mentioned yesterday about the fact that a few of these drivers have raced here before. Jamie Lowe has actually been here before. He came here as a 3-month-old baby.
So did you. So did we all, I think, back in the day.
Well, I was in England then.
It's a worry when you ask some of these guys, have you been to Mallala before? And some go, we had to research. We'd never heard of Mallala before.
Correct.
To actually come here. It's quite staggering to think that, and there was so much to learn over Friday. To give him an extra practice session yesterday morning before qualifying, in fact. Demelweek, whatever they've done to this car, it is a completely different animal to yesterday's. He finally gets the car up the inside of Jamie Rowe, looking for no wheel-to-wheel contact through the middle of turn 6. And the 36 machine moves up a place.
He is enjoying life in Formula Ford. He's done a bit of 86 Scholarship Series racing this year, but he is enjoying himself in the Open Wheel Series, or in a bit deep there as he tried to make sure he didn't allow Rowe up the inside. Nearly outbroke himself, but he has held on. So the tall, lanky lad is ahead of this train at the moment. He's over 6 foot despite being 17 years of age. He said to me, my feet are right at the end of the chassis. You can't extend it any further. It's pretty tight for him, pretty cramped. But he certainly knows how to handle one of these machines. Of that, there is no doubt.
He's going to contest the final rounds of the Toyota GR Cup this year at Bathurst, Gold Coast and Sandown. He's been teamed up with Romeo Nasser with a scholarship program. In fact, they teamed up in the 6 hour this year to pick up the Class D honours and the fastest lap. They've made up a whopping 21 positions on that day. The 6 hour, which continues to grow already in the first week. We're up to over 60 entries that are keen to race there at Easter at Mount Panorama next year.
And as well, you mentioned his co-driver himself, a very, very good 86 driver who was right at the pointy end of the Scholarship Series throughout this year. But let's turn our attention to this fight on the screen between local Ethan Fitzgerald and Jack Johnson as they hit the back stretch. Johnson looking to the inside, Fitzgerald going defensive down into turn number 8. This is an immaculately presented machine. The Xena sponsored car certainly wins my award for best presented car of the weekend. That is for sure. As they come across the line, he's having a look, jinking left, jinking right. Jack Johnson got his PB result in race number 1 yesterday. I spoke to him after qualifying. He said we took a bit of a gamble with the setup and we went the wrong way in qualifying. That's why he qualified on the 4th row of the grid. So this is all about just trying to move back forward after that qualifying session. It looks like he's got the pace to do so, but he's got a roadblock ahead of him, the work zone Formula Ford of Ethan Fitzgerald.
Meantime, Jamie Rowe has Will Lowing using the toe, but Demmelweek has just got the slightest of margins as he tries to pull away. 4th position in his maiden weekend in Formula Ford Stars and Renegades. Meantime, further up the road, Williams and Fawcett in the battle for 2nd because Lockie Evanet is clearing out by 3 seconds. With just over 6 minutes of competition remain as back into the S as we go to complete another lap and into lap 11.
This gap has certainly closed, hasn't it? Fawcett throwing a couple of PB sectors at it on that lap. He's closed the margin down. So out front, Evanet has continued to chip away and extend that margin, looking for his 2nd of the weekend. He looks like he's cleaned up those lockups, and he has been able to extend that margin steadily. Just a 10th here, a 10th there, but that's crept up over the course of this 18-minute sprint race. We've got the feature race later on this afternoon. Double points on the line and an extra 7 minutes of racing. And talking to all the drivers, they all said it felt like a marathon yesterday. 25 minutes. It's non-stop turning around this track. Yes, you got a couple of straights like this, but you're ragging it even around there in these cars.
Yeah, 100%. Remember at the start of the year, we were doing 30-minute races.
Yes.
And that was quickly extinguished. 25 is probably the absolute maximum we'd want to do one of these Formula Ford cars. They make their way through the left-hander. You can see Evanet in the distance. He's pulling away. But this battle with Demmelweek, he's just fallen back towards Jamie Rowe in the Fabcon car number 48. The Spectrum chassis being helped out this weekend by Jordan Boyes, who's not just mentoring, but is engineering this car. Boyes himself, noted racer in open wheel cars. Through that right-hander.
A real front-runner in Formula Ford for a good couple of years was Jordan Boyes before he moved on to Super 2 with Image Racing. And, of course, Jamie Lowe, very well associated with that team, seeing his uncle runs the team, Terry Wyhoon, a well-known name for those that attended the Thunderdome and Adelaide International all those years ago, a front-runner in not only Oscar but NASCAR as well.
Not even going to ask you if you went to any of them.
No.
I don't want to feel insulted.
I went to ASCAR in England.
There you go. Similar to what we had here back in the day.
Very much so.
His dad, in fact, worked for Terry Wyhoon back in the day too, so a good family affair there from the Albury-Wodonga region. Here's the move. Demmelweek went wide, and it allows Rowe, but just as quick as the door opened, it's shut. He's got to keep an eye on Lowing, who's right up against the gearbox of the Fabcon car as they come down towards the S's once again. Door is open, and there goes Rowe. So Demmelweek, after that strong showing at the start, loses 2 positions in 1 turn. And have we seen the best of this car? Maybe has he asked too much of the tyres?
He was really backing it in the lap before. I noticed a few rear slides midway through the corner. So I think, maybe the tyre pressures were set a bit high and they are now overheating potentially. late on in this race, but he's not going down without a fight. He throws it back up the inside of Will Lone, but it's really hard there to make a move on the outside of turn 2 because you're on the wrong side for the next hairpin, turn number 3, and then the kink of 4. It is technically a corner there as they hit the back stretch of the course and through the fast right-hander. In some categories it's flat, in others it's a slight lift around here. It certainly depends on weather conditions as well. Hard to believe that we had a bit of a shower this morning in the first race. The Legend cars that started the day was in damp conditions. You wouldn't believe that now.
No, quite a weird day to wake up to this morning, particularly if you're out in the lower Adelaide Hills. It was raining quite heavily when we woke up this morning out in the Barossa Valley, but it turned out to be an absolutely cracking day, stunning if you like, at Mallala. Back into the final turn with second and third, and really the big battle to talk about because Evan 3.4 seconds is on target for another victory in this year's Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. Round 8 with race 2 to come up later this afternoon as part of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Back at Mallala Motorsport Park. It's a good feeling to say that. Down towards turn 3 they roll.
Hunter Salvatore ran a little bit wide down there at turn number 7. Turn number 2. He's in position number 7 as he heads down the back stretch, but just running a couple of metres wide. We saw that incident with him yesterday, lost third gear, and that's when Demmelweek ran up his rear tailors up the inside. Comes Johnson. What a pack this is. So it's now Johnson ahead of Imbrogno, and then behind that we have the first of the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport machines of Brad James, Caleb Bellack, the very young Caleb Bellack, and Tabitha Ambrose rounding out this 5-car scrap for position number 9. That's tight there. I thought James was going to throw it up the inside, and I think that was his intention, but Imbrogno slams the door firmly in his face.
It's a good scrap. Any of these cars could finish in the top 10 the way it's brewing. But Tabitha Ambrose at the back of it in the Pertec Repco-sponsored car 45 as they celebrate 45 years in business. Jack Johnson's going to have to work for this. They're all queuing up, including Giuseppe Imbrogno that had a brake disc break in qualifying yesterday. And Ambrose tucking in behind Caleb Bellack as we go into the final lap in race 1 of the day for Formula Ford Stars and Renegades. This is the battle for 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th and 13th. But out in front, this guy is gone.
He certainly has gone, hasn't he? The margin 3.7 seconds as the 2 behind scrap as they have all race long. There's a couple of tenths between them on the back stretch of the circuit, but the Cam Quarry's entry is leading the way and looking to get his 3rd race victory of the season. He's already got a couple, 4th race victory, got a couple yesterday, and he's looking to make it a 3rd one here as he comes around the final sequence of corners. What a dominant performance it has been. One more lap to go for him. He is continuing to extend the margin even on this lap out to 3.7 seconds, with Williams and Fawcett still scrapping half a second the margin. So Williams has just pulled out a little bit in that final sector of the lap, just a couple of tenths ahead of Fawcett, but it's just chopping and changing, just based on the runs, slipstreams, and that's the way we love Formula Ford.
So Evident Racing with Brett Francis racing this year. Spent some time with the Tom Williamson Motorsport team in karting, where he podiumed in the Queensland state titles. He's raced in Oz Formula Open, F4, Aussie racing cars, and Toyota 86, along with the Trans Am and TA2 muscle cars. And remember, just 17 years of age. A long career ahead for him.
Certainly a long career ahead. As we've said, he is a front runner in anything he jumps in. As he rounds the final couple of corners, uses the curb on the inside very nicely to help rotate the car. He knows how to drive this thing. He comes around the final corner, take his 3rd win of the season, and enjoying himself as he does so. Slides it across the line. Williams holds on for 2nd ahead of Fawcett, and then he can throw a blanket over the next 3. Rowe from Demmelweek and Lowing, the 3 of them separated by less than 4/10 of a second.
And Johnson's going to win this battle for 9. It's got 5 cars involved. He'll get 9th, and Brogno will get 10th position. And all these cars covered by just over a second, with Ballack and Tabitha Ambrose completing the field. But for this youngster, third victory of the season in the Cam Quarries car. The McGale chassis breaks through. We're littered with Spectrum chassis, aren't we? But the McGales have proven their worth here at Mallala today.
Absolutely, they have, finishing first and sixth in that one. Evernet taking the win in the end by just a smidge under 4 seconds. Williams and Fawcett had their duel throughout, and in the end it went the way of car number 94. Beyond that, it was Jamie Rowe, Demelweek and Lowing in there, scrapped for fourth. And then Salvatore, a pretty lonely race for him in seventh, then of Fitzgerald, Johnson and Imbrogno, who rounded out the top 10. Beyond that, we had Brad James, Caleb Bellack and Tabitha Ambrose in the Pertec-sponsored Spectrum. Great race, that one. Really looking forward to their longer race this afternoon. Plenty of highlights throughout. Start of the race was all important as they went on through turn number 1. Yes, Joe Fawcett took the lead early on, but Evernet was quick to respond. It was a great start from Fawcett, a great start from Williams as well, who managed to make his way past Demelweek. Demelweek was demoted early by Will Lowing. A change of position there as well for fourth, but this was a scrap for second that went on all race long.
I love that there was no fear trying to use the curbs, particularly those high curbs in the final S's of the track. This was Demelweek making the move on Jamie Rowe at turn 6. And from that point, we thought that car would just disappear down the road, but it may have been tyres later in the race that brought him back to this group and saw Jamie Rowe and Will Lowing pass him in succession down here at the S's.
Absolutely. Out in front, though, there was no stopping this man. Lockie Evernet greeting the checkered flag first for his third victory of the season and second of the weekend. Great drive from the Cam Quarries driver.
I think you should save that celebration for later on this afternoon. That was a bit scary coming past the start-finish line here as the top three are down in victory lane with Evernet, Williams and Fawcett. Parking up once again for Evernet, rarefied air. The fans have loved their time out here, and it's got that old school feel about the park and view, which you can see plenty, if not all, the action where you are here. The iconic Mallala race control tower. It's been here for many years. In fact, that starters tower is going to be upgraded before we come back for the homecoming event in November. The rejuvenated Mallala Motorsport Park, and showing off some of the next generation stars that we have in Formula Ford. Let's go down to victory lane.
Joe Fawcett, third place in the second last race of the weekend. Tell me if you've got anything up your sleeve for the feature race coming up.
We made a fair bit of improvement on the car just then, so I think we'll just fine-tune it for the last one, and we'll see how it goes.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Williams, P2, couldn't quite catch him that time.
No, yeah, like he had heaps of speed that time. Got plenty of work to do before the next one. Try to tune it up and see how we go on the next one.
Are you just focusing on the championship now?
A little bit, but just, yeah, trying to get as many points as possible and move into the next round with a good margin.
Yeah, always. Well done.
Thank you.
Lachlan Evernet, congratulations. 4 seconds clear of the competition and looking to bring it home, but 25 minutes is a long time around this 2.6K bull ring, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's tough track to get right every single lap. You saw yesterday in that last race, I had a couple moments, and that's what I wanted to look at improving. So in that one, I felt much better. I think almost every of my lap times was within a half second. So it was, yeah, much more consistent, and I'm just looking to do that in the next race as well.
One more to go. Time to bring it home. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much.
It'll be hard to beat. Only going into the final one today, but an extra 5 minutes of racing in race 2 of round 8. The Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. Time for another break. The Innovation Race Cars hit the track. You're watching the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series and the Mallala Masters.
Well, it is very green here at Mallala at the moment, and doesn't it look fantastic? We're here for round 5 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Good to have you back joining us. Our innovation race cars making their way out on this beautiful 2.6 kilometre track as they get ready to fight it out. 8 cars here this weekend taking part. As you can see, Danny Studdard just warming the tyres up yesterday afternoon. He had a little bit of an incident with Jeff Emery, which saw that car get a few repairs overnight. Just some suspension here. But let's have a look at some of the highlights of the race this morning. Now, Lee Stibbs in the Hi-Tec Oils, number 5 on the outside there, went to the lead very, very quickly. Now, Danny Studdard and Goodacre just rubbed tyres there for a fraction. We did see a couple of those marks on the cars down in the pits. Jeff Emery slotted into second position. Donaldson, who moved up into third very quickly while we saw that little moment from Goodacre, and Studdard didn't hold on to that very long because Goodacre shot down the inside on just turn number 3 and managed to get that move done where he left it there. Now, this was the interesting battle for me, Dan McCarthy, as the door opened up for a moment with Emery, and Goodacre tried to go around the outside. Emery, well, he quickly slammed that door shut.
He certainly did. There it is from the outboard. That was very, very tight there. Goodacre electing not to take to the grass and decided to slot back in line. Danny Studdard was having difficulties in the race earlier on today, and he just ran in a bit deep, allowing Brian Finn to take that position, a position that he would get back, but out in front. Lee Stibbs took a dominant victory from pole. He led every single lap, continuing to extend his margin. Great victory, his second of the weekend.
Yeah, he's looking pretty happy, isn't he? Pretty comfortable in that innovation race car. All they had to do was change the seat between Blake Tracy testing that car just to make sure everything was all right, because obviously based down there near Winton. And then coming over to South Australia, they just had to change the seat up. Lee Stibbs slotted straight into that, and he's been very comfortable after the practice sessions on Friday, and very, very fast too. 0.6 of a second faster in the second qualifying session on Friday afternoon. So we'll wait and see how he goes in the race. He's been managing some tyres as well. I think he likes to go get that 5 or 6 second lead, and we'll just watch him just back the car down a fraction and try and get the wins here this weekend. Maybe he can take a round win, his first one in the innovation race cars. We see him, this is in the back of John Goodacre's car, and he'll be starting off the second row of the grid here in race number 2 today. So John Goodacre, lots of experience. He is a South Aussie. Him and Lee Stibbs, the 2 local residents around this area, but John Goodacre is the man who would have all the experience at this track. So Lee Stibbs starts us off with Jeff Emery on the front row of the grid, followed by John Goodacre and Alex Donaldson, and the Axels Earth moving 111. Then it's John Hollinger, who came into this weekend with a series lead. Now that's diminished just slightly, and he's dropped back a position with Danny Studdard alongside. Then it's Brian Finn and John crossing to round out our 8 cars here this weekend. It's going to be a great start as our safety car leaves the track and we get this race underway. 25 minutes of this glorious innovation race car noise getting around the racetrack here at Mallala Motorsports Park, and turn number 1 where it's been super exciting in every category. Finn gets pushed a bit to the inside. We saw Lee Stibbs take to the inside, but he's got to cross just before that ripple strip because it can really unsettle the car, and they're so low here with all that aero hanging off the side and the rig. You don't want to go over there and make any issues there. But is this...
I think it's John Goodacre. It is John Goodacre who has gone around at turn number 1. So big drama there. A man who has really had the pace for the top 3 positions all weekend long has found himself facing backwards. So that promotes Grant Donaldson, or Axel Donaldson, as he likes to be known, up into position number 3 in the Mark II Mustang. So great start from him. Danny Studdard as well, a fast starter from 6th on the grid. He got past Brian Finn on the last lap earlier on, which meant that he's up a row. Here's a replay. Is it Donaldson in the side of Goodacre? It is around.
I don't know if there was contact, mate. He definitely got pushed to the outside.
You think that could have just spun on the dirty stuff?
Well, potentially there, or if he's dropped a wheel, because there is a little bit of a drop-off if you come on the outside of turn 1, isn't there? It's not smooth, so that may have just unloaded the car. We'll wait and see what that one says, whether we see any replays of that a little bit later on, but we'll wait and find out, because there is some edges there as well. You don't want to try and cut a tyre on that one, so Goodacre will try and regroup this time. Emery in second position now. Stibbsy, I expect it's probably going to take 2 laps to get everything up to temperature, brakes, tyres, everything like that around here. So he's cracked out with a 1:12.40 for his first flying lap around the track from that race start, but give that 2 laps. I dare say we're going to see that back in the 107s once again, maybe a low 108, and he'll try to extend his lead out to 5 or 6 seconds. If he can do that once again, it's going to be a bit of eat, sleep, repeat for him at the moment. Now, John Hollinger in 5th position, he's the one that needs to try and make his way back through the pack to try and get back into the championship points at the moment. So he's just fallen back a little bit as this weekend has progressed on. He's lost a couple of points there in the Innovation Race Cars. Currently sitting in 2nd position. He's lost 13 points. Now, came with a 3-point lead. He's 13 points behind in the championship.
Yeah, he had a spinning race number 1 yesterday, which cost him dearly. He lost a couple of positions as a result of that due to the progressive grid of yesterday's race. Number 2, it meant that he started where he finished and he couldn't make hay, couldn't move forward. And it was a similar story earlier on based on his results in qualifying 2. Again, he was just stuck in the pack and couldn't make his way forward. And again, it looks like he's got the pace on Donaldson, but at the moment, he can't quite find a way through. Here's a replay. This will really tell us if there was contact down there at turn number 1. Yes, there was. Just a little bit, but when it's in the rear corner like that, it's very easy to rotate another vehicle.
He's been on the back end of some bad luck, hasn't he, John Goodacre, as well? We saw that little moment. Obviously, Emery just closed the door on him as well. We went out wide. Luckily, that only got the wheel off onto the dirt. So, Goodacre, I'm sure there'll be a few animated words inside the helmet, but he'll get back to it as well. They like to have a good time down there in the Innovation Race Car pits.
They're actually sharing a garage, so that's going to be a bit awkward when they get back to the paddock. They're having a laugh and a joke with me in the lunch break about the battles that they've both had throughout the weekend, and unfortunately that battle did not end well for either of them with Goodacre going around. But Donaldson's still out there in position number 4 at the moment, so Studdard has made his way by early on in this race, but still in position number 4, just ahead of John Hollinger. Studdard was struggling a bit in the race earlier on today. He told me that he was struggling with the setup. He said it was just bursting into wheel spin. No matter what he did, he just wasn't able to get the traction down, the power down, and that's where he was losing all his ground. He was just going into wheel spin, and everybody was just pulling away from him. So he's certainly fixed that up for this final race, hasn't he? He's right back on the pace.
And if you get up to Emery, they will continue their stoush from yesterday, because yesterday we saw that Studdard just missed his braking marker and made contact with Emery, and Emery spun around, did damage to the back of Studdard's car, which put him out of the race, but it was just a slight mistake. It wasn't anything. It was just a racing incident. Unfortunately, in the end, Studdard had to retire from that race. That hurt him in some points. I'm just going over having a look at the wins this weekend. Lee Stibbs, who looks so dominant, because if he can continue this, it'll be 3 from 3. Might not get a round win, because Jeff Emery has had a podium every race so far. He's been on all 3 steps of the podium. He started with the first, second race was a 3rd position, and then 2nd in the last race. He might still get a round win here.
That second race could have been even better than a 3rd place finish, couldn't it? He had to come in together with Danny Studdard, a bit of contact down at the turn 8 hairpin. Saw Emery spin around. He was able to recover, but in that 3rd position, and was not able to move back through the field. Time was not on his side in that one, and had to finish in that 3rd position. But it's been a good solid weekend for Emery so far. I don't want to jinx it too early. We've still got a lot of time to go. 20 minutes still on the clock as we ride on board with the Hi-Tec oil-sponsored innovation race car of Lee Stibbs, who really has taken to this series like a duck to water.
And just note that a 108.5 to go the fastest lap of this race so far. We have seen him down in the 107 zone. He did a 106 in qualifying. So he'll be nurturing this car. The tyres won't be as green as they were at the start of the weekend, which we have seen a lot of tyre degradation across the categories. Probably more of our radial style categories like the Legend cars don't notice it as much, but anyone running a race tyre, we have seen that. And it's caused by a lot of the brake. I mean, I know the surface here is obviously got a little bit of age and character to it, but there's a lot of braking. We're going to have another look at this one. I think Race Control are probably asking for this. And have a look at the green machine there. And Donaldson's orange and white. There is a slight touch there. And it's whether they're going to call that a racing incident, obviously with the cars going too wide through what is a narrow part of the track, or whether that's going to be deemed as something that could cause a penalty there potentially for Donaldson. We'll have to wait and find out later on in the race. It's unfortunate, and it's going to be awkward cleaning up the shed after this race.
Yeah, Donaldson himself was on the wrong end of a stick yesterday when John Hollinger, who happens to be the person that's behind him right now, the two made contact down at the turn 6 hairpin, and it resulted in the Mark Mustang facing backwards down there at turn number 6. So the Axel's earth-moving machine will not want that again. He'll want to try and keep the Hollinger Engineering IRC car directly behind. Great to see Brian Finn. He looks like he's found a bit of performance in this final race. He set his PB lap last time by, or PB sectors anyway. He is right on the tail of these two, which is fantastic to see him really take the fight after he was locked in combat with Danny Studdard in the race earlier on today. Donaldson there running a bit wide at turn number 3 and a bit deep. And that's opened the door here for Hollinger as they head down the back strip, the fast strip, down the Smithy Straight, as it's called here at Mallala. Smithy Straight. Up the inside, late on the brakes for Hollinger. Oh, he had a real good look there, but to no avail on that occasion. He certainly sent it up there, but Donaldson closed the door.
Yeah, I was worried that was going to be a replay of yesterday's race number 2. We were holding our breath for a moment here in commentary and hoping that wasn't going to happen. They've had some great racing, but John Hollinger just trying to go up one position at the moment. Take a look at one car at a time. As Goodacre looks like he might have caught up to the Mark 1 car of John Crossing and moved into 7th position now as the Green Machine. Not at the back of the pack anymore. Finn has picked up a little bit of pace there, though. Some strong 110s. He just dropped back to a 111 moppy because he's behind the pack, and potentially that could have been the same issue with Danny Studdard. With the control inside the car, which is a great feature on these, where they've got numerous amounts of settings for traction control as well as ABS, and they're having to turn a lot of that dial it right back, because with the little bumps and how these cars are set up, goes over a bump that spins the wheels, it brings the torque of the motor down, so it's actually slowing the cars down. So over the weekend, they're just fine-tuning that as they go around. There's some great shots here of this wonderful track that we've come back to. Mallala, great to see national level racing back here after over a decade, and they've got plenty more action coming away later this year. It's a track starting to get used more and more, and they've got a car going off in the background, and it's Donaldson and the 111, and Finn's going to take advantage of this one as well.
Oh, he'll be kicking himself with that one. That was an unforced error. Hollinger wasn't actually that close, didn't have a look up the inside on that occasion, but Donaldson outbroke himself down into the turn 6 hairpin. Here is a replay in ultra deep, far too deep as it turned out, and he just dribbled off the side of the road. It's one of those real awful feelings in a race car when you just dribble off the road like that. So he'll be kicking himself in his Mark II Mustang. And now look, he has John Goodacre right up his behind as they hit the backstretch and head towards turn number 3.
I'm not going to say I didn't have a smile on my face when I saw John Goodacre coming up there. I thought, oh, we can put this battle back together. A couple of mates. I'm sure there'll be a little bit of banter going on if they can. Even though they're at the back of the field now and they're probably not going to catch Lee Stibbs or Jeff Emery, they will still enjoy this if they can reignite this little battle that they've had there, John Goodacre and Axel Donaldson. Not too much in it now. That's down to less than 1 second. Lee Stibbs is just rolling off the throttle a little bit and letting that car go a couple of tenths slower than what we have previously seen him. He's already 5.8 seconds out in front, and I think he's just going to try and manage that time at the moment, because so are some of the other cars. Jeff Emery going almost a second slower that lap alone. At least Stibbs has backed off quite a bit. Danny Studdard, well, he's in the box seat now because he has gone almost a second faster than Emery. So can he close that gap up? It was out to 5 seconds.
The tyres were talking points in the paddock earlier on today. Who used their new set and when? And Danny Studdard said, well, seeing I was starting up the points in yesterday, I actually threw them on in yesterday afternoon's race, and he was running on very used tyres this morning. So now that the field's a bit more level on tyres, because everybody's in the final race, they've all used the best of their tyres. It's a case of just mangling a set together and finding the best tyres to put on for the final race. We are seeing Studdard's performance certainly lift, and as we say, he's tuned that up clearly as well. Got rid of all that wheel spin, but he is still 5 seconds behind Emery, a man that he fought vigorously with for the victory yesterday. Mel, down to you.
Oh, up to me. We are up here in race control where all the magic happens with category manager Barry Hay for IRC, who are putting on a brilliant show this weekend and every round better and better, but there's many more exciting things to come. What can you tell us?
Well, it's pretty exciting because we've had a good growth spurt as we started off from the start of the year to now. It's very strong, lots of interest, but what we have had is a lot of interest from junior drivers. So effectively that void coming out of XLs, coming out of 86s, all those sorts of things. From that next step, at a reasonable price point, it's a bit of a void because you go up to the very, very big number sections, like the big categories. So we're opening up. We'll go public with it the next couple of weeks, but it's like a pro category, slightly adjusted car, basically exactly the same to look at, and it will cater for everybody in that junior class to be a pro class. So,
well, those cars are certainly getting some attention, aren't they? And there's some, like you said, people knocking at the door and people that haven't driven them that are now and absolutely love them. So bring it on, yeah?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's just important to have a car that that isn't expensive to repair, because when you're learning, especially as a young driver, coming from a female driver's point of view, you need to have repairs. You make mistakes as you're learning, and you don't want your whole budget to go to your first crash.
And we were having a chat the other day about exactly that, and we saw Jeff Emery and all the damage that was done to his car at the last round, and how cheap it was to repair in the grand scheme of motorsport. Like, it's absolutely perfect.
Yeah, 25 grand repair gets you a lot of parts on one of our cars. It doesn't get you too far down the road in a lot of other categories at the moment. So, yeah, that's what it's all about, just getting out there. And, I mean, the cars are fast, the cars are reliable. And, I mean, the old boys are out there doing a good job, so I'd like to see some youngies in some as well.
Yeah, we would too. It puts a smile on everybody's face, so bring on next year for IRC.
And maybe a famous female driver should have a drive as well.
You never know. I think that's a terrific idea.
We'll work on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's some exciting news, isn't it? Obviously, we're starting to get a bit of young blood, getting a lot of interest in it in 2025, and they've done a lot of test days with the innovation race cars, obviously based up there in Queensland. Queensland Raceway has been home to a few people just having a look at these, and Brian Finn's one of those guys that have come out of V8 touring cars, the old style of V8 touring cars, and had one of those. He's raced very recently and decided, no, we're going to make the switch, we're going to update, we're going to go to innovation race cars. So I think with so many categories out there and obviously the expanding costs, it's going to be a great solution for some of the young guns.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Finn moving out of Vic V8s in his effectively sports sedan Holden Commodore, and moving up into this series. Great to have him a part of the category. The other announcement in recent weeks, of course, Model A, the new model that sounds like it might potentially debut at Winton, potentially, or maybe next year, but a fantastic looking car, a real European flavour.
It's not a crank star, is it? No,
not that Model A.
Not Model A, no. It's a good-looking Model A. No, we're right. No, hopefully we'll have some more. We've already seen some of the renders of that car. It looks absolutely fantastic. But tell you what, let's just have a listen to Lee Stibbs as he comes through the gears here in the number 5 Hi-Tec Oils Innovation Race Car. Just heard that moment of traction control, didn't we, as he comes out of turn number 3 and gets on the gas, and they are a powerful engine too. 550 horsepower coming out of this LS3 based in the innovation race cars. Obviously the Mark II Mustangs and the Mark I cars, another V8 iteration as well, but plenty of horsepower to get around, but it's the aero and I suppose the balance of the car that is really the difference in how fast they are.
This appeals to the Aussie market, doesn't it? V8s in a sedan-style body shape, it certainly does appeal in that sense. A 6.2-litre V8 engine, while many categories around the world are going hybrid or even fully electric. The innovation race cars, the Aussie-built innovation race cars, let's not forget, are full V8s, and they certainly roar around this circuit. Got a couple of different engine configurations depending on whether you got an IRC car, a Mark II car, or Mark I car. There's talk as well in the off-season. We're expecting quite a few more of the Mark IIs and Mark Is to come out of the garage, dusting off the cobwebs and joining our series, and potentially even being a separate class within the innovation race car series.
Yeah, definitely loving that we're seeing so many drivers, and if I have a look at some of my records here this weekend, I reckon we've probably had 13, well actually I'm going to say that we've had 23 different drivers in here this year. So that's across, obviously we've got our
we've got our sprint rounds, we've got our enduro rounds. In the enduro rounds, you can actually run two race car drivers. So you might have a race each, and then you might do a big 50 minutes enduro where you swap drivers halfway. So to have over 20 drivers sort of take part in this season, we have seen 12 cars, 13 cars, I think was our biggest field out on track.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it was 13 cars. How many was it you said in total?
23 different names.
23, and of those 23, we've had 13 different people finish on the podium. That shows how competitive and how close this racing series is to have that many different podium finishes, and also the race victors as well. We've had 7 different race winners across the course of the season. Jeff Taunton's taken the most. I'm sure he's watching on from home. We wish you a speedy recovery, mate. Hope to see you back here in the Innovation Race Car Series in the near future. Jeff Emery has taken 5 race wins, and Lee Stibbs, of course, he's moving up the ranks in terms of IRC victors with his 2 so far this weekend. And you can see he's on board in the top left-hand side of the screen. Into the corner goes Brian Finn. He was in position number 5, so Goodacre is going to be latching onto his tail. There's still 7 minutes to go. Goodacre has moved past Donaldson. He did that several laps ago. The margin, though, to these two is 3.5 seconds. You'll see there it is, the bright green machine, the Gap Solutions entry, just at the tail of the shot. This is a really good performance again from Brian Finn, trying to get another 4th place finish. I spoke about the podium finishes. He's not on there. He's got a few 4th place finishes, but yet to get a podium.
He's only just joined the ranks of Innovation Race Car. It was halfway through the season as well, but look how close he is getting to John Hollinger. We'll wait and see what happens there. John Cross will get around one of the Mark 1 cars, the Ford Focus, which doesn't look like it's got as much pace as the later model Innovation Race Cars, but it's still moving around very fast. When you consider a 110 around here, which we don't see too many race cars do around Mallala as well, so that's a great time from them. But there are different tracks which have suited these style cars, and we've seen some of the enduros like Queensland Raceway, where we saw the Donaldsons be really competitive there as well, and the Mark II Mustang. So it really comes down to the track layout really for the balance of the vehicle.
Actually spoke to the man in position number 7, Axel Donaldson, in the Mark II machine about that very subject. I said, where is it that you're weaker compared to the Innovation Race Cars, and where is it that you're stronger? And he says the sort of mid-corner rotation in the Mark II car isn't quite as good. The IRC car is very, very pointy. He has raced overseas in Innovation Race Cars, so he's got a great comparison between the two. And he says this track is, whoa, we're big off, and there he is actually off the circuit. Just as I'm talking about him, he has gone off at a vast rate of knots down into the sand trap, and he is buried deep in there in the axle earth-moving machine. Unfortunately, he can't move the earth away from the tyres and get out there.
Do you think we can get a machine in to get him out? Do you reckon he could bring a machine that we could potentially dig him out of that? That is deep in there. Have a look at the dirt in the rims. Now, is that some mid-corner over-rotation?
Possibly. Possibly.
That is unfortunate. Let's have a look at the replay right now. He's on his own, and is that the same where he missed the brakes last time? It's almost like they weren't there. There's lucky to pull that car up. That was very fast.
It was, wasn't it? Very, very fast off down there.
That looked way more violent.
Yeah, I don't think he's missed his braking point. I'm not sure what exactly has gone on there, but the one thing we do know is that car is very much beached in the gravel trap, so no overtaking down there at the turn 6 hairpin. There he is in the background. One of the real key overtaking opportunities in the Innovation Race Car Series on this track has been is now not an option. So that is not good news if you are the likes of Brian Finn. You've got to find another place to try and make you move.
Yeah, pretty strong cars, but that front splitter wouldn't have liked hitting that dirt at such a pace that he went in there. John Hollinger now in 4th position up on our screens. Finney not too far behind him. It's only 1.1 seconds a difference as we've got 3.5 minutes just over that remaining in this IRC 25-minute race here this afternoon to round out their weekend of competition. They will go into the final race. The door is open now for Axel Donaldson though, but they will have one more round of racing. Their enduro round, something is snapped, judging by the looks of it. Is that what the symbol? Maybe a brake pedal failure?
Not sure. Really, I don't want to speculate at this point in time. We'll find out for you at the end of this race. Post-race, we'll get the news to you in the future and let you know at Winton Motor Raceway. But out in front, this man continues to roll out those laps consistently. The margin now out to 8.5 seconds. He's a late addition to the Innovation Race Cars this weekend. He was going to be in his traditional TA2, but a late swap with Blake Tracy has turned out to be a masterstroke on both parties, because both have had very, very good weekends, taking race victories in their categories. So Lee Stibbs out in front at the moment. He didn't take the victory in race 1, but since then it has been all about him. Second place for Jeff Emery at the moment, and third place for this man on the screen. It's been one of his more challenging weekends, this one. He's shown good pace at times, but he doesn't necessarily have the results that you would expect come the end of this weekend. He's got one podium, but it could have been a couple more potentially had he not had an incident with Jeff Emery, and the setup was a little bit better in the race earlier on today. But I think he's cruising now, and is not full speed, I don't think, going out of that corner. Just looking at his times, I think he's buttoned off just a little bit, a few tenths in the various different sectors, so he's not quite pushing at 100%. He just knows there's 8 seconds ahead and 10 seconds behind. I could just cruise from here.
Provisionally at the moment, it looks like Jeff Emery's up for a round win. That's just Lee Stibbs missing out on that race 1, where he would have got no points for a DNF in that one. So we'll follow that on as we go. But at the moment, it looks like Lee Stibbs likely to come in second for the round, which is not bad considering he only made it out for 3 races.
I don't want to jinx it. He said all weekend, don't jinx me, don't jinx me. I want 4 solid races with no problems. He hasn't won a round this year, despite leading the championship. Taunton's won 2, Studdard won 1, and then we saw our 2 drivers that competed at Queensland Raceway, Gillison and Parker. They also scored a round victory in the last round at Queensland Raceway. So despite leading the championship, he hasn't been able to string 4 races together so far this season. So that'd be great if Emery can do it. Very, very deserved a round victory if you can do it here today.
Brian Finn, closing moments of this race. He'll need to see if he can really put some pressure onto John Hollinger in that number 23 car just out in front. We are on the last lap of this race. The Hollinger Engineering, number 23 in 4th position, holding off Brian Finn in the final few moments of the race. It'll be great to see him back up in 4th position as he closes down in the 82 machine. This car driven by Danny Studdard at the start of the season. Danny likes the new car smell and managed to sell this one off, so he's got the fresh chassis on there. They'll start their final lap now.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. Their final lap. The race leader, though, is half a lap ahead of them on the back section of the circuit. Of course, it is a small lap around here. We said, they're lapping just over a minute, 68, 69, 70 seconds around here. It is a short, sharp lap, but yeah, he's about 35 seconds ahead of those guys on the back section of the circuit now. But out in front, Lee Stibbs is not going to come away with the round victory, but personally, he's not put a foot wrong, and he's going to take his 3rd straight victory in the Innovation Race Car Series. Lee Stibbs is victor in race number 4.
Yeah, Jeff Emery's got 8.5 seconds. Here he goes over the finish line there, and he'll grab himself a 2nd place, and that should secure his round win here at Mallala Motorsports Park. Danny Studdard coming through, and I'm going to think that Danny Studdard may end up with some good points there. We'll have to wait and do some maths on that one to see where he ends up for the weekend, but he's had a couple of races that haven't quite gone his way. But John Hollinger will come across, and he might end up 3rd. Oh no, John Goodacre could end up 3rd here for the weekend as well. So he'll come across the line in 6th position. That's a bit of a comeback after obviously that little bit of bump and grind going into turn number 1 there with Axel Donaldson, who ended up deep in the gravel trap.
He's never able to close in on Hollinger and Finn. I said at one point it was 3 seconds, and if anything, the gap grew. It did in the end out to 7 seconds. But our winner, Lee Stibbs, by near on 9 seconds. ahead of Jeff Emery, who wins his first round in the Innovation Race Car Series. Danny Studdard, category manager, or category founder, I should say, coming home in third, ahead of John Hollinger and Brian Finn. John Goodacre finishing in sixth, ahead of the Mark 1 Focus of John Crossing. And of course, the story of that race, Axel Donaldson getting buried in the sand trap down there, and we can see it right in the foreground of the shot.
And after the final Innovation Race Car race for the weekend here at Mallala, that'll put Jeff Emery with a 16-point lead in the championship over John Hollinger. So the fight is going to go into the final round of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series at Winton Motor Raceway in about 4 weeks' time. It's in the first weekend of November, the Saturday and Sunday. Great to have people joining us back here at Mallala. How is the crowd? If you get to walk around now, everyone wants to have a chat with you, talk about the old days, how things are going. Check out some of the race highlights, though, from race number 4 of the Innovation Race Cars. Lee Stibbs very fast on the start once again, but it was the bump and grind a little bit further down the pack, and Alex Donaldson, I don't think that was him moving over. That's just the car sliding a little bit, and John Goodacre, unfortunately, on the outside, got a little bit of a tap and turned around in turn number 1, which put him back down into the field. He managed to rejoin the race. Donaldson then had Danny Studdard all over the back of him. John Hollinger was in front of Brian Finn as well, and then we saw John Crossing just rounding out this little pack at the start of the race. Axel Donaldson, well, he had a couple of moments under brakes, and this was one where he just went a little bit wide, and later on we could see that really amplify, I suppose, and we'll check that out. It looks like it's coming up very shortly.
This was the move. John Goodacre recovering after that spin at turn 1 up the inside to take 6th place just before Axel Donaldson speared off into the sand trap, and that was at a fast speed. He got well buried in there, miles off the racing circuit. But out in front, the Hi-Tec Oil sponsored car, Lee Stibbs, on debut in the series, took his 3rd race victory of the weekend to round out a fantastic weekend for him. But Emery is our round winner.
Well, it's great scenes here at Mallala Motorsport Park. Have a look at how green it is. That rain this morning, well, it's had a little bit of effect as well, but they're doing a fantastic job. All the crew here that are at the track making it look absolutely fantastic as we bring national motorsport back here to this iconic track in South Australia, which is about an hour out of town. And you can see all the farmlands around in this small town of Mallala in the background. We're not too far away from Gawler as well. So there's plenty happening around the place, but Victory Lane's looking very busy down there. Is a little bit of a debrief going on between Daniel Gillison and Danny Studdard there in the looking at the 702 car. Let's go down to Victory Lane with J-Mac.
Danny Studdard has had an up and down weekend, but a great recovery on the bottom step of the podium for the final race of the weekend. Mate, a handy swag of points for the championship.
Yeah, quite handy. Finished the last race off nicely. It's been an up and down weekend, as you said, so pretty much tyre related around here, but yeah, happy to finish this way.
Well done.
Thank you.
And our round win goes to this man, Jeff Emery. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Obviously, all the hard work from the team, putting the car together from last round and coming out this round, and obviously starting off at the pointy end of the grid makes life a lot easier, because it sort of get tangled up in the rear-end drama. So, yeah, no, very happy with the result, and obviously thanks to all the boys for all the hard work, and thanks to Ross McGregor for lending me his car for the weekend. So, awesome job, boys.
Great stuff. Thanks.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Lee Stibbs, congratulations on a fantastic first outing for the car, the team, and of course the driver, but not enough to clinch the round win. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feel good. Warm. I probably need to get a little bit fitter if I'm going to start driving these cars a little bit hard. So, but no, mate, had a fantastic weekend. Car went faultless, probably due to Hi-Tec oils, but yeah, no, went real smooth. Again, thanks to George, thanks to the boys. I had Chris Pither in the corner. I had Schultze in the corner. Yeah, it's a pleasure to have the weekends like this.
An A-grade team, an A-grade driver, but let's bring it home next time.
Done. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a bit of a model team down there for the Hi-Tec Oils Motorsports crew in the Innovation Race Cars. Our Formula Vs will hit the track very shortly at Mallala to round out their weekend and their Australian Championship as well. The action's still to come. We'll see you soon. Great to have everyone joining us here. It's round 5 of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. The sun is out. It is glorious weather here in South Australia. It couldn't have been much better for this weekend of racing and a return to the national motorsport here at Mallala. And it's great to have so many people surrounding. We had the school kids here this weekend as well to finish off their term. So it's just been great to have so many families joining the motorsport here and enjoying it. But we've got some great announcements still coming as we look into the future here of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. Let's head down to Mel Price, who's got some exciting news.
Here with two of the people that make this series happen, George Gambino from Hi-Tec Oils. It's been a great weekend on track for your team, but also off track. Everybody's loved Mallala. How good?
Yeah, it's great to come to Mallala. It's been about 15 years since I've been here with the Shannons in the old days, but they put it on. The staff here have done a great job. The track looks good. Yeah, the amenities are okay. They're great.
Smiles all round. The people that have been here before feel the history. Other drivers that haven't get the opportunity to drive a new racetrack, which doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, well, like I say, we haven't been here, and a lot of people haven't driven this track for a long time, so it's good to come back to this grassroots type of tracks, and they're really good. It's a credit to what they've done here.
Yeah, everybody's enjoyed our time in South Australia this year. And on that note, Kaz, our series manager, has an exciting announcement about 2026.
Yes, we're coming back to South Australia, Mal. We're super excited. We'll be at the sister track at the Bend, or Shelby Motorsports Park, as they call it. So we're really, really super excited. So our first round, opening round, will be March 13 to 15. So get ready for it.
Put that in your calendars, a sneak peek at next year's calendar, and more to come soon.
What a great announcement there from our series manager, and of course a great sponsor in George Gambino from Hi-Tec Oils. The Bend, there you hear it, for 2026, the 13th to the 15th of March next year. We get not as early as we did this year in February, but March will be great. And Dan, you can give us a lowdown on the weather. It's going to be great around March, won't it?
It certainly will be warm, I can tell you that much. That was around the time, of course, where the Adelaide 500 used to be the traditional opener. Of course, now it's the traditional end of the Supercars Championship. So right around that time, it is going to be warm, but it's a great place to start the season. The Bend Motorsport Park, it always produces really good racing. It's a very fast, flowing circuit. Very different to this track we're at here this weekend.
5 kilometres, that's very, very different. But let's have a look at some of the race highlights from your Formula Vs earlier today. They put on an exciting one, of course. It was all about Daniel Reynolds and Alex McDonald, though, at the lead. And Reynolds still leading this Australian Championship, but take nothing away. There was plenty more going on further down the pack. Hedeman, Ogden back today after some mechanical issues yesterday.
Absolutely. Out in front, though, it really was a tale of two. Reynolds versus McDonald, as we have seen all weekend long. They exchanged positions on multiple occasions. It felt at one stage like it was lap after lap, but the intensity rose as the race went on. Ogden came from the back of the field to finish in position number 4, and he gave us a good show while doing it.
Yeah, didn't they jostle for position for a lot of the time here? And McDonald was looking and just testing Reynolds throughout this race and seeing where potentially he could apply some pressure. And for a couple of laps there, he led the race just for a few corners, but Reynolds was so aggressive and just kept fighting back and taking that position back. And as the race went on, there was a few back markers to get through as well. And we saw a couple of cars spin around there, and that was very unfortunate. But this was them going through a little bit of lap traffic just as we went to the checkered flag. And I didn't play too much in the end, but I think it just made that track a little bit narrow, so McDonald couldn't take that risk in the final couple of corners of the race. As blue skies grace us here at Mallala at the moment. Conditions perfect for the racing. We can hear the wind just picking up a fraction out there. It was very breezy this morning with a nice cool breeze, as we've already got a car out on the grass.
Yeah, absolutely, and coming to a stop as well. It's an orange machine, that's about all we can tell you from the very high aerial cam, the drone cam there, just showing us exactly the venue that we are at here at Mallala Motorsport Park. Cannot wait for this one. Question is it Reynolds or is it going to be McDonald? There is the car that's come to a stop. Is that Hugh East, I think, on the outside of the circuit? I believe it is the P-plater.
Well, we caught up with the president of the Formula Vs out of Western Australia. Mel caught up with him earlier this weekend.
So we are in the Formula V pits with Formula V Australia President Rod Lisson. You have made the trek from WA again over to sunny Mallala.
We have indeed. Second trek across the Nullarbor this year. Yeah, we've had a good time so far.
It's fantastic that you've got the big truck, the V Keeper, and that sort of enables all of the WA competitors to compete in all of the rounds all around the country.
Well, that's it. When my wife Kathy and I got into racing, we decided we needed a truck to haul 2 cars, and then we thought, well, why not make it haul lots of cars? And then we take everyone around the country.
So tell me, you're racing against your wife. Are there any ladies' first rules or anything like that? Who's faster?
I know to get out of the way if she's coming, because she won't give any quarter. She'll take me out in a heartbeat.
So you're actually one of the few people this weekend that's raced at Mallala here before. What do you think of the track?
It's a lovely track. It's nice and small, a lot of tight corners and a lot of drafting down the back, so it's perfect for Formula V.
Yeah, I mean, Formula V is exciting everywhere, but I think it's going to be fantastic on this little circuit.
You're going to see some very tight battles and a lot of cars going into the same corner at the same time.
Good on you for bringing all of the WA competitors over here, and it's been fantastic to have you on the Super Series calendar this year. Have a great weekend.
Thanks for having us, and thanks to all the competitors who've come along to make this a great race.
Yeah, it's been a small contingency that have done the travel, haven't they, for the Australian Championship there. There's just a small number of them, but we've had so many come in and out as we get closer to their home tracks. But we've got to do a big shout out to the West Aussies who have done a lot of kilometres to travel around. Daniel Reynolds is going to be in the starting row alongside Alex McDonald, and that fight will go right the way down to the final closing moments of this race. I can't wait to see how that all unfolds. At the moment, of course, it's Beliak, that's our 1200. So we've got our 1600cc motors and our 1200cc motors. He's leading that one at the moment. But the race is underway, and Reynolds again doesn't get the race start. It seems to be McDonald who is a lot faster there off this standstill start. Reynolds won't take too long to get up to pace, but he's got to watch out because it looks like Heatham and Ogden now right behind him.
Yeah, Ogden getting through into position number 3. So very fast start for the driver of the 71 machine. That is the Corsica RCO. Very good start from him after a recovery drive throughout the weekend after missing the opener. But on to the backstretch, the long drag towards the northern hairpin. Down Smithies straight they go. They say straight, but it's got a bit of a kink in it.
Is that a corner, Dan? Is that what you would call it?
It is a corner. It is classified as a corner, yes. No doubt about that one. No matter what track map you look at, that's a corner.
No, there's been a lot of debate here this weekend about the corners, getting around at Mallala, but no debate about the racing because it's been spectacular, especially in the Formula Vs. These two out in front, Ogden and Hedeman. It's such a shame Ogden had those issues yesterday because we would have seen him really in the fight as well, which would have been even more exciting this weekend. Come from all corners of the globe, Western Australia, Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, and of course South Australia to be part of the Formula V National Championship.
Across the line they go then to complete lap number 1, and the top 4 separated by just 1.2 seconds. And in fact, those two behind are getting into a bit of a duel, and that's going to allow these two to break away if they fight too hard. And look at that, there has been a bit of a margin, bit of dust flicked up at the back of the shot, so I think somebody's had a little bit of a moment through turns 1 or 2. But the top 2 are trying to pull a little bit of a margin as they hit the backstretch. They've extended the lead over 1 second to the car behind of Ogden. 9/10 officially the margin. But this is what we've come to expect in Formula V competition this weekend. The fight between these two, McDonald and Reynolds, and Reynolds goes around the outside, under brakes into the hairpin. Great move.
Yeah, holds onto it. He's, like I say, he's been very, very aggressive. He's wanted to lead the race, not wanted to sit behind. McDonald's, I suppose, a bit of cat and mouse, like I've said before, just looking for opportunities where he can try and fight back. That drafting really works down the back, and we'll have a look at this move once again. I know that's it. We've got a car off in the background there, and that's just trying to grab the number. Oh, it's number 5 car down there.
Lloyd, that's gone off the track, so he's fallen down to 15th position as a result of that. That was the dust that I saw on the last lap in the very tail of the shot. So this is different, this race. Last race you saw Hedeman trying to go with the top two, but he wasn't able to do so. Towards the closing stages, he fell back quite a considerable margin, but this time he has his work cut out. All weekend he's been in a very lonely third position, but not in this one. He's going to be challenged by Ogden all the way. So we've got 2 fighting for first and 2 fighting for a podium position as well, which is really, really cool to see. And then beyond that, as they have been all weekend, best of the rest, it's Harriet and Clifton rounding out the top 6 as Hedeman goes on the attack, but he's been forced to go the long way in his Rapier chassis, so he slots back in behind the 71 of Gary Ogden. But look at this, side by side. Is room going to be left on the outside of turn number 7? The answer is absolutely yes, because Hedeman is all the way alongside and has the inside line for the hairpin. A bit of a lockup, quite a big lockup actually. You could see the car move about as that happened. Ogden tried the cutback but was not able to do so. Oh, big clobber of the curb. Got a bit of air there on 2 wheels.
I could feel it.
Yeah.
It was a bit like driving here today sometimes as we're going through a lot of road works, and that really hurt as he went through there and copped a lot of inside curb. You can really see the difference in the Rapier chassis too, can't you? Just the body styling as it comes up. The slight changes amongst them. We've got quite a various amounts of chassis when it comes to the Formula V, because they've been around for so many years. There's been so many upgrades, so many people start to build them as well, that although they're very, I suppose, the design has stayed the same in terms of engine transaxle style setup, there have been those manufacturers around the world that have made these chassis.
Absolutely, whether that's Sabre, whether it's Elfin, Rapier, there are so many checkmates, of course, as we see the 78, the checkmate driver going defensive. He's the only driver actually this weekend that has a checkmate, the JP02 chassis. As the exit of the corner, McDonald just gets his nose alongside, but as he's on the outside around that long left-hander, he's not able to stick around there. But as he gets the side draft, he looks back up the inside into the final sequence of corners. But this is what we've seen so far this weekend, haven't we? They just sort of build up to it. They really do. It gets the intensity, lifts, rises, and it really does build to a crescendo on the final lap of the race. And it's always a curtain-raising finish, that is for certain.
They've definitely been the focus of this weekend's racing, haven't they, with the show that they've been putting on. It's been a masterclass. Apart from a couple of moments throughout the race, and we haven't seen them be more than a second apart, and it's always gone down to the final corner of each race. McDonald, well, he managed to get that in race 1 yesterday, but it's been all Reynolds since then, and we'll have to wait and see if Daniel Reynolds can continue that on.
I wouldn't say all Reynolds. Let's say, they've changed positions a lot of times. In terms of wins?
In terms of wins, yes. McDonald got the first one, but Reynolds now got a couple up his sleeve. And
it's been so tight, though, hasn't it? It could have gone either way, and we're seeing that again in this race. Reynolds has just been on the better side of it on more than the one occasion, and McDonald really has had the pace to go with him. They've been very, very equally matched this weekend. The only race where they really got separated was that second encounter where McDonald confessed he made a couple of mistakes, fell out of the toe, out of the slipstream, and once that 1.5 second buffer had been made, he didn't have the pace to then catch back up again. So that's the only time we've really seen them be separated at any point in this weekend. If you look at every single shot, photo of the weekend in Formula V's, those two have been together. You can't take a single photo of them without the other one being in the background. As we can see further back down the field, a fight for a top 10 position.
Yeah, Westerhout, that is, in the number 69 here this weekend out of Queensland, all thanks to My School Childcare and Kindergarten. And something, a good chat with him actually while we had the school kids going around. He goes, I really love, getting the kids in the car and taking it on, obviously coming from a childcare background as well. But great to have the Queensland. So come down for a couple of weekends, obviously, with their title at the Bend last weekend as well. So it's been great for a few people to hang around and really make, I suppose, a holiday out of what is a couple of weekends away.
Yes, certainly. Fight is still on at the head of the field. You mentioned the Queenslanders. 8 Queenslanders here this weekend. It's a phenomenal effort to have so many of them come over for this weekend. Moran was the man that organised it. He sits in position number 12 at the moment. And then as well, the truck driver coming all the way from Queensland of Reichstein. So a big thanks to both of them for organising it and making the transport come all the way over here. Without them, the field would certainly be a little bit smaller, but great to have Queenslanders, South Aussies, West Aussies. Big thanks to them as well. Of course, we spoke to Rod Lisson, who's the Formula V president, is around. Goes 69 of Westerhout.
That's why you don't want to get on TV. It gives you a bit of the commentator's curse, doesn't it?
It does. That's your fault, that one.
You're blaming me for that one? Okay. He's back in 13th, though. He managed to recoup that, and we'll get back on track. He's just inside of Bialek, who's winning the 1200 class at the moment. So it's the 2 classes, the 1600 and the 1200. As Reynolds still leading McDonald at the moment, and there is only a 10th between them in lap times, and they're going to keep going back and forth on that one. Hedeman now in front of Ogden as well, up into 3rd position. So let's just see if Ogden can stay with that. Probably a little bit fresher brakes and things like that on that car. Missing a couple of races yesterday, and that's Reinstein back in 17th position. Expect that potentially to go down the field just a little bit as we reset our timing here. Yeah, that's right, 18th already. So we'll rejoin there. Doesn't look like that's anything too much to worry about. But one of the talking points amongst most of the categories here this weekend has been brakes. It's been very hard on brakes, and we'll get into that a little bit come our Legend Cars Australia, because I've actually seen a few of the brake pads they pulled out. So it's been a bit of a consumable this weekend as we check out the Hi-Tec Oils replay here. And this is going to be Reinstein. That's a fairly large curb on the inside for a small car like a Formula V.
Yeah, very much so. So lost the rear midway through the corner and clouted and went over the curb on the inside sideways. So that was quite a moment, but fortunately he's able to escape and rejoin the race, albeit down in position number 18. So a few positions lost for the Queenslander, but nice to see him back on the racetrack as the fight for 3rd is well and truly on here as they hit the little back strip. Ogden forced to go the long way on this particular occasion. Hedeman late on the brakes in car number 44. Just running a little bit wide on the exit of the corner, and they tangle wheels. They somehow managed to get away with that. I will never know how. They touched wheels, but without really mounting or getting airborne. That was quite a hit. Hopefully there's no damage to either of those vehicles, but just the 2 cars with very different lines going into the corner came together on the exit.
I also noticed, as we go back to our race leaders, if you have a look on the, I suppose, the left-hand side of the driver, on the nose cone there, he's got a couple of wheel marks as well. But let's have a look at this replay. So slow it down. It's side by side. That is so lucky.
Yeah.
Because if they'd gone in front of each other, one of the cars would have ended up in the air there, would have lifted the front end up. So lucky that that's really gone square on the side. Now, I'm not going to see it on Reynolds' car as he goes around. Have a look at him throw it in there too. Hedeman really pushes the number 44, the blue machine at the front, throws it into the corner, lets it slide out, and Ogden back in 4th position after attempting to try and get back into 3rd, and they touch those wheels. That's unfortunate. He's still in the fight. He might get a podium here. We've still got 5.5 minutes remaining. Is that a little bit of smoke in the background, or is that a slight haze just to the right-hand side? Maybe someone kicked up a little bit of dirt. There is the 65 machine on our screen at the moment in 17th position. That's Butler. It should be Reinstein, just in front of Midwinter, just gone past Midwinter in the race there. So that's a 1600 of Butler, taking one of the 1200cc cars of Midwinter, who's here this weekend.
Great battle on the back straight for position number 3. It still continues around the outside, this time by Ogden. You don't see this move too often. He's going to hold it there because he'll have the inside now for turn number 7. I don't think I've seen that this weekend.
It's a new one. Keep it up your sleeve. Maybe let's see if he's gone a little bit too early on that one. We'll have to try and find out. Just over 5 minutes remaining in this race. Have a look at the car. It just squats down at the front. The moment they get on the brakes, the suspension gets right down. The shocks get pushed. The springs in these as they come up through the chassis. And now Ogden's still got the lead here. So Hedeman, will he try and back off for just a couple of corners? There is no gap between them at all. That is down to less than 0.2 of a second as they go across the finish line. They stick together through turns 1 and 2 as well as they head up into turn number 3.
I noticed on timing, C. Ogden. On our entry list, it's Gary Ogden, but I think it might be his son Corey that's behind the wheel today. His son Corey actually raced last weekend at the Bend Motorsport Park, so I think they might have had a driver change in that particular machine overnight. So Corey behind the wheel today is up the inside. A bit of a look there from the number 36. That's my reasoning for it anyway, because that is definitely a C. Ogden rather than G. Ogden, which it was yesterday.
Here's the fight down in the bottom end of our top 10. As you can see, just leading out at the moment, it's Beswick in 8th position, Lisson in 9th, Lloyd in 10th in the yellow machine, and in 11th, Newell, just rounding out this pack of 4 Formula Vs as they go down this, we're going to call it the back straight, I suppose, as they head down into turn number 5.
I've never seen Mallala so green as it is this weekend. We've had a lot of rain here in Adelaide in the recent past. Oh, that's late on the brakes. That's far too late. And he just about pulls it up. You could see both brakes locked up on the front there from the recovering Lloyd, who had that off-track excursion earlier on in this race. So he's now up to position number 9. He got through on Rod Lisson, but he nearly ended up in the tail end of the Beswick machine. But he got away with it, so he's up to position number 9. But yeah, just going back to it, Mallala is looking so green. So much rain in the recent months, and it looks absolutely splendid as around the outside comes Reynolds. So these two continue to scrap at the front of the field. We've spoken about this all weekend. Oh, was there a little bit of a touch there, or was that just the rotation? The aggression, I said it lifts at this point in time, and that's exactly what we're seeing as they approach a whole train of lap traffic, which will play a factor here with just 2 minutes to go in this race. How do you judge the traffic? It's like a World Endurance Championship race when you got the GT3 cars and you're in a hypercar. The speed difference between the 1600s and the 1200s is huge, and we're seeing that right here on our screens. The lap time difference between them is nearly 10 seconds, so it's a huge difference here at this short, sharp Mallala Motorsport Park. Through goes Reynolds, through goes McDonald as well. The margin 1/4 of a second, but there's still plenty more to play out despite only 2 minutes remaining on the clock. Hedeman and Ogden continue their duel as well for 3rd position. Remember, Ogden yet to get on the podium this weekend. Hedeman so far this weekend has finished 3rd on all 3 occasions.
Reynolds said in his post-race interview that, no, I don't think the lap traffic played any part in that, but he was very quick to make that move, wasn't he, once he saw that traffic coming up, because he knew he could position himself, and he just got to the right moment there where he went into one. He got to position himself to the left. Now, this is on again. Ogden having a look down the inside. He's not going to be close enough at this point, but it's going to be a hard braking when they come to the end of this straight. Will he be close enough? Can he get the toe coming down as Reynolds and McDonald still caught in battle there for 1st position? This is hard under brakes on the outside. You can hear the chattering of the tyres too. Around the outside, Ogden's going to have another look here. They go through the little left hand of the kink there. There'll be another straight, but we're going to see Hedeman on the inside run as they come down to this hard braking zone, or will we see Ogden really risk it? Go late? No, they brake at a very similar time, and it's chattering. Still stays on the outside. They're too wide through turn number 7. The little left and right hander onto the main straight, still side by side, and it looks like Hedeman may be in front.
What a fantastic battle. They've been side by side now for half of the lap, and they're still side by side as they flick it into turn number 1. That must have been 1.5 Ks, I reckon, that they were side by side. That was absolutely awesome. We've seen a lot of slipstreaming duels. We haven't seen a wheel-to-wheel battle like that one so far this weekend. And straight away, they only spent 1 corner in line. They're straight back side by side once again. Ogden going the long way, looking for a nice run out of the corner to build the momentum on the Smithy's straight with a big kink in the middle as they fire through the flat-out right-hander. That outside run has worked an absolute treat for Ogden, who moves up into a podium position Hard on the anchors, though. That car is very unsettled. Under brakes up from the inside for the race lead comes McDonald. That was really close to contact. There must have been a hair's breadth between them. As they come around the final corner, McDonald throwing everything at it with one more lap to go. He knew he needed to make a good exit there to be right on the tail of him out of turn 2 for a potential move up the inside at 3. But I think the aggression worked against him there. I think he lost a couple of car lengths.
Really unsettled the car, didn't it? That's a big ripple strip to hit. And I know they got a little bit of suspension in these cars, but they're not going to like a big hit like that. And it's just pushed him back. He needs to really close that gap up out of 3. He got that straight to try and get a little bit of the drafting. Can he get really close behind him as they go down into 5? I think at 4, they're not going to risk it. They're just going to hold on to it. Try and go as fast as possible. How much braking is left? How hot is the brake fluid in the car? How much of disc pad do they have left to try and pull these cars up? That is a great question at this point in the final lap. As he has a look, McDonald's goes around the outside. Reynolds covers him off. He is very defensive, and a slide there for McDonald, but it might have worked in his favour. He's on the inside now as they run down into turn 7. They'll have a little left-hander, but if he can get the side draft, maybe he can stay with him. Great shots here. Oh, he pushed him to the outside, almost puts him on the grass. It could have been a bit of wheel-to-wheel contact. It's going to be a tussle into 7, but he can't do it. Reynolds closes him off. McDonald just locks up a little bit of a wheel. You just saw that puff of tyre smoke, and here's the final corner.
Certainly is. McDonald throws everything at it once again, but it is going to be the round victory for Daniel Reynolds. A brilliant performance. Boy, oh boy, did he have to have his wits about him on that final lap. The fight for third is on as well. Ogden trying around the outside, but Haderman comes back through, so a change of position once again. So it's going to be Haderman who is going to take position number 3 ahead of Ogden. A brilliant battle between those guys for third place, a final spot on the podium. Ogden just a 10th shy of his first podium this weekend.
That was very, very close. 3/10 between Reynolds and McDonald's, but they're coming across the line now. Oh no. Is there an insert there? Because it looks like the front nose cone may be dragging on the ground. We'll try and get some updates on that one as well.
Oh, another spin. It's all happening here on the last lap. That's our friend of the number 5 machine, Lloyd, who spun earlier on in the race. He recovered nicely, but another last lap spin. I don't think he'll lose a place out of that, though. He will finish in position number 10. Should say a shout out to Matthew Bilek, who won again the 1200cc class, finishing in position number 14.
Daniel Reynolds ends up with 3 race wins from 4 races here this weekend with Alex McDonald. Well, he's doing the opposite. He got 1 race win and 3 seconds. Alexander Haderman on 3rd place once again. Corey Ogden, what a fight back this weekend after some mechanical issues yesterday. It was a great finish for him, and he almost got on the podium. So Haderman wasn't on his own this time. He had a hard-fought battle. As we look a little bit further down our field, Matthew Harriet, great to see him in 5th, Clifton in 6th, Bean in 7th, Lisson coming in 8th position this time. As we have a little bit further look down, Matthew Bialik in the number 64 machine, the winner of the 1200cc once again. So that'll be a clean round from him. We're going to get back with some of our podiums, and we've got our TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia not too far away. The excitement continues here at the Hi-Tec All Super Series in just a moment. Well, welcome back. It's great scenes here at Mallala as we get into probably the second half of our racing here this afternoon. We're well and truly into the thick of things here at Mallala. The sun is shining, and let's head down to J-Mac.
Third place, Alex Hedderman, and a fantastic weekend for yourself.
Thank you very much. It was a little quiet at the beginning, but that last race was full on. It was really good. Clean racing. Excellent. If I could, I'd just like to thank John, Tim and Matt from Volks Engineering for building this car and helping me get it set up. I wouldn't be here without them.
Fantastic. We can't wait to see you at a future round.
Great. Thank you very much.
So P2 again, Alex McDonald, for that race, for the round, as close as ever, but wow, that last lap.
Yes, that was a stunner of a race. I was throwing the kitchen sink at it. So this is my last race in V's, so I tried to make it a good one. And I didn't get the win, but I think that was a great race. So.
Well, it's been terrific watching you guys all year, and you'll be sadly missed, but hopefully we'll see you in something else, maybe on the AASA Hi-Tec Oils calendar then.
Yes, I'll still be around, so thank you.
Daniel Reynolds, a brilliant weekend, bringing it home in first place in the final race of the day for you guys. A great feeling all round.
Yeah, it was a great way to end the series and the year for me with a win. Obviously, really close and tough fight with Alex there, so I was quite happy to come out with the win.
Congratulations, mate. Well done.
No, thank you very much.
Yeah, we've got to congratulate all of our Formula V winners throughout the 2025 season. It's been fantastic having them here. Of course, 3 races as part of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series, and there's been some really close finishes. I don't think there's been a win by more than a couple of tenths of a second for most of the year, really. We'll move on to some more little legends, which they basically are. The TFHI Legend Cars Australia lined up behind our Hyundai safety car as they're getting ready for their 5th and final race of the weekend. What I love about the Legend Cars is our top 10, where they switch them around in race number 3, really jumbles up the order. So this is how our final race is going to start. Ruben Dan being super dominant in the CXC machine while he's going to start out of 1. Aidan Williams now leading the championship alongside of him. Chase Tippett, who got on the podium in the last race, with Shane Tate on the second row. Dylan Thomas, who had a big moment there on the third row alongside the Australian champion Ryan Pring. So there's a couple of names there in the third row that could potentially, if they get their act together, really shuffle up that top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly many talking points in that one, of course. Maverick Kemenveri fell off the road. He was in a top 5 position when he speared off at turn number 6. He'll be coming out of position number 14. We had a standing start for the Australian Formula Vs, but back to a rolling start for Legend Cars Australia. They're the busiest category here this weekend, the only category with 5 races, 5 short, sharp, 15-minute sprints, and this is no exception. Here they come then, around the final sequence of corners. We're waiting for that green flag to fall.
Listen to the most of them, all 3 cylinders now as they take off. I think there's 1 4-cylinder left in the pack. And have a look at this. They go bumper to bumper. The Morse code already happening as they go down the main straight. 3 wide as they turn it in. Watch out for Maverick to fire off the back. They've got a brand new set of brake pads on that after a failure in the last round, which sent him off. So watch for him to move up the field, and he's up a number of positions already. Have a look at this on board with Shane Tate, though, who's a former Australian champion. The budget rentals entry has a shot down the outside, but Dylan Thomas trying to cover him off. Ryan Pring not too far away as well, just back there in 5th position. Ruben Dan, they've let him go already. He's opened up a couple of tenths, and watch him try and put the pedal to the metal and drive away with this one. Looking at the back of Tate's car, we just saw Ryan Pring alongside, and you can see the green wheels now on the front. Pring with a nose in front, and the cars move around quite a bit. You can see the wheel movement there, especially under brakes. Aidan Williams needs to watch out. Dylan Thomas now, the number 68, trying to recoup some points in the championship. He had the lead coming into this round. Now he's got the work to do.
Absolutely. Said about Dylan Thomas, he made a blinding start from the 3rd row, and he went straight around the outside of the 2 ahead of him on row number 2 and took position number 3 as a result. Brilliant start from him, and he is now going to try and catch these 2 who really have been the class of the field. They've taken all the victories between them. 3 race wins for Dan, the inverted grid race victory for Aidan Williams. But Thomas has had the pace this weekend, but just not the results to go with it. We saw that big off-track excursion in the race earlier on today. He locked up, made an unforced error and ran off by himself. Great race so far for Pring. He's had a challenging weekend, the reigning champion, but he's been there collecting the points and chipping away at it, and this is the highest place we've seen him all weekend long, just ahead of Shane Tate and Tippett, who broke through for his first podium of the season earlier on. He's been shuffled back, though, back to 6th position at the start of this one, as the fight up the front goes towards the hairpin, the northern hairpin, for the second time. Forceful defensive move from Dan. He says to Williams, you're going to have to go the long way if you're going to get past me in this one. Really cool to see so many young guns up the front of this field at the moment in Legend Cars Australia. It really has become a great junior series, and of course you can go on to race them wherever you want around the world. They are raced in Europe, in Asia, in America, particularly strong in America. But really cool that so many youngsters are coming straight out of karting and jumping into this cost-effective category.
Aidan Williams not letting Ruben Dan get away this time. He's the only one that's been on every podium finish out of this round, Aidan Williams. It should put him in the box seat to potentially get himself a round win if he can hold this one together. Ruben Dan, well, he struggled in the reverse top 10, race number 3 this morning. That's probably where he's just missed out on a few points, as we see Tippett, by the looks of it, just dash down the inside of Tate. Can he hold on to that one? Tippett got himself on the podium in race number 4. Can he do it again? He's just outside in position number 6, but they're so close together, all of them. Don't know what Ryan Pring's done, but he's up in 4th position. If he can hold on to that, we know he's been struggling with some gearbox shifter issues. Nothing they can do about it at the track this weekend except try and manage that car and get it to the end of the race. He also had some brake issues, and that's been the reports amongst a lot of them. It's a consumable amongst the Legend cars here this weekend, just how much braking they've had to do with all these circuits and these long corners. And I'm talking to Mark Duckworth as well. He said it feels like you're just rolling around the corner for so long with this sort of late apex on a lot of these hairpins.
Yeah, oh, big hit from behind. Tate is clobbered by not one but 2 cars, so one tipped him into a spin, and then he gets hit again as he comes to a stop on the inside of the hairpin, riding on board with the driver of the 147 car, the budget car and truck rentals machine. Copped an absolute clobbering down there.
The question will be is who came in the side of him, and is there any damage to the car, because they do restart very easily. Let's have a look at the replay from the outside here. So Tippett's coming down on the inside, Tate on the out. So Kevin Averi just missed that, so he hasn't made contact as the car's pulled up.
It was Skinner, Riley Skinner, who tagged him up the inside, the number 94 machine. Is that good pace this weekend? Maybe not the results to show it, but bang into the side. It even rotates the camera, and you could hear Kevin Averi just scraping the rear. It sounded more like a hit, didn't it really? But Kevin Averi somehow got away with that.
I don't know if the car's actually come and touched him after that when he stops here. Oh, he's just copped a little bit. Hopefully Maverick doesn't have any damage there, because it's just clipped. There are some bash bars on the front and back of these cars as well, which are pretty sacrificial, and we've seen the welder out this weekend because a few of them in crack where they get caught up sometimes. Now I'm just having a look to see if there's anything too bent on that car, or whether it's just nipped a wheel potentially over one of those bash bars. They're fairly robust for a little car, and the abuse that they can take is phenomenal, really. But this battle continues for first place. This is the first time Ruben Dan hasn't managed to open up a 3 or 4 second lead when he's had clear air. Aidan Williams from the south coast of New South Wales electrifying us with a battle here at the moment in second. He is only a couple of tenths away, and have a look at him on the outside. Ruben Dan will have to be defensive now. This is hurting his track times, and Dylan Thomas will be hoping that potentially they will slow down in this battle, and he can make a very mature move because he's got a lot of experience. So I'm sure he's sitting back looking at where they're positioning the cars. He'll understand this track. They actually came down, him and Ruben, and did a little bit of testing a couple of weeks ago here at Mallala. Where is it though that Dylan Thomas takes that risk?
Absolutely, that is the question, isn't it? Three-way duel for the lead. It's been a weekend really in terms of pace where the CXC racing cars have been the dominant force. However, Aidan Williams today has really found some speed overnight in taking it to them. That is for sure. Great to see that. Of course, he won the inverted grid race, but he had good pace in that race earlier on today. But this, I think, is his best showing yet. Really taking it to Ruben Dan. who has been the dominant performer, particularly yesterday, taking the wins by a good handful of seconds.
And with that drafting down these small straights, very important that you stay within close proximity of the car in front of you. If Ruben Dan managed to get a second or two in front, it's going to be so much harder to maintain that pace because they look fairly evenly matched at this point. Whatever changes they made on the 95, it's working there for Aidan Williams. It's going to be a big haul of points this weekend. He's leading the championship now over Dylan Thomas, who's relegated back at the moment. I'm calculating around 4th place in the championship. That's how close it is. This race will change all of that once again, but there's going to be 6 or 7 potential contenders going into the final round in the Winton Wrap in 4 weeks' time.
Down into the hairpin, Dan forced to go defensive again, and now Thomas is right there. So this is always a challenge, isn't it, for the person in the middle? You don't want to attack too hard, because if you do, you might leave the door open to the person directly behind you. Having said that, Williams is going on the attack right now, but as a result, he can't hold it around the outside because that will open the door, give a written invitation to the man Dylan Thomas directly behind him. So he does not want to do that. He needs to be smart about how he goes about this, because the CXC racing machines will work together. They've shown that already this weekend, that they are willing to work together to take 1-2 victories. So Williams is going to have to be smart as well as quick in the final 7 minutes of this race.
Yeah, it's probably been the weekend Dylan Thomas didn't want coming into this one. Of course, race number 1, he got 0 points there after he had a tail shaft issue and didn't finish that race. He's had to watch his teammate Ruben do fantastic. Really, the young man coming out of the Ginetta Junior Series over in Europe, as well as our Toyota 86. He's just phenomenal, isn't he? Like the speed he carries and how smooth he is through turn number 1. Ryan Pring now has got Tipper there, and have a look at Maverick coming from the rear of the field. He's already up into 6th position. He's just missed out on the podium a couple of times there in 4th position. It's been teasing him to get onto a podium at the moment for Maverick. Wouldn't he love just to be up there at the moment? But a few things are going to have to go his way as Tipper takes back on that 4th position. Dylan Thomas holding onto that 3rd, just looking at the winners in front of him, and Pring still on the inside here. Maverick will have a look around the outside. A lot of that Excel Racing experience really playing dividends when it comes to legend cars, because they slide around much like that as well, and you've got to get that bump draft down those straights and use it to your advantage.
Absolutely. The only difference, one is front wheel drive, the other one rear wheel drive. As they swing it on through turn number 1. Brilliant spot to watch these cars. We did it on Friday on the hill. Brilliant place to watch from. Is there a bit of an incident further back? Yes, there certainly is. The number 34 of Brett riding right up the side of Spicer. The number 33 of Spicer. Yeah, boy, oh boy, that was a big moment there. And through goes a couple of cars as a result of that. And in fact, Spicer has continued to fall down the timing screen since that moment. But there's certainly some wheels in the air there, that's for sure.
Well, you wouldn't call them an open wheel machine, but they do stick out past the flares on the car, don't they? So they've got that same open wheeler effect. If they do touch tyres front to back, one of them is going to go up in the air, and sometimes they get caught, and there could be something bent on the rear of that car. It looks like Spicer might be retiring, pulling off into the middle of the circuit. It looks like where the burnout pad is placed here at Mallala.
Yeah, exactly. On the inside of turn number 1, of course, this track not only used as the circuit race, you've also got the little kart circuit, which is just there on the right-hand side where those tyres are. And then you've got the burnout pad as well. A bit like its sister circuit a couple of hours up the road. This is very much a motorsport park, as the name would suggest. You can hold all sorts of different motor racing events here.
And it's still going on. Ruben Dan leading this over Aidan Williams, and that's 0.3 of a second, and less than 0.3 of a second back to, well, probably not anymore, as Aidan Williams goes on the attack. Can Dan hold him out? 2 young guns going at it. And right behind him, a wealth of experience, Dylan Thomas in the 68 machine. I don't know if he wants to get too close. Watching these two battle it out, he'll know when it's his opportunity. He'll sense it. These spidey senses. He'll feel it there, Dylan Thomas. Have a look. Aidan Williams has another look, but he's having to go the long way around, and Dan's been able to cover him off so far in that 111 CXC machine.
He certainly has. Around the turn 7 kink they go. They're just beginning to get Thomas. He's fallen 1.2 seconds back now, so that is not what I expected late on in this race. I thought he would mount a real challenge, so he's not quite able to go with these two at this point in time. As we see further back, so Pring has now fallen back to position number 6 behind Tippett and Kemi Naveri. And as well, Skinner is right in that fight as well. The number 94 machine moving up through the order at a vast rate of knots here this afternoon. Great performance from him. But he's got laps on his side as well if he wants to move forward and potentially fight for a top 4 finish. The only thing is, you said about Kemi Naveri, yet to get a top 3 finish in the series. The unfortunate thing for him is even if he overtakes 71, he's still in position number 4. He needs some drama ahead in the top 3 if he wants to break through for that maiden podium here today.
Yeah, unfortunately, if we had that dreaded yellow out there, that's going to probably chew up all the time in the race. So it's looking less and less likely he's going to get on a podium here for this 5th and final race of the weekend. But he's had a fantastic win fighting back from rear of the grid, and it showed me the brake pads down there. It's actually taking chunks, as Ryan Pring has a big dive down the inside, who's had some braking issues as well. They've got very hot, but yeah, the brake pads chunks were starting to come out. It's got so hot that corners of it have started to break away, and that's what they said. These are almost brand new at the start of the weekend, so they've had to go through all that, and it creates a bit of a mess in the braking system too. So a lot of them just having to monitor that, and it looks like we're going to start the final lap out here as Ruben Dan all under attack from Aidan Williams, and with that final lap out there being called, Aidan Williams has to put the 95 in the lead at some point. Wouldn't it be a racer if Dan could hold on at this point? 4 wins potentially on the cards from he's just missed out on 1 so far, but Aidan Williams will want the win. He's already got a race 3 win in that reverse grid race. He's had 2 seconds, a 3rd and a win this weekend. It's been a fantastic round for him. He hasn't missed a podium so far. Can the 95 green and gold do it?
It's really been a theme across all the categories this weekend of rookies really turning it on, whether that's Lee Stibbs in IRC, whether it's in TA2 with the likes of Joel Heinrich, and as well in Legend Cars. We see it on the screen. Ruben Dan is looking to take the win. Whoever wins this will win the round. It's going right down to the wire. Victory, race victory and round victory as well. It is right here to play for with just 3 corners to go. Off the track goes the number 33 machine, just moving out of the way. But let's look at this fight. Ruben Dan goes ultra defensive into turn number 8, closing any opportunity off for Williams. He can't get the run out the corner, the number 95, and it is going to be on debut in the series, a 4th race win and the round win for Ruben Dan. What a performance here at Mallala.
1 point the difference in this round between Ruben Dan and Aidan Williams. But what Williams needs to take away from that is that he will take the lead of the championship going into the final round. Maverick celebrating down there with a comeback into 5th position over Ryan Pring. Dylan Thomas comes home in 3rd and tries to just regroup any points he can in the championship at this point. We can see them still crossing the line now. Duckworth and Brett go across. Holder will be away, and have a look at this. What a fight that was to the finish. The 2 young guns going out at Ruben Dan having a fantastic weekend in his debut in the TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia, and the thumbs are up. Dylan Thomas, his teammate, he'll be very excited for him. He would have liked to have get the win, and I'm pretty sure the race record ends up with Ruben Dan as well. So we're having a fair bit of banter around down there. Let's have a look at our race 5 results for the TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia. Ruben Dan with 4 wins now from 5 starts. Aidan Williams just behind him, misses out in a round win by 1 point. Dylan Thomas in 3rd. Big shout out to Maverick Kemenaveri, who came back into 5th position. Ryan Pring, like we say, just trying to keep that car on track this weekend. Riley Skinner, wait and see if anything happens out of that little nudge, whether there's going to be some ramifications a bit later on in this one. And good for Benny Goodridge to make the top 10 in the 97 machine. Bruce Duckworth, well, he said he was just getting out there to have some fun this weekend, but that's a great result from him, up in 12th position. And Shane Tate just a little bit further down. He'll be unhappy about this one. We'll get back with some of our winners very shortly. And of course, we've got the Formula Fords coming out on track next. Don't go anywhere. The excitement's still to come.
Aidan Williams and Ruben Dan able to outstrip Dylan Thomas in the legend cars here at Mallala. Dylan, here in Victory Lane, the weekend could have gone better, but it definitely could have gone worse.
Yeah, we certainly had our challenges this weekend. We snapped brake rotors on Friday, drive shafts on Saturday, and still got some braking issues where it sort of sticks a little bit. But to be fair, Ruben down in the other CXC racing car has been hot all weekend, and no one's been able to touch him. So super stoked for Ruben and for the team. CXC Racing provided me a pretty fast car. I guess the old guys got a little bit of polish to do because we didn't do the greatest job on our side of the garage. Congratulations to Aidan, taking the championship lead off us this weekend. And, those two guys, super fast. I was just hanging in there.
Congratulations, mate.
Thanks.
Aidan Williams, P2 in that race, P2 for the round. Dylan just said you're leading the championship now, and without a moment to spare, your car broke down as you crossed the line.
Yeah, it was pretty scary across the line because I thought it would have spun out, but that whole race just stayed consistent behind Ruben, pulling away from Dylan. He was there for a couple laps, and then we just pulled away at the end. So just staying consistent and trying to gain more points in the lead of the championship.
So heading into Winton P1, that's brilliant, yeah?
Yeah, that's really good. Hopefully we can keep it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Ruben Dan with a fantastic result on debut. You must be ecstatic.
Oh, what an amazing weekend. I can't really thank anyone enough. My parents, Travis, Dylan for giving me such an amazing car. Everyone for coming out to watch. Such an amazing weekend. I can't ask for much more.
Congratulations, mate. Soak it in. Well done.
Thank you.
Great job from the youngster. 4 race victories out of the 5 this weekend. Here are the highlights then from that last encounter. Through turn 1, they were 3 wide in the mid-pack. Dylan Thomas making a great start and moving up to position number 3. But he was attacked into turn 3 by Tate, who tried to respond and reclaim that position, but to no avail.
Yeah, Ryan Pring was holding on for a number of laps there. This was a big spin, a little bit of a touch from Riley Skinner there, and Shane Tate spun around. Kamanoeri and just clipped him with the tyre in the back there as well, and it looked like that didn't cause too much damage because Tate managed to rejoin the race a little bit later. This was exciting when Brett went up on the back wheel of Spicer. Now, Spicer limped around with a bit of damage on this car, but it was all about these two at the front. It was a battle for the round win. In the end, Ruben Dan, if he wins, he gets it by 1 point. Aidan Williams has taken control of the series at the moment as well, and this was across the finish line, how close it was. So a 1 point round victory to Ruben Dan, who gets 4 race wins, and something wrong with the car of Aidan Williams as he crosses the line, just gets across there, takes control of the championship coming out of this round of racing. It's going to be fantastic as we head to Winton in a few weeks.
Yeah, you could see the smoke, couldn't you, coming out of that as he went across the line. Aidan Williams just about making it there. That was good news for him to finish second in the round. But up next we have the Formula Ford Stars and Renegades Series. The stars of the future have really turned on the action this weekend. They have their feature race to finish things off. A 25-minute encounter that is ahead of us. 13 cars on the grid as we jump on board our Hyundai i30N safety car. Here is the grid then for this last race of the weekend. Lachlan Everett will be starting from pole position after claiming his 3rd win of the season earlier on today. He beat home championship leader Kobe Williams, who had a great tussle with Joe Fawcett. It was a great battle from 4th onwards. Jamie Rowe, Isaac Demelwheat and Will Lowing split by less than half a second. And then beyond that, just outside top 10 we have Brad James, Caleb Bellack and Tabitha Ambrose as they come around the final couple of corners. Rolling start in the Formula Ford Stars Series. Very unique to this championship. It was a little bit of a balk as some drivers keen to get going there. They have now gone. Green flag flies and we roar towards turn number 1. Brad James in the dirt there on the outside towards the tail of the field. But out in front, Kobe Williams has managed to sneak his way past. Gets past Lachlan Everett, and Will Lowing has done the same on Joe Fawcett. And in fact, Fawcett might lose out to another competitor on the run towards turn number 3. Yes, Will Lowing does go through up the inside, so Fawcett drops down to position number 5 as Matt Nolte joins myself, Dan McCarthy, back in the box.
Great start, wasn't it, from those front two, and even tightly bunched through the middle we go. Through that sweeper up towards turn number 6 for the first time. The feature race for the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. Evanet hanging tough on the outside in the Cam Quarry's 88 Magale chassis. And there's enough room left open here for these two to square off, heading down this long sweeping back straight. It'll be a battle of who breaks first. You'd think Williams will have the advantage here, but it looks like the Townsville teenager might just hold on for a moment. They'll go side by side through the S's for the first time. Brilliant racing here in the Formula Ford Stars, and Evanet gets it done. Good move.
You can see them both sliding out of the hairpin, trying to get on the power as early as they could. They knew they had to beat each other to the next corner, and it was Evanet that responds, so he is back at the front of the field, but he did things the hard way, going the long way around there, but he's made it work. Great stuff from the Cam Quarry's drivers. Look at how close are they. They're all in one big long train. Half a second the biggest margin between any gap into turn number 3 on the second lap. This is old school Formula Ford racing as they hit Smithy straight and through the kink of turn number 5. It's Evanet, Williams, and then Jamie Rowe in position number 3. Joe Fawcett's having a little bit of a look, a little bit further behind on Will Lowing. Will Lowing has done a really good job to get this car back in this position. He had a real problem in qualifying. He came to a stop. He only completed just a couple of laps. Unfortunately, the bolt in the transmission meant that he could not select a gear. His gear stick came out and had no gear. So unfortunately, he sat out most of qualifying. Despite that, still qualified midfield, moved forward in the race earlier on, and now in position number 4 in this one after making his way by Joe Fawcett in the opening sequence of corners.
The big question is, can they stay with the Cam Quarry's driver? He's been in some great form all weekend here at Mallala Motorsport Park. In fact, the field have come back to him a bit there. 1:11.29, the first flying lap of the race from our race leader. So it's Evanet, Williams, Rowe, Lowing, Fawcett, Isaac Demelwing back in 6th position. Hunter Salvatore is next. Giuseppe Brogno up into 8th. Jack Johnson 9th, and making the move on the previous lap was Ethan Fitzgerald and Caleb Bellac to move up into top 10. There's in Brogno in the repaired high flow number 5 as the leaders come up towards turn number 6. Demelwing pulling out perhaps for a move here on Fawcett, and does. Good move.
Yeah, Fawcett ran wide out of the turn 3 hairpin. He dropped 2 wheels in the grass on the outside of the corner, and it affected his run all the way down the long back stretch. And Isaac Demelwing, the young 17-year-old, took that position with glee as he moved up the inside. A great pass for a man of such lack of experience. Great stuff from him. He's certainly raised my eyebrows in the last couple of weeks. He is performing at a very, very high level against guys that have been racing Formula Ford for a good couple of years.
Yeah, he's really taken it to it in day number 1, or day number 2 now, weekend number 1. For Demelwing, nothing in the lap times. Previous time by the gap, 1.4 seconds over the first 4 cars. But as it's been for the majority of the season, it's the 88 versus the 94 in the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. 8 second-place finishes was the streak. It had to be broken at Queensland Raceway for our race leader. And since then, the green boxes, the W's, have just been flowing for the man who's multi-skilled across so many disciplines in Aussie Motorsport in 2025. But Kobe Williams, don't think this will be the last time we'll hear of this young fella on the ACM Finance car. He stays second with 11 victories next to his name in 2025.
Yeah, certainly been the dominant form driver of the first 3 rounds of this series. This is event number 4. Of course, we have rounds on different days, so this is actually round number 8 of their series. Race number 2, the double points feature race. Such a long encounter. Still 20 minutes to go. The top 4 drivers are separated by just 1.3 seconds. Oh, Evanet clearly feeling the pressure, pushing hard. Ran a bit wide there, and you could see the car bottom out over the curbing on the outside of turn 1.
That lap then, following the cars around, shows you how busy this lap is. There is no chance to breathe around here. In a little over 70 seconds, they're completing a lap. There's no chance to stretch the legs. Yeah, you can say it is a bit here, but they've still got to work the cars through a very fast right-hander with no aerodynamic assistance. It is a very technical track here at Mallala, and that's why over the years you've seen Formula Ford action at its best right here.
Absolutely, so many people who are in different categories, such as Paul Morris and various other different drivers, saying how good it is to be back here at Mallala after so many years. People have such good memories of this place. Marcus Ambrose being another one with a smile on his face here this weekend. He competed here in the late 90s and had a relatively good round on that occasion. But through they go around the final sequence of turns. These four cannot be separated at the moment. Behind that, though, Fawcett has made his way back up ahead of Demelweek, but it's now Salvatore who's sitting inside the top 5.
So first four broken away, 3 seconds back to Salvatore. Fawcett is next with Demelweek. Johnson has come up into 8th position now aboard that beautiful car number 14 as we start lap number 6 of this feature race here today. Just over 18.5 minutes remain. Going back to Marcus Ambrose racing here back in the 90s. There's also Adam Macro working on that team, and he won here in 1998 on the way to winning the championship. So great to see some names that carved their wheel tracks, I guess it's fair to say, at this Mallala Motorsport Park course back in the 90s.
Absolutely. On the back strip, Joe Fawcett, he said earlier on today when he finished on the podium, I certainly felt more comfortable. He said to me yesterday, just a general lack of grip and instability in the car. They clearly ironed that out for the race earlier on today, and to be fair, I think the car looks quite stable in this one, but he's just been on the wrong rub of the green. He's just been in the wrong place at the wrong time and has lost places as a result of that. He still sits in position number 7. He's in a big scrap with our race leader for second in the series at the moment, and this is not going to be a good race for him in terms of the points, with Evernet looking at 60 points for a potential race victory. He will be getting a lot less than that, so Joe Fawcett in the closing stages of this one will want to be moving forwards throughout the course of this one. Oh, Ethan Fitzgerald really wide there. 2 wheels in the marbles on the outside, really backed it into turn 2, and that cost him a lot of momentum, and now that means Jack Johnson is going to try and attack him. These guys were locked in combat throughout the last race, and it's great to see battle resume once again.
It's in the same order as well, 9 through 13.
Yeah.
He tucks out at the last moment. We'll leave this moment here using the slipstream to the very last second, and Jack Johnson has to work to the outside because Fitzgerald in the green and black 56 car covers him off nicely here at this first gear northern hairpin, turn 6 on this 2.6 kilometre course. Back through the left-hander and has a chance down the bottom here, coming in towards the S's. Be forced to the outside, which makes it very, very long, but doesn't want to leave the door open for the cars behind. He's staying there as Johnson has to tuck back in behind, but look how quick the other cars have wrapped him up, and a little bit of contact midway through has cost him a position.
Yeah, the young 15-year-old Caleb Bellack makes his way past as a result of that one in the Pioneer DJ's Spectrum. A great pass from him, very, very opportunistic. There was a little carrot that was dangling, and he more than took a big chunk out of it. He ate the whole entire thing in one gulp. He moves up into position number 9 as a result of that one, and that was a big lock up there I saw from Lockie Evernet, a problem he's been suffering with all weekend. Despite a few lockups earlier on today, he did manage to get away with it and took the race victory. But once again, Kobe Williams is right on his rear gearbox, and he is going to be smiling behind the visor of that one, seeing his rival lock up with a significant moment down at turn number 3. That bodes well for Kobe Williams. Not only have brakes have been an issue, I should say, throughout this weekend. Yesterday, we saw both Fitzgerald and Tabitha Ambrose retire, and that's because they both lost brakes late on in the race, so that could be a factor at the end of this 25-minute race. Big braking zones here, turn 2, turn 3, turn 5, turn 7, and turn 9. It is a hard track on brake. Spearing off the road at a vast rate, and Knots couldn't quite see who that was.
And Bronio maybe at the back in 12th position. No, it's the 16th. It's Salvatore.
It's a shame. He just lost the place back to Demelweek, and he was trying to get back through, I think, into the top 5. So Demelweek has recovered after briefly falling back to 7th. The youngster back up inside the top 5. So good job from him. But that's a real shame. Oh, we've lost a real sort of engine mount there on the back section of the circuit. Could that be from the Imbrogno car, or potentially from the car that we just saw off the circuit as well? So that's a big piece of debris anyway, but it's found a resting point on the grass, so out of harm's way.
We'll soon find out who it is. I mean, yes. An exposed engine somewhere out there at Mallala with this beautiful sunshine we've had over the last couple of days. A little bit of breeze out there, and the plant comfort conditions just spectacular as we go into another lap. The first 4, it hasn't been like this all weekend. We've had 2 two-car scraps, but now the top 4 covered by nothing. Here it is on the replay, and just straight on for Salvatore. I mean, that car didn't even look like it was going to turn, and he's decided to go straight on. So this is where the cover has come off, perhaps. Yep.
Yes, there it goes. And he's also set lap record last lap as a result. Under a minute that last lap time. So he's found a nice little joker.
Got a joker lap, yeah. It's a shame. But I wonder whether that's a brakes issue. I wonder, it's not really a corner you'd have a mistake. So there's something more to it. The fact he dragged it on across the infield and decided to rejoin the track at the back has confused our timekeepers, at least, as we see Tabitha Ambrose up the inside of Imbrogno, the battle for 10th position.
Yeah, brakes are being scorched out there at the moment, so they tyres are being tortured, and they are certainly going to play a factor. We're not even halfway through this final Formula Ford race. There is so much time still to go. Great camera shot, that the low-flying drone. We haven't seen a shot from there this weekend. That was awesome.
So Johnson on the back of Bellac. They're up in 8th. Fitzgerald leading this group of cars in the work zone. Car 56, a Spectrum chassis as they come through. So lap times dropped away considerably since the start. And you correctly point out we're literally halfway through this race now. 12.5 minutes coming up to in just a few moments. But Fitzgerald, these guys 12 seconds away from Lockie Evanet, who's controlling the race and doing a fine job. But look, he doesn't want to keep an eye on that mirror for too long because they're starting to get closer and queuing up. And in a few moments' time, I think we'll see that 5th place car join this freight train of cars. Watch the background for Demelweek as he starts to lure these cars in at turn 6.
Absolutely, yeah, as you say, he's catching at the moment, just a couple of tenths each sector, and that means with the 2-second margin, he won't be there in the too distant future. But these top 4 have been the class of the field in this final affair so far, haven't they? They really have pulled a comfortable margin over the rest of them. But this is a real good battle so far this weekend. It's been all about Evanet and Williams, but it's great to see Jamie Rowe going with them, and Will Lowing directly behind him in position number 4. Both of those 2 drivers I spoke to during the lunch break, and they both said, yes, we didn't qualify well, but I feel I have good race pace. They both said that to me, and that is very much proving to be the case at the moment. Jamie Rowe was very optimistic about his chances of fighting for a potential podium or victory if he could get himself in this very situation. He's yet to take a victory in the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series is Jamie Rowe. But he's doing a cracking job out there at the moment, sitting in position number 3 on the road in the number 48 car, the Spectrum chassis.
Final round to come up at Winton at the end of October, where we'll no doubt crown the guy in second place at the moment will be our champion. It's a battle who's going to finish in 2nd and 3rd in 2025. And that took a good 12 minutes of that race to calm down, didn't it? It was really on then in the early stages. But I fear we're in the eye of the storm right now. Everybody regrouping, everybody trying to stay with our race leader. As they come past the Kateri Capital Wallcam at the end of lap number 12. And just over 10 minutes of racing remaining. The Townsville teenager leads. We go back to Fitzgerald, Bellac, and Jack Johnson. 7th, 8th and 9th on the multi-car scraps that we've got. There's another one brewing behind with Ambrose, Imbrogno, James and Salvatore all battling for 10th position onwards.
Absolutely. Cracking battles wherever you look. It's pack racing here. The final race of the Formula Ford Stars Series. Yes, that was a moment, wasn't it? Getting crossed up on the outside curbing. Really rattles the teeth the curbing out there, and he has certainly felt that. The local man, Ethan Fitzgerald. Great to see Fitzgerald and Bellac fighting inside the top 10. Two guys that run the team, you know, it's a father and son type operation. Really cool to see. Fitzgerald has brought his good mate from France over for this weekend, a gun engineer over in Europe. And it's paying dividends for him this weekend, sitting in position number 7. And the same for young Bellac in the Pioneer DJ machine. He's having a really good weekend. Got his best result of the season yesterday. And now he's trying to launch an attack on Fitzgerald. But Fitzgerald defending that one into the hairpin. Turn number 8, one of the great overtaking points here at Mallala.
Can't take your eyes off this, can you? And neither can Fitzgerald. Look how low he is compared to the drivers behind him. You can barely see that visor compared to the drivers around. And why I'm saying that is, above him is that fresh air intake. The more space that's got, the more oxygen it feeds the engines, and that 1 or 2 horsepower can make a big difference.
Absolutely, but on the counter side of it, you want to be in there to get that slipstream, the best toe possible on the back straight as they head on down the back straight. Big twitch again from Fitzgerald. I tell you what, he is having to drive that car really hard to stay in that position at the moment. Bellac looks a bit more comfortable out there. Imbrogno, Ambrose and James nose to tail. Imbrogno's moved up ahead of Tabitha Ambrose in the last couple of laps. Out of our view, so that was a move made for position number 10. Brad James, he's really recovering after that little excursion. He got forced out wide at the start of the race, and that's what put him to the tail of the field. We saw that moment for Hunter Salvatore, the off-track excursion at 2, and then of course the engine cover coming off as well on the back section of the circuit. Unfortunately, he has brought that car into the pits and brought it into an early retirement, so I think that probably is what you were speculating on. Brakes, I think, went in that car.
It's a shame. At least he caught it at a slower point for the Mallala course. We go back to our leaders. We haven't forgotten about them. They just disappeared away from the 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th battle. Some 10 seconds now to build towards the closing stages of this race. Evident with maximum pressure. And you would think that Williams, with so many race victories and a fairly handy lead in the series, wouldn't want to put himself in a risky position here. But this shows you the determination of these drivers at such a young age. They want every single victory possible.
Absolutely. And Evanet looking to go for victory number 4. He's had a fantastic weekend. 2 victories so far. Kobe Williams, though, came from 9th on the grid to win yesterday's feature race. And he is looking good at the moment. These two just at the moment beginning to gap Lowing and Rowe. So Lowing now in position number 3, and he is just falling off the tail of these 3. Maybe now he's in clear air. He can set some good laps to try and go with them. But it's a case of where do you look at the moment? It's a director and production team nightmare. Which battle do we look at?
Yeah, and only 13 cars then, or 12 cars now on the track. Through this left-hander we go again. Watching Caleb Bellac, who's up into 8th position now in the 43. After starting from 12th to this final race, scored his best result of the season yesterday in race number 1 of round 7. And Fitzgerald, can he hold the pressure from these cars behind? That is the big question. 3 decent battle packs that we're watching here in the final race. Round 8 of the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. The TA2 muscle cars by Maritimo will follow. Got plenty to talk about in the lead up to that race before they get set for the final round at Winton Motor Raceway at the end of October. But still, 6 minutes remain in the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series.
I just get the sense Kobe Williams is biding his time. I don't think he's shown his true pace at this point in time. He's just sitting there in the draft, just conserving everything from tyres to brakes so he can go for an all-out assault late on in this one. I think the rear wheels kicked into the air there as he caught the outside curb of the final corner awkwardly there. That was Fitzgerald again, as I say. He's really fighting this car. It looks uncomfortable, and there at turn 2, he bowls another wide, and that draws Caleb Bellac alongside, but Belak is on the wrong side for the turn number 3 hairpin. He's going to try the cutback, the switcheroo, back up the inside on the exit of the corner, but Fitzgerald, the oldest driver in the series this weekend, is wise to that one. He's been around this game long enough. Belak waving his hands, he's not happy. He feels that he's being blocked, which is something that was spoken about prior to this weekend. You're not allowed to block until the final couple of laps. As up the inside looks Johnson. That's the thing now. Belak can't get too annoyed, can't get too impatient, or else that will allow Jack Johnson potentially through.
So it's starting to heat up. Already the highway code signal given from Caleb Belak. And they're swarming around the work zone. Green and black 56. Johnson could be the big winner out of this trio of cars in a few moments. And remember, they're down in 7th, 8th and 9th position. It's not a battle for the win, but anyone thinks there's $1 million carrot being waved in front of him right now.
It's clearly gone off the carrot. It's bright green, not orange, as he goes through turn number 2. He is defending hard, and Jeff Gretsch did say to them, who's one of the men behind the series, he did say you can block on lap 1 and the final lap, as somebody's gone off here at the turn 3 hairpin. Lots of dust kicked up. That's more than 2 wheels. I think somebody has gone all the way off the road. I'm looking to see who's falling down on the timing screen. The replay may give us an answer. Is it lowing? It is lowing. Just caught the top of the blue machine, or the white and blue at the top machine, running wide. An unforced error throws away a top 4 finish.
And they've been surfing that curb all weekend, and eventually I think that car just bottomed out across the top. He had no way to steer it back on until he cleared the curb. By then he'd lost 2 positions and now finds himself back in 5th. So we stay with Jamie Rowe. Isaac de Melwick is now in 4th position. That car was heavily damaged yesterday in that race 1 incident. They missed race 2 by a matter of minutes, but it is a completely different beast here on day number 2.
Certainly is. Although, let's be honest, his racecraft yesterday was really good.
Brilliant.
He was just the wrong place at the wrong time yesterday, riding up the tail of Salvatore, just as Salvatore lost 3rd gear. And that was a real shame for him. He scored his first point in the championship as a result when he qualified 3rd on the grid for today's first race. That was his first championship point in the series, and he's gone from strength to strength since then. And now he is fighting for an outright top 3 finish in the final race of the weekend. And in fact, he's moved on through at the hairpin. He's moved up to position number 3. I'm sure he was ahead down in towards the final sequence of corners. We will see at the back of the shot. It's a great battle, though, for position number 3, and he has moved on through. My eyes did not deceive me, Matt Nolte.
Well done, good pickup. That slots him up in a 3rd, but they won't catch these 2 further down the road. It's 2 seconds now. Demowicz set the fastest lap of the race back on lap 17 with a 1 minute 10.8. And look how quick Evident and Williams have gone away. Here they are with 2 minutes remaining. They were so similar in their lap times. Williams has decided this is it. We need to go for it now. Set himself up for that last lap lunge. Either down at 3, the top of 6, or on the way down to the S's. 3 genuine chances here at Mallala.
The question is his championship on his mind. Does he think, I'll go for second? The answer is no. He slings it up the inside, ultra late on the brakes. It's Kobe Williams side by side. They leave each other just enough room on the exit of the corner. They're side by side through the sweeper and on the run towards turn number 8. Who's going to be last of the late breakers? Evernet forcing Williams to the inside of the circuit, all the way to the white line. Williams back up the inside there, but Evernet is still there. He's got the inside for 9, but Williams on the switchback through the S's takes up the race lead. What a fight!
Worked hard for the gravy then, didn't he? That set up at a turn 3 and spent the next 3/4 of a lap trying to get the pass done. And now the pressure is on Evernet. Can he retake the lead? Check it out on the replay. This is further down the field with Belak, Fitzgerald and Jack Johnson. And contact, hand up from Johnson, and puts Fitzgerald to the back of that group. In fact, he's dropped down to 12th position. No doubt nursing a wounded number 56.
That was one of the nuances of that double apex corner, really. It's a late apex, sorry, I should say. And they've both gone at apex at a very different time, and that's the result. They collided. Here we go, though, back on for the lead. Lachlan Everett in the Cam Quarry's car, the McGale chassis against the Spectrum. For years it's been Holden and Ford in touring cars. In recent times in Formula Sport Ford, it's Spectrum versus McGale, and it's the Spectrum driver that's leading the way at the moment, but the seconds, the laps are very much counting down now. But look at these two, they've fought so hard that Isaac Demelweek is right on their tail. Look at him, he's just a car length behind. He could spring a real surprise here. If these two aren't careful and they're not looking in their mirrors, they could find themselves losing out here. This is a phenomenal drive from Isaac Demelweek, an incredible performance on debut in the Super Series Formula Ford Championship, doing a sublime job into the turn 3 hairpin. Evernett's looking for a nice run out of there, and I'll tell you what, he judged that to absolute perfection. He nailed the exit of the corner, the long run down the back stretch.
And time is running out. A handful of turns remain. Demelweek, the one to watch out. Everett has to cover him off at the same time. He's trying to make the move on the series leader. 4 cars throw a blanket off them coming out of this second last run on the way down to the S's. Demelweek has no role in this series. He wants a victory in his first weekend. Down towards the final turn, Williams covers him off. 2 turns remain.
Kobe Williams comes around the final corner using the curb, sliding it through there, and he is going to hold on and take yet another race victory, but he hasn't fought that hard in quite some time. What a battle between he and Lachlan Everett, and in the end the top 3 separated by just half a second. Fawcett backs it in, a challenging race for him, but he did limit the damage. He moved up late on to finish in position number 6.
Half a second covered 3 cars to the finish line in the final race of Formula Ford Stars and Renegades in round 8 with 2 remaining. Fantastic. Take a bow, these 3. And Demelweek would have to be best of the round. First time out in one of these cars, he was incredible. And another lap or 2 could have been a different story. 12 wins, counted 12 for the ACM Finance team, and does it by just under 0.2 of a second. Demelweek 3rd, Rowe 4th, Will Lowing 5th.
Indeed, yeah, he'll be kicking himself with that mistake that he made at turn 3 late on. He finishes in 5th, as you say, ahead of Joe Fawcett. Caleb Bellac, the youngster, finished in position number 7, beating Giuseppe Imbrogno. Beyond that, Tabitha Ambrose finished in 9th, ahead of her teammate Brad James. Outside of the top 10, it was a bit of a tale of woe. Jack Johnson having a little bit of a collision there with Fitzgerald late on. They finished in position number 11 and 12 as a result. And of course, Hunter Salvatore with his issues, a DNF. The crowd applauding that one, and rightfully so.
25 minutes of racing, 22 laps, and it started like this on the Hyundai highlights, with James almost being forced off the road there at the back of the field in turn number 1. I can't say enough about how well they've performed the starts over the last 2 days here at Mallala.
They've really had so few incidents. They've all left each other good, solid racing room. It's been really, really good racing from the youngsters. It was on from the word go between Everett and Williams, wasn't it? They really were fighting hammer and tongs early on. And to start with, it was a group of 5. Here was the woes for Salvatore. We think his brakes went. That was the reason for the fast off-track excursion. And then off went the engine cover as well, just to make his day that little bit worse. There was the collision late on in the piece between Johnson and Fitzgerald. I'm sure they'll have very different versions of that event. But out in front, these two turned on an absolute clinic. It was a brilliant race. Brilliant duel between them all throughout. That was a great pass from Kobe Williams late on in the piece. And despite throwing everything at it on the final lap, Everett settled for second. Kobe Williams made it a dozen victories in the Formula Ford Stars Series. That is 12 out of 16 this year.
Yeah, pretty good performance. No question about it. The ACM Finance team picking up the victory and almost cementing the series. Before we get to Winton Motor Raceway, Everett has a bit of a margin now, 2nd to 3rd, but all those official results will be unofficial until the end of the day here at Mallala Motorsport Park. This guy is going to earn a lot of fans as he climbs out of car 36. Isaac Demelweek who charged up and was only half a second away from winning on his debut weekend.
Yeah, debut in the Super Series. Had a couple of goes in the Victorian Formula Ford Series and did a national round last week at Tailem Bend. And I was impressed then, but even more so this weekend. Brilliant performance from him. And J-Mate, you're down there with our podium finishers.
I am indeed, and it's actually quite deceptive how tall the young Isaac Demelweek is when he gets out of the kart. Congratulations on debut. A brilliant weekend for you.
Yeah, it was mega. Had a bit of issues through the weekend, dragging a bit of throttle. I ended out that one and the thing was on rails. So yeah, huge thanks to the team for getting the car out after that crash yesterday. Yeah, mega.
Well done, mate. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Well, just to prove how much hard work that was, Lachlan Everett, have a look at this, guys. Him and Kobe comparing blisters. That was a long, tough race, wasn't it?
Yeah, it is pretty long. You sort of went to the start of the year, you know, 25, 30 minutes in these cars was really tough. But, yeah, produced good racing. Unfortunately, I couldn't quite grab the win in that one. Kobe's done an amazing job in that and getting past me. I couldn't quite get him back. So, yeah, I was really happy then, much more consistent than yesterday. Yeah, come second, I'm still really happy.
You've had a brilliant weekend. Championship's going well. We'll see you at the next round.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you very much.
And winning the feature race, Kobe Williams, congratulations. It was a hard-fought fight to the finish, but well done.
No, thank you. Yeah, Lachlan was just really, really fast, and I was just having to push as hard as possible and not make any mistakes, and I just got there in the end, which was great.
Congratulations, mate. Where to from here?
Yeah, we've got Phillip Island next week and then Winton in just over a month's time, so looking forward to getting there. Just a big shout out to my sponsors, none of this is possible without them, so thank you.
Fantastic. Well, don't go anywhere. We've got TA2 muscle cars coming up right on the other side of this.
All right, guys, I'm Brad Gartner.
Joel Heinrich.
Going to take you for a couple laps around Mallala Motorsport Park prior to the Mallala Masters.
Coming on the straight, use all the curb.
Yeah.
What was that? Get after it. Nah, turn one's a cool
There's
corner.
a lot of, you feel like every apex has a bit of camber, huge bump through here.
Oh.
Love getting the full throttle here.
Yeah, this place is all about, this is part of the track. If there's passing, I'll be impressed.
Yeah.
It's so fast through 1 into 2 there.
Track position is probably going to be one of the most important parts. Qualifying, lucky enough this year we have 2 qualifyings, so you get your chance to redeem yourself.
Make a meal of it on the first day, you get another go. Nah, turn 3. It's probably one of the trickier passing spots just because of the way that the corner's shaped. It's a bit of a late apex. If you can get down the inside, it'll be a good run down to the far hairpin. Oh, he's getting after
Using curb there, mate?
Look, that's classified.
Yeah. Flat through 4.
4?
Yeah.
5? No, this is 4.
4.
This is 4. I've done a lot of laps here, I just don't count the corners.
Yeah,
Or
definitely
count at
flat.
3. Biggest braking zone of the track.
You reckon this would be a good passing opportunity?
This is where all the carnage will unfold, I reckon.
Yeah. First lap carnage,
First lap
turn
carnage,
5.
yeah.
We're going to be stationary.
Yeah.
You'll be out P1 gone. Me and you.
Look, ideally, but,
Yeah.
you know, biggest come choosers. The big sweeper. It's actually a corner in something fast, isn't it?
Yeah, getting the full throttle there is actually a task.
Yeah.
It's not like the XL, just hold it flat.
You hold it flat? No, everything I've driven is just flat. There's some hometown tricks here, but I'm not going to tell you.
No, come on, mate.
Come on, mate.
I'm trying not to show you.
This is about the only place you can use curves. Boy, he's up it. Getting on the straight's tricky. It's so deceiving. All of a sudden it comes up on you.
All right, time for you. Have a go.
We're doing a quick drive change.
All right, show us how to do it.
All right. Turn 1. Fast corner.
Yeah.
Everyone brakes a lot. It's kind of
it's big roll.
It's more of a flowing corner. You just get just tipped in nicely on the camber. Really sucks you through there.
Yeah, perfect.
Perfect. Big double A set. Turn 2.
Here.
Well, we got some push. Got some under push.
Under push.
Pick up the second apex.
All the exit.
All the exit curb. We're flat. This thing goes pretty good, eh?
Yeah, very good.
Turn 3, there's like 3 different lines. You can do the Rule 8 one.
What line are you running?
Oh,
curb?
I'm telling
Curb
you.
or no curb?
We'll use some curb. Oh,
that's it.
Loves it, doesn't it?
Get it on it. It's cool. It's good to have life back in Mallala Motorsport
It is.
Park, isn't it?
100% it is. This place was an absolute gem back in the day.
I'm proper scared right now.
we're moving.
We're
moving. We'll get out of it a bit.
We're moving.
This place just creates racing. Like, there's only really 3 passing opportunities, but if you get it right,
it's going to create some desperation
100%
in the corners you can pass,
100%.
considering there's not many. Real bump and run track, isn't it?
It is, unfortunately, but there's a couple of corners there. Like, if you make a meal of Northern Hairpin there, making a pass,
Yeah, absolutely.
you're screwed down here.
You're not really braking straight here too. You're sort of facing that.
You got to watch
left.
the camber. Like,
Yeah.
The track's got so much camber.
The corners that have camber, if you don't get it into the apex on the camber, it's sort of
You get a lot of push. Oh, that's backfire.
Oh, yeah, a bit of backfire. The Hyundai and cars go right.
They do.
Thanks, guys. Hope you enjoyed your lap of Mallala Motorsport Park with Brad Gartner and Joel Heinrich. Hopefully, the 2 SA boys can put it up the front.
And Joel Heinrich is certainly showing him up in this one, his first weekend, alongside Jared Hughes for the final race of the weekend in TA2 muscle cars by Maritimo. And they're ready for a 20-minute wrap-up after a quiet race earlier today. We're set for the final one with the best of the used tyres on every single car. Result of race number 3 set the grid for this one, and we're on towards turn number 1 here for the first lap. They settle in side by side with this rolling start. Jared Hughes, if you missed the coverage yesterday, sat out race number 2. They changed an engine overnight. So we jump in with Diesel Thomas. I think it was Morris on the right-hand side with Brock Payne ahead. And Thomas with plenty of speed here, but the Formula RX8 champion covers him off down here, and there's contact in the middle of the turn. That's Morris in the red and black Mustang. Somehow it all straightened out, Matty Cav.
That's exactly what we want to see. I saw Tom Davies in the background trying to come through too. It was very compacted, wasn't it, through turns number 1 and 2, and they're going to go side by side, Diesel Thomas and Paul Morris, probably the youngest and probably one of the most mature drivers in the racing here this weekend, side by side. and Thomas will have to relinquish that position there, and now Paul Morris will have Brock Payne in his sides, who's just in front in 4th position. I'm interested to see how Tracy's going to try and fight Joel Heinrich on this one. Webster, who has been a little bit quiet this weekend, just roaming around the mid-pack now, putting that 200 machine up the inside there of Diesel Thomas, who goes back another position. And I tell you what, pretty happy to see Crutch's car in all yellow this weekend after the abuse that went through at Queensland Raceway, but he's right in the thick of it now.
You'd never have thought that was a brand new car at Queensland Raceway. The spare parts truck went home quite light after the tag team enduro event up at Queensland Raceway. One of the TFH cars sweeping across the front of Crutch. It was Diesel Thomas carrying one of the in-car cameras. Down towards turn 3, Crutcher coming in a little bit hot with the rears locked in at number 4 Mustang. But it's Jared Hughes leading from Heinrich. We go back to Blake Tracy. At the moment, is leading the overall by just 2 points over Heinrich on a debut weekend. How's Thomas around the outside? You don't tend to do that and pull it away, but he's on the wrong side for the pass at turn 6. He tries to stay with that number 4 car on the exit now. It's bringing one of the Hi-Tec Oils cars, Brad Gartner. You can see in the mirror from the Diesel Thomas in-car camera as they work their way down towards the S's here on lap 2.
Yeah, I noticed Tom Davies just searching for a way through in the background of that too, so he is pushing really hard. Another brake lock up there from Crutcher in the number 4 Crutcher Developments entry. Just pinching a brake, that's going to start hurting some tyres, and this is the end of the weekend where every tyre has been used throughout the weekend. They're coming down on the bare minimum grip at the moment. It's going to slide the cars around, especially when we get to the back half of this race. Keep our eyes focused on Mark Crutcher, who's got in front of Diesel Thomas, but Diesel Thomas has been very quick throughout the season. It just seems like the TFH group just missed the mark this weekend when it comes to the setup of the vehicles, especially after the qualifying session this morning. We saw in the debrief Diesel Thomas just shaking his head a little bit, so they've had a frustrating weekend so far.
And for Josh Thomas, he was served up in the earlier race by Robbie Farr. They actually cut down their best tyre, so he's running his worst best tyre, if that makes sense, for this final race, and he's going to run probably outside the top 10 for this race. Farr, in fact, copped a 5-second penalty for that. And same too, Brad Gartner scored 5 seconds, which dropped him 1 position after starting on the wrong side of his grid row in race number 3 earlier today. But out in front, a car that's been plagued with some gremlins all weekend, looks like it's cleared itself right now. I talk of Joel Heinrich in his first weekend in TA2 muscle cars. He's going after Series Elect champion of 2025, Jared Hughes, as they work into lap number 4.
Yeah, Hughes and the team, well, they had some very obvious issues, didn't they, after that drive, after they had some driveline failure there. They had to do a motor change overnight, and this is what we wanted to see, the fight in the final race. Now that Jared Hughes has used up a little bit of that tyre, he's not going to have all the grip that he had in race number 3 here earlier today. So Heinrich now can really take it to the local South Aussie. He knows this track back to front. He'll know exactly where to try and extract a couple of hundredths of a second, whereas Jared Hughes hasn't done too many laps around here. In the background, you got Blake Tracy, who's had an incredible start to the TA2 series here. We've seen him in Trans Am, but he hasn't been in a Camaro here. And he's had a couple of wins yesterday, a 3rd position last time out. Can he get on a podium once again? And like you say, this weekend, currently leading Heinrich by 2 points for the weekend. And can he get a round win?
Time will tell. They've pulled away 2 seconds to Blake Tracy, who's the fastest car on the track right now, into another lap with 15.5 minutes remaining. The lap times won't be spectacular later in the race, but they're certainly holding right now the 10-0 for Heinrich at the end of lap number 2. Shots from the drone cam as they make their way through this long, ongoing turn number 2. And past the pit lane towards turn 3. So as it stands, Paul Morris looks likely to take out the Masters class win, which is the class within this series today. He's actually 2nd overall for the year with that strong showing up at Queensland Raceway with Brodie Kostecki, who's been helping out on the car over the last couple of days with Ben Grice, who'll be back here for the homecoming event in November. A bit of contact between Thomas on the exit here, on the back of Gartner, who's frustrated with this car today. They were so strong yesterday after being out in the wilderness during practice on Friday afternoon. Felt he had a really good car yesterday, charged up 6 places over 2 races. But that penalty has rattled the confidence, perhaps, of the South Aussie driver. Davies is running on his own for the first time. We can't see that red and black Mustang around at the moment. Morris is further up the road in 5th position. So we go back to the leaders, much closer at the front as we go into another lap.
Down to just 0.3 of a second. They've really started to open up a gap on the rest of the field. Blake Tracy's in front of Brock Payne. He's got a couple of second lead on him as well. So he's running his own race at the moment, potentially just sitting back, which means his brake ducts won't be getting as hot either. So the brakes might be good for Tracy as we head to the second half of the race, potentially. Heinrich, though, looks like he looked after those tyres in the last race, and that's what Ashley Jarvis was saying down the radio to him. Drive straight. Don't drive through the corners. Save your tyres for this final race, and we'll see what we can do to try and get on the top step of the podium. It's all he needs for a fantastic weekend. It was funny to talk to the team today, wasn't, when they said, you know, really upset about getting 2 second positions with the troubles they had yesterday. It's a great problem to have.
Absolutely it is. What a wheelman he is as well. And whenever he drives, he's tasted success, and it's only going to be a matter of time before he picks up a win. It could be today, but certainly could be in the future. Not sure if he's going to be back for another round. There's a question mark next to that. But I'm sure looking into 2026, we might see more of the 3-time Aussie racing car champion and on target for the Touring Car Masters crown, which he'll add more points to at Mount Panorama in a couple of weeks. Back to Mark Crutcher, who's up into 7th position, the king of race 4 in all our rounds this year. He's found the sweet spot with the curtain coming down, or the sun setting in the distance perhaps. Oh, how lucky was he then not to lose. We saw it from Diesel Thomas's perspective. He's had troubles with that corner all weekend long, and just as I was giving him a rap, he almost looped it in front of the group.
I think he does it every time we give him a rap in the final race. He really does embrace the commentator's curse down there. Graham Cheney behind this too, his teammate just behind Diesel Thomas. Now he's had to work his way back through the field after a rough weekend as well. So the IS crew have been very busy down here, and Diesel Thomas has his eyes focused. So the sun's starting to set in the background here at Mallala. And he goes to the outside of Crutcher. And what will Crutcher do under brakes? We don't see the car move around too much. That was pretty smooth, actually. He's got to watch out for Graham Cheney, though, as it might be the IS teammates that sandwich the young competitor Diesel Thomas. Tom Davies in the background as well, so he's going to be pushing Graham Cheney.
And Davies, I wonder if he's in tyre dramas as well. In the Ariat Chevy Camaro for Nathan Hearn racing, he's on Graham Cheney, who's leading the Masters class in 2025. Overall, Crutcher is in fact the defending champion in Masters class, but with the takeover of the 2 categories from the HCC group, he's had a lot to focus on this year. And a whole fleet of new cars arriving in the country for next year's Trans Am Series, and a lot of those cars will find their way down into the TA2 Muscle Car Series. There is a real buzz of excitement in this category right now.
I thought you were going to say the fleet arrived for Mark Crutcher for the next season.
Maybe. He could just be selling me a dummy.
He does like a new car smell, doesn't he?
He does. He does.
Joined by Jordan Cox in that Enduro. Shouldn't they beat that brand new car up? Great to see him back out there. They've got the car turned around. They do a great job at HCC. And, well, not a tough weekend for Brad Gartner and the Pitman Trucks entry number 22 as well. In the car just moving around a little bit, really trying to find that setup. Josh Thomas in front too. And he's had a tough weekend, but having a look at the front 3, they're very even when it comes around to the last lap times, and they're definitely standing out from the rest of the field, though. It's our top 3 who have been very, very quick, but Gartner needs to watch out, as we've just seen in the background. Is that Danny Reedy behind him?
That would be.
Yeah.
Danny Orr moving.
So Gartner's just rolled back into 12th position as they start to move an approach on him, so he is struggling this again. Jared Hughes, well, he's just going lap for lap with Heinrich at the moment. You just see like Jared's a 10th faster, then Heinrich's a 10th faster each time they go around. And this is a replay, big brake lock up with the number 7, Robbie Farr. Yeah, that's going to hurt a tyre. A hurt Hoosier out there on the front right.
He's been working very hard at learning this track all weekend. Evan Hodson flew over from New Zealand, who's starring in the Super 2 Series for Anderson Motorsport. He's learned a lot already this weekend. And for Etten, he had to learn the track himself before he could actually help with the setup of the car. Called in on some of his Speedway friends to help out as well. It's up towards the hairpin. We go again with Diesel Thomas. So Mark Crutcher, here we go again. He's gone this time, and Crutcher loses it. I thought he was coming in a bit hot, and he's parked it up the top then. All that good work has dropped him outside the top 10.
Do you think he choreographs that? Because it always seems to be when we go to some sort of footage of Mark Crutcher late in the race, he does something spectacular.
Stage fright, perhaps. Yeah. He's on TV. Oh, he'll be kicking himself. That's a lot of positions to lose, and it's dropped him down to 14th. on the track while the leaders are working their way down towards turn 3. So Blake Tracy, even though he's running third at the moment, is on target to win the weekend. If Heinrich gets ahead of Hughes here, he will win the weekend. That's how close it is in the TA2 Muscle Car Series. Morris likely to win not only the Masters class, but finish third for the weekend, the way it stands. Meanwhile, this is what it looked like from outside with Mark Crutcher. And again, it was like yesterday in that qualifying run. The rear starts to chatter, and around went the number 4. We saw it live from Diesel Thomas's car. Don't tell me these cars are easy to drive. The wheel worked through that sweeper. And in the end, an easy position gain for the teenager in the TFH Hire Mustang. Puts him up into position 7. To go back to Davies and Graham Cheney. Had a gearbox drama yesterday aboard the IES entry. The sole IES car with Paul Hadley sitting today's action out after a big engine drama yesterday aboard the number 50, which caused a lengthy safety car period. 6 minutes remain here at Mallala. We've loved our time back here at this historic venue. 6 decades in the making. The track looks amazing. The facilities have been kept really well. And hopefully in the future we'll be back to do some more TA2 muscle car racing at this 2.6 kilometre venue, just 45 minutes north of Adelaide.
Tom Davies starting to make his way back through now as he's gone up a position on Graham Cheney, up into 8th position to the Arrowhead entry, number 42. As we go back to our leaders, Jared Hughes still holding out by just over half a second from Joel Heinrich, looking for his opportunity where he is going to try and find those couple of hundredths of a second each time around. They're so evenly matched through the sectors. It seems to me that Jared Hughes really strong in sector number 1. Heinrich catches him in sector number 2, but they're almost even when it comes to the times as Paul Morris now gets up on the back of Brock Payne, so he needs to watch out. Payne under attack in 4th position currently in the Brisbane Builders entry, and Morris slots down the inside.
Good move by
turn number 7. That is good move there.
Set him up nicely for a textbook move at the S's. It moves up now into 4th position. Blake Tracy's a long way down the road though, some 7 seconds. That locks him into a podium position now. Next to the Masters class cars, Graham Cheney back in 9th position, so he's fairly safe there to take out the Masters at this round of the TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. Hughes just trying to break that gap between himself and Heinrich, who's doing a great job considering the tyre advantage is towards the 118. But Heinrich has done hundreds of laps around here over his career. HQ Holdens or saloon cars.
In saying that, with the 7 cylinders yesterday not having the power coming out of the corners, he may not have torn up the Hoosiers as bad.
Very good point.
He might not have too bad a tyre bank when it looks at that as well as Heinrich, especially if he knows how to look after them around here. But just have a look at the sector times. In the first sector, there's only 300ths between them, and then we go about a 10th in the second sector. So they are so evenly matched. We wanted this yesterday, didn't we? Unfortunately for Jared Hughes, had issues with the car. Heinrich had issues with his car, so we saw Blake Tracy really step into that spotlight there, and he's just back in 3rd at the moment. These 3 would be incredible if we had them at the start of the weekend.
Yeah, we'll see Hughes at the final round. He's got the Bathurst 1000 to contend in a couple of weeks, as well as his Super 2 career as well, with a couple of rounds remaining. That'll finish at Adelaide. At the Adelaide Grand Final at the end of November. So Heinrich stays with him. They're now of 3 seconds up the road from Blake Tracy, who's 8 seconds ahead of Morris, who's in 4th with Payne, Webster, Diesel Thomas in 7th. Back to Davies. Josh Thomas has come up into 9th and proving me wrong about the tyres. He's gone 1:11.5 to set his fastest lap of the race in 9th position. Graham Cheney 10th, Danny Reedy 11th, Brad Gartner in 12th, and Robbie Farr 13th. And Crutcher, after that spin, is now 14th with just under 5 minutes remaining.
After 2 sectors, 800ths of a second difference. Absolutely nothing in it between these 2 that are leading this race at the moment. As the time ticks away, we're under 5 minutes remaining. And who will hold on to the tyres at the moment? Who can keep this blistering pace up after 3 races already this weekend as the brakes come on? It's nice and smooth through turn number 2. Can really get unsettled there if you don't get turn number 1 right. Or head down to 3. Heinrich using a little bit more road as he moves out to the right, and Hughes just covers him off a little bit, sticks the car in the middle of the track, the road active suspension entry. It's
looking a lot wider, that Camaro, if you're at Joel Heinrich. just he's going, mate, surely just stick to a side. Let me have a look.
Sweet sounds of these TA2 muscle cars rumbling around the Adelaide Plains this afternoon. Our final race of our coverage. They worked their way down Robbie Farm. We know he loves the dirt tracks, but he's been spending a bit more time out there than he wanted to in the Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro car number 7, and puts him back into 14th position. Now elevates Crutcher up one spot as we come through to complete lap number 14. 3.5 minutes remaining. Well, I think it might be a bit for nothing here with Hughes leading. Heinrich wants to get past, because a position here is going to make or break the round win. Now, if they tie, it'll go back to Blake Tracy, because he's won more races over the weekend. So he needs Tracy to drop a position, but with 10 seconds back to Morris, seems pretty safe at the moment back there in third.
They'll continue this battle on, though. 3 minutes now remaining in this race as Heinrich got what it takes to take on Jared Hughes. We know at the start of the weekend, I would have said he probably does with the experience he's got around here, but it's going to come down to what's left in the tyre bank. Obviously, they've had to change that engine overnight, so that'll be, I'd likely say, a refreshed engine there in Jared Hughes' car as well. They'll be pretty happy with that. They've definitely got through those gremlins. And talking to Ashley Jarvis, I said, you've changed so much in the car, but do you know what it is? He goes, we don't care. We've just changed so much stuff all at once. He goes, and we're continuing to change things just in case.
They'll rip this car apart when it gets back to the base before the final round. But regardless, it's still going to kill a job here to be in the top 3 and stay with Jared Hughes into another lap, looking out to the west of South Australia. Through the left-hander and back onto the long straight here at Mallala. 1:10.03, the quickest lap. And look at the lap times last time by, 0.003 of a second separating. To run at this place, lap after lap, and be separated by thousandths. Well, these two are just a class act, aren't they?
Especially considering we're on lap 15 at the moment, so to keep those times so close together after 15 laps, that's absolutely incredible. And a shout out to Jared Hughes, who came in under the weather this weekend. He's held it together. He looks a lot more sprightly today than he did yesterday, but he's not his usual self. You can really tell the attitude of him is when he got out of the car earlier. But having to work through that, he's got a big end of the season coming up.
He's sweated it out, that's for sure. He's going to be looking in that mirror as well as forward. Just want to go back and correct myself on what was the case. If there was a tie here, it's going to be the higher placed driver that will get the nod, as Heinrich saves the greenskeeper some work and just does the edging of the racetrack at the exit of the final turn, but it actually didn't cost him too much time. Do you think he's just sitting back? Time's running out. It'll be a lap to go at the end of this.
Oh, I think those Hoosiers are holding on at the moment. I reckon that is right on the edge. And that's why we see him just go a little bit wide. He's wanting to keep the car nice and smooth. Brad Gartner retired by the looks of it. Oh, no. In front of his hometown as well. And he's got the family here this weekend.
Wow. That was a tough enough day for Gartner, but now it comes to zero for the 22 Hi-Tec Oils Chevy Camaro. But at the other end, it's going to be Blake Tracy, who's flying the flag in his first solo appearance. You can see the stranded 22 Chevy Camaro. Heinrich getting closer. He wants to give him a hurry up now into the S's. Closing stages. The clock's about to stop, which will indicate 1 remaining. And it's go time for Heinrich. 2.6 kilometres remain in the final race at TA2 Muscle Cars by Maritimo. Can Jared Hughes cover off Heinrich? The door's open enough. It closes on the exit of that left-hander. 3 chances remain.
He's stayed in the window, hasn't he, where he can take this opportunity to pounce on Jared Hughes in the final stages of this final race of the weekend. He didn't go as wide that time, Heinrich. This looks a lot more controlled. He's following Jared Hughes. Can he get the toe down here, down the back? How much does he have left?
Where are the brakes going to really, are they going to hold on through this as we see the attitude of the car? The Camaro gets the nose down nice and heavy. Heinrich follows him in. And it's smooth through there. No one goes too wide.
Look at the teams. Ash Jarvis at the top, looking on to see whether his boy can kick it on home here today. And Hughes looks like he's covered him off with the S's remaining. It's been a thriller between these two. They've been trading fastest laps right from the green flag. And Jared Hughes holds back the pressure from Joel Heinrich and wins for the 8th time in 2025 by 0.3 of a second. And Blake Tracy, you know why he's celebrating? He wins the round aboard that Chevy Camaro, celebrating to the finish line. Paul Morris will be 4th at the end of the race and will stand on the podium in 3rd, but win the Masters class at this round. Tom Davies home for 7th with Brock Payne, Josh Thomas. Great recovery. That car was a bit asleep, I guess, at the start of the race, but got a top 10 result with Graham Cheney completing the 10. Fascinating between the front two as Cruncher takes a checkered flag in a race that probably could have been a 7th or a 6th place finish. But take your hat off to these two. They were separated by hundreds and sometimes thousands of a second, lap after lap. And Blake Tracy pulls up alongside. I'm sure Dad Mark is probably awake still. He's over in Greece at the moment. He watched the racing yesterday, but wishing he was probably here. Jared Hughes picks up the win. Heinrich 2nd, but Blake Tracy is your round winner at this round of the TFHI TA2 Muscle Car Series presented by Maritimo. Morris home for 4th and wins the Masters class from Josh Webster, Diesel Thomas, Tom Davies, Brock Payne, Josh Thomas and Graham Cheney scoring a top 10 result today after a troubled day on Saturday with Danny Reedy, Mark Cruncher, Robbie Farr. You got a feel for Brad Gartner, who finishes in 14th and on the infield is out. Only DNF in the final race here at Mallala on what's been a fantastic weekend. We'll squeeze a quick break in and we'll come back and talk to our top 3 in the TA2 Muscle Car Series. We'll be back.
Don't yell at me. Thank you. Top job. Thanks, Brad.
What a weekend. We've loved our time back in South Australia. We've been looking forward to this event all year long at Mallala Motorsport Park. And it's delivered some cracking racing. You're looking at the man that's wrapped up this round of the TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. The top three is downstairs. We're heading that direction now. Here's Jared McLean.
Well, Blake Tracy, Matt Nolte's given it away. Congratulations, round win here at Mallala. How does it feel here in the Hi-Tec Oils TA2 muscle car?
Yeah, no, it was a great weekend coming into it. It was a big thank you to Lee Stibbs. On the Monday morning, we got the call that Lee was happy to swap. I was meant to be in the IRC car this week, and he put his hand up. And massive thank you to George Gambino and all the Waltech crew. My uncles have come up from Albury, and yeah, we've had a pretty cool weekend, learnt heaps, and yeah, really grateful.
Congratulations, mate. Soak it in.
Thanks, everyone.
And Joel Heinrich, P2 in that race, P2 for the round, challenging the championship leader for the win on the last lap. A pretty impressive debut.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a shame yesterday we couldn't show what true pace we had, but well done to Blake on the round win. And he fought me hard yesterday and this morning, so props to him. Hughesy, he was just sort of on another level early in the race then and just chipped away. And when I got to him, it sort of started the starter again that we had yesterday, but nowhere near as bad. So gave him my all, had a crack at Hughesy, and just couldn't quite get there. So well done to him. Huge thanks to Ashley Jarvis Racing, all the crew. They worked tirelessly all weekend. The guys that made this weekend happen, Trevor from Sierra International, Glenn from ACE, Anthony from Creighton Works Co, Dad, those guys. Yeah, without that wouldn't happen.
The list is long. Terrific job. Well done.
No worries. Thank you.
Jared, congratulations. Wrapping up 2 race wins, 2 pole awards. It's about as good as it really could have gone given the weekend.
Yeah, I think it's, well, we've definitely made the most of today, come back from how yesterday went. We did a bit of a tune-up to the car for that one. Unfortunately, brakes didn't work. I think we made the car a little bit better, but still just got a bit of a gremlin we need to find in the brakes. But, no, considering how it started, it's an awesome weekend, so I can't thank the whole team enough and the whole crew for everything that they've done. It's been a good last round for me this year. Unfortunately, not going to be at Winton, so very happy.
Congratulations. I know Heinrich took it right to you there in the dying stages of that race. How hard was it to fight him off?
Yeah, to be honest, through midway, I was like, I might just sit here and try and heat up his brakes and tyres. And then at the end, I'm like, I think I'm just heating mine up and his isn't getting any worse. So it's made it a bit spicy at the end there, but no, it was good. It was good fun.
Fantastic. Well done.
Thanks, mate.
Nail-biting finish there in the TA2 muscle car race number 4 to round out the weekend. Great to see Jared Hughes bounce back from what has been a tough weekend for him. It was super exciting to have all 5 categories here as we return national racing to Mallala. Here is round 5 of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. Of course, we've got one round where we're going to decide a whole heap of championships, 8 categories to get through in just a few weeks when we go there October 31 to November 4. It's the Winton Wrap. Make sure you join us for that. Check out all our socials at Super Series.
So hated.